And so one of the things that I think about often is when we look at all of the things that we have, that we've accomplished, can we collectively think about those things and build upon them for the actions that we need to take for the future? You know, I know that we've talked about mobility. We've talked about mobility in both the sense of transportation as well as in terms of economics, and this agenda is rich for that. And so we know that we have to begin to adjust. I think the most urgent thing that I've felt recently is that much of our history we're trying to change. And we've told people we're going to change it. And their expectations is that we will change it now, today. And sometimes that's a little bit harder for us to do than what we believe is possible. But I believe that we do have the opportunity to create a sense of urgency about every initiative that we undertake. And if we do that collectively, then we'll do well together. So with that, I want to say first that this meeting is being, you can sit, we've got folks that have joined us. Our Upward Mobility team and our affordable housing groups often join us and say thank you for being here. So you can come in person out to this wonderful Marriott in the university area, but you can also live stream this on YouTube or the government channel. With that, I am going to turn it over to the manager to start out the day with some introductions and our next steps. Does everybody have the agenda? I wanted to mention Ms. Ajmira will be here before lunch. She had an appointment this morning. So anything else? Did I miss anything, Julia? Okay. Mr. Jones.
Okay. So thank you, Mayor, and good morning, members of council and staff. So I think Julia is doing this horrible joke prank on me because she knows how I like to position myself in the room. So I can't see, 80% of the people. So if you see me moving around at the table, it's so I can get some eye contact. But having said that, it's great to have this opportunity to be with you today. And before I turn it over to our facilitator, Diablo Arnold, I'd like to just talk a little bit about how we got here today. One of the things that I asked Julia to do over the weekend is to pull together, I guess the last 4 years of retreat agendas. And I think this time is so important to us because you have an opportunity to talk about some high-level policy areas that allow us to, and I'll always credit the Mayor Pro Tem for this, we said give us the game plan, give us a playbook, and we'll run some plays. And sometimes I don't think the council has an opportunity to reflect on a lot of the great work that you've done, because as we compare ourselves to some cities around the country, the different plans that you took on during the pandemic and where you are right now, I got to hold the mic. Okay, where you are right now, I think is incredible. So one of the things that I wanted to bring up with this particular strategy meeting is that I almost want to say it's part 4 of strategy meetings that we've been having over the course of the last year or so. So if you recall, you were sworn in September the 6th, I believe, and on the 13th, we had the police chief come in and talk about safety. So if you start to think about the corridors of opportunity in Safe Charlotte, we had a conversation there. We kind of bookended that with the chief coming back last week also to talk about safety. And as we were talking about that, different issues such as the corridors of opportunity and even Higher Charlotte came up. And as we got into the fall, one of the things that we wanted to do is to have this meeting, much like we did in 2021, a strategy meeting. But a lot of things happened as you were continuing to do a lot of good work. And so we were able to do a few things in that period of time, like have a conversation about infrastructure. So thank you, Ms. Johnson. And we also had an opportunity to have a conversation about jobs and housing. So, thank you, Ms. Watlington. So we were able to do a lot, and today it's really reaffirming what these priorities have been over the course of the last 4 years, as well as understanding what has worked and what hasn't worked in terms of the council. And then there are a few big items that we haven't touched on recently, like mobility that we wanted to talk about. And eventually there needs to be some level of a commitment in the future for our arts and culture strategy. So Priya, I see you're back there, as well as a conversation around what's happening with, let's call it, tourism and entertainment in the city. And let's not forget that we also are talking today about the legislative agenda. So there are a lot of things that all tie together with the work that you've been doing over the last 4 years. So with that said, and to set up, I'll turn it over to D'Alva, and she will take over.
Do you want to entertain questions from the council?
She's going to do that
Okay.
right now. Yes.
Good. Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you. We have a very exciting day planned. The agenda has been set forth, and I sat back there and thought about what a cool job each of you have to be able to have these really high-level, visionary, important and critical conversations to move our city forward. So we're looking forward to a productive 2 days today, and we are going to follow the agenda as it has been laid out. And there are a couple things I want to make sure that I do now, which is ask for your forgiveness in advance. We're going to ask you to be succinct with your comments today. I know there's a lot of passion and energy, a lot of information, and a lot of expertise and excellence in the room around specific topics. But because we have so much to cover, it is going to be important that we share the space today and give everyone an opportunity to participate while we still honor the time that the staff has laid out for us. So I'm asking for forgiveness now if I have to interrupt you and ask you to be brief with your remarks. There are a couple of housekeeping rules. The first is your mics should stay off, please, unless you're speaking. They do pick up pretty easily, so we want to make sure that you are aware of that. And there's a button on top that you simply slide up and down. So please make sure your mics are off unless you're speaking. The validation machine is right near the door to validate your parking. And it's also important, just with the mics, if you're far away from them, to hold them up and hold them as you're speaking as well, so they can hear, everyone can hear you clearly. Next on the agenda is a reflection on the past year and all the work that you've done, as well as looking to the year ahead. We want to hear from each of you and ask that you would just share 60 to 90 minutes. Okay, some of you are awake. Thank you. 60 to 90 seconds on your perspective on what went well last year. What are you particularly proud of last year? And then what are you excited about accomplishing this year and look forward to this year? I don't think I have to call names with this group. You guys can just jump in. We'll just do a quick round, and we'll start with this table. So, Tark, you want to kick us off?
Testing 1, 2, check. So, what went well last year, right? 2022.
2022, what went well last year? What are you looking forward to this year?
Last year was pretty rough. It was a pretty rough one. We started working in person again. So I think we got back to pre-2020 level beginnings of relationship building and what happens before and after the meeting. So I would say that went well. And what I'm looking forward to this year is working with all of my colleagues in a very short period of time that we have to lay the groundworks for some big things, not some little stuff, but some big things, knowing we may not accomplish them all in that time, but that we may lay the groundwork where people see how it could be achieved.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I guess I'd expand on that. I think, I was elected in 2022. This is my first term, so I would definitely say that for East Charlotte in particular, we had the Pepper Tree Project that my colleagues agreed was a, great opportunity for East Charlotte for affordable housing, and I thought that was an excellent opportunity. And I think that as a council, like Tarek said, Councilmember Bakari said, sorry, yeah, my bad. We can work, we can work in person now, and I think in person is a better feel. We get a chance to really, work together, trade energies, learn from one another, build on, best practices, and what I'm looking forward to is exactly that, as we continue to work together.
Very good, thank you.
I would say a win for 2022 is the relationship building that is happening with council for the new members, for the current group that was working together, and for the two of us that are returning. What I'm looking forward to personally is a clear commitment, both from leadership and financial backing and support to truly grow Black business. We've been talking about it for years. There's some opportunities that are coming up that have been approached and have been discussed that can benefit not only our relationship with Johnson C. Smith University, with how we do sports and economic development, for conversations that have been happening for over a decade in our city, opportunities with development of something new that this region will be the only region that could potentially have it. I look to what the county has been doing, and the county has been doing amazing work with investment, and I think we have an opportunity to go beyond just Black business owners being a sub to a prime. We have some real good opportunities coming before us, looking at best practices in other communities where they make clear investments. And we also have, I'm looking forward to the opportunities that we have around how we connect those who are going through training directly to employment and tracking that, and having that actually be housed in a place where we can continuously see our investment is actually creating an output that's changing the trajectory for individuals to be able to afford a salary to live within our city.
Mr. Mitchell?
So I think some of our success for 2022 was definitely how we addressed the affordable housing crisis that we had, funding the 13 projects that were approved, I think, 2 years prior. The way we managed our ARPA funds was a tremendous success as well. Looking forward, I think, starts today at this annual strategy meeting. And so I think the first three agenda items we have is very appropriate, but I hope we will be very flexible after the break when we start saying, what does this current city council, what are our priorities, what we'd like to do? So I'll be the first one to tell you, I don't think an hour is sufficient when we talk about priority setting. So I hope all the council members were very open to say, we need to have a part 2 of that discussion. Because I think this meeting is about how do we take our city, move forward with new initiative, and maybe, make some changes. So I just hope this council, we all put our hats on and say, what's important to our constituents, and how do we set those priorities today during a 2-day session?
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you. I'm really excited about, in 2022, our ability to foster good working relationships within the council. I think that has we've laid a good foundation, and we'll continue to build on that. I'm also very excited about our emphasis on affordable housing in 2022. So I think those are two things that we did accomplish in the back half of the year. Moving forward, I'd really like to double click on the whole conversation around workforce development and what that means to upskill, reskill Charlotte citizens to be ready to take opportunities for work very seriously, but also building a pipeline of talent and skills within the city and the region that will allow us to attract new corporate partners and businesses that will invest in the city and help us grow. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Ms. Wallerton?
Thank you, dear. Good morning.
morning.
I would echo what my colleagues have said. Number one, I think we've got a great group. We've got a lot of alignment here and a lot of folks who are resolute in their desire to make transformative change, even in the short time that we have. So that is a highlight for me for 2022 and for this group. And I am also looking forward to the priorities around the corridors of opportunity, as well as workforce and business development. That falls under economic mobility to me. And I think that as we really look at how we change, not only make incremental changes, but be transformative in how we approach not just city contracts, but the culture of business, particular MWSBE business in our city, I think that that will yield very high dividends.
Very good, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I think 2022 there were a lot of huge wins. I think the city council and staff and the mayor completed a really heavy multi-year planning process, especially if you look at some of the votes that we took over the summer, adopting the strategic mobility plan, adopting the UDO, adopting the policy map. That was on the heels of, in the past, you know, the CAP and other plans. Those were huge lifts, and that was a real kind of marked transition. Of course, we started some planning process as well. For instance, our arts and culture process, which that planning process is starting, but the real major community-wide plans, the 2022, we adopted those, and I don't think we have stepped back to look at the real gravity of that. I think 2023 really needs to be a page flip from being in the middle of planning processes to implementing those plans. And I really think that this council needs to set the tone for that, for future councils and the community to take over. Again, I think that's a paradigm shift that needs to happen. Of course, we're always planning, right? We always have to adjust. But I think this council really needs to understand the difference between planning and implementing a plan. We have to really be focused on that in the remaining months that we're in this office.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Driggs?
There we go. Yes? All right. I would echo some of what Mayor Pro Tem said. The waters were kind of choppy at times in 2022, but we can't lose sight of the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is that we are in a process right now of major changes. I mean, in my time on council, I haven't seen anything like this. So we progressed in terms of our UDO, adopted the UDO. We're now working toward, in the coming year, the full implementation of it. Transportation is a big challenge. I think we need to continue to define exactly what our goals are and work toward being able to offer a referendum, because at the moment, I don't think we're ready. I think we need to be able to state very clearly what the referendum would pay for, what the tax would pay for in the referendum, but so many other topics. We're in a crossroads on housing because we discovered last year that our old model is really hard to fund at current prices. And so what can we do? NOAA's ownership, new models for housing, creative thinking. But CAP, job creation has been a pet priority of mine. Ms. Dodson will confirm apprenticeships, clean streets, sports, arts. There's a lot to do, but I think we just need to kind of take some satisfaction in the fact that we have tackled some huge questions and we have done some big things. And even though we don't necessarily agree all the time, like most of the time we don't, the process of reconciling these different points of view is what leads to a good result. So I'm looking forward to the coming year and to accomplishing a lot towards these goals we've established for ourselves.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, I think that we accomplished some major things in 2022. I know there's been a lot of talk about relationships, but the work, we accomplished some major work. We passed the source of income discrimination ordinance, the NDO, redistricting, that was huge. We've got our first minority representative from District 1, the UDO, the mobility plan, the budget, over a $2 billion budget, the ARPA funding. So I'm a little protective about the, the narrative. I think that this council accomplished some major things in the previous council. So I'm honored to serve, and I look forward to hopefully looking at development more strategically and really paying attention to the infrastructure. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
For me, I just want to echo the comments of many of my colleagues this morning. I've always said that as a council, as a community, we're so hard on ourselves that we don't take the opportunity to look at all the good things we do, and we've done a lot of good work. And that's the key, right? For me, it's all about the work and the investments that we make as a community, and one in particular was the investment in the Pearl at Atrium Health Project that really is a game changer for our community and touches on all the key elements that we want to see in our community: housing, workforce development, economic development, the utilization of small businesses, helping minority-owned contractors to the constructing a major building, one building every year for the next 10 years. So there's going to be a lot of construction jobs. And it helps us diversify the Charlotte economy by bringing really healthcare into the forefront, just like financial services and warehousing. And so I think that's a big deal. I hope that as we move forward that we can collaborate as a high-performing team. I think that will be really important for the community. I hope that we'll have the vulnerability of trust among one another, that we make data-driven decisions when appropriate, and not make decisions based on feelings and emotions, that we come together and try to win together as a team, and even sometimes we lose together, right? That we got to be in this thing for the community, because we got big decisions around transportation this year, a number of economic development projects that we'll be encountering this year. I think over the weekend it demonstrates that we still have public safety issues throughout this country, and Charlotte is not immune to that we have to address, and at the same time keeping our community safe and clean and away from 18-wheelers, right? So, but I'm with Bakari, though. I want to do big things. I don't want to do small stuff.
Awesome. Thank you all for sharing. It is great to see that you reflected on the amazing work that you've done. Just the 2040 plan alone, the UDO and all the conversations around that and getting to a point of closure. The Pearl is so major, such a game changer for the city, and to have a teaching university here just puts us at a whole different level as a city, and you all did that, so congratulations. I do appreciate the point about implementation, and the fact that a plan is only as good, it's only a plan on paper unless you do something about it. And so the points that you've made about relationship building, trust and vulnerability, you've taken my words, Councilman Graham, around working together, all of those things are so critical in order for you to be effective in doing the work that we have to do for the city, and also stay focused on the common goal, which is improving the city that we have. So thank you all for sharing. As we move forward to the presentations and discussions, I want to establish a set of working agreements that we might agree to before moving forward, just again to make sure that we're effective today and also for tomorrow. The first is to be succinct. I will probably have to say that the last time. Be succinct and respectful of time. I do want you to look for what connects rather than divides. Often when you're representing so many different people and so many different perspectives, and that you have passion about and expertise and excellence in, a lot of you know this work, it's often to miss the big point, which is you're really on the same page. And at the end of the day, you all want the same thing. And so I'm going to challenge you today to look for those common threads as you discuss and as you listen intently. Look for those common threads and don't focus on the outcome so much. Focus on the process. Someone talked about the process. Because often if you kind of step back, you'll see ways in which you can align. But if you're focused on the end, if you already have the answer, then you're going to miss the points about connecting, relationship building, aligning on ways that we can make things better for the city. So let's focus on connect points and common threads today. And that leads also to common goals and shared values. Again, if we could slow down a little bit, you always find that you kind of want the same things. And so we're going to focus on common goals and shared values today. That means listening to understand instead of being understood. We'll bring a little Stephen Covey in today. Listen first, seek first to understand, then to be understood is always helpful in these types of discussions. And then accepting that two things can be true and coexist. So we want you to practice both and thinking today. It's not always either or. We're going to practice both and thinkings because this conversation today is about strategy and building, coming together and aligning. So we don't always have to leave with answers today. It is for listening, putting things on paper, agreeing on next steps. So I'm going to share those ahead. You think are specifically necessary based on your experiences that we want to add to these? So be succinct and respectful of time. Look for what connects rather than divides. Focus on common goals and shared values. Listen, seek first to understand, then to be understood. Listening intently. And practice both and thinking. Two things can be true. Anything else to add here?
I would add full participation, because we are a collective of various interests, various opportunities, various collective effort, because we have a diverse council, and that makes us stronger when everybody participates. So I'd like to say, be sure to express in a public way so that everybody can work towards one collective ending.
I would say I know we're not only focusing on outcomes or focus on process, but also understand that we're supposed to be taking insight and turning it into action. So at the end of the day, we want to make sure that whatever we come out of here with is actionable.
Very good, thank you. Anything else? Okay, we can certainly add to what we need to over the course of the day. And with that in mind, we'll move to the discussion around priorities.
So we're going to start off with our budget outlook.
Budget outlook, thank you.
Can't do anything without money and commitment on that. So
Very
let's
good.
start with that. Mr. Jones?
Yep. As Ryan makes his way up there, just a couple of things that's important. That the council will begin the budget workshops the first full week in February. You'll have another one in March and another one in April. And so we always do this. This is one of the, I guess, the staples of the annual strategy meeting is just to know how you ended the previous fiscal year, where we are in the current fiscal year, and what's the outlook going forward. So Ryan is going to set the tone, as the mayor has said earlier, to be succinct with their presentations, but it's very important for you to know where we are before you start with the budget workshops.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Ryan Bergman, I'm the budget director. I always use the retreat every year to remind everyone that I'm still on the Mayor Lyle's career path, from budget director all the way to mayor. Also want to say thank you to Julia. I have a great spot over there. I can see everybody. It's fantastic. All right, if we go to the next slide here. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about today, and to the manager's point, we will be very concise because we're going to spend a lot of time together the next 3 months, starting next week, in fact, is I'm going to talk about a number of topics. I'm going to start and end with some very good things, some good news, and in the middle I'm going to talk about some of the national trends and issues that are causing stresses in Charlotte, just like they're causing stresses elsewhere. If we go to the next slide. So one of the good news stories is the results of fiscal year 2022. We officially closed the year a few months ago. So this is the year that ended June of 2022. Happy to report that we have an overall surplus because we had a revenue surplus and we had a slight expenditure surplus. On the revenue side, the surplus is almost entirely due to sales tax performing better than expected. If you'll remember, back when we approved this budget, FY22, was May of 2021. We were coming off some of the worst winter of COVID. And so happy to report that sales tax did perform better. Overall, what does this mean to us? It means that when all the accounting work is done, when the 16% reserve that we're required is taken care of, we do end up with about $13 million that we're able to program in next year's budget. So key things on that, as you guys know, that's one-time revenue, so it needs to be used for one-time uses. I can tell you that in the past few years, we've averaged about $10 or $11 million on the surplus, so that's not terribly above normal, but in the past, we've been able to do investments in facilities to keep things out of our debt program. We've been able to do investments in technology, additional investments in housing, economic development, things of that nature. So as we go to the next slide here, typically during these, I would have all kinds of information I would report where I would look smart entirely because of my staff who is giving me all the information. So rather than me doing it, I'm going to let Dr. Indem Tazafor take a couple of slides here to kind of explain the economic picture.
Thank you, Ryan. So I think last week Ryan said, can you send me some slides so I could present to council? I was like, oh, sure. So when he looked at it, he was like, this is kind of bad news, so I'll have you do it. So you saw him do the revenues. He was like, oh, great, it's great news. We got surpluses in revenues, so I'll let you handle the bad news. I was like, that's fine, Ryan, I can do that. So, so just to put some things in perspective, over the past year, so I'm talking about 22, we saw inflation go from to a historic high of about 9.1%. That's like a 40-year high. But as of December, that number had slowed down to like 6.5%, which is good news. Talking about the labor market, we've seen, so even though we've seen these high inflation numbers, when it comes to like employment, we added about 4.5 million jobs in 2022. That's an average of about 375,000 jobs monthly. Coupled with that, I mean, the Federal Reserve has responded by raising interest rates. And so that's all good news, but what we're seeing is there are some warning signs we're seeing in the economy which we thought it would be good for us to present to you. So what I'm showing you is consumer spending going from January 20 to December of 2022. So you realize that as of January 2022, if you look at, so that's month-over-month growth in retail sales. So if you look at that data, you realize that So comparing February over January, we've always seen increases in consumer spending. But the last 2 months, that's November and December, we actually saw a decline, which is very worrying. We know consumption makes up about 70% of the US economy. So once we start seeing decreases, it's very worrying. Can we just move to the next slide? So so again, just saying we're seeing some warning signs. What I show here is the leading economic indicators. They're leading because they help to predict what's going to happen in the future in the economy. So what you see is a leading economic index. This is produced by the Conference Board. It's a think tank made up of fine economists, and you've probably heard of them. Every month you hear about, consumer confidence has gone down or consumer confidence is up. It's the Conference Board that usually does the surveys of consumers. So what you're looking at, the chart is a 6-month % change in that index. So in December, that index actually fell by 4.2%, which is very worrying. When it drops below -4%, again, today it's like 4.2%, -4.2%. It tells us, if you see the red dotted lines, once it drops below that point, it means a recession is coming. There's a high likelihood of a recession coming. So, if you see, as it dropped to -4.2% in December of 2022, usually based on the index, the way the index is constructed, we usually see a recession in the coming 7 months on average. Can move to the next slide. So just following up on that, the Wells Fargo Economics Group does a very fine job with predicting recessions. And so what you see is the probability model of a recession coming. And as of December, they had that probability of a recession happening in the next year. So basically, they're saying between January and December of this year, the probability of a recession happening is about 50%. So again, that's a very worrying sign, and it's one for us to consider. Next slide, please. Got it? Okay. So what you're looking here is a municipal cost index. This is constructed by the American City and County. And so the municipal cost index basically is just a measure of the cost of municipal services. And so if you look at the index, so the green line is the municipal cost index. The blue line is a CPI, which is basically the cost, basically measures the change in the cost of the price of goods and services consumers pay over time. And so the municipal cost index is just, so it brings 3 different indexes together. So the CPI, which you see over there, there's a cost of construction index, which measures the cost of like materials and goods used in construction. And then it also includes the producer price index, which is a wholesale price wholesalers pay for industrial commodities. So based on all of those 3 indexes, you realize it reached sometime around last year, it reached a high of more than almost above 12%. Again, CPI got to about 9.1%. Those have all been decreasing, but I just thought I'd put this cost to you so you understand how expensive the cost of doing business for the city is.
Thank you, Ndem. So as you look at this slide, think of the last 4 or 5 years as you see the municipal cost index in the 2 to 0 to 4% range, kind of that normalcy. And then think of our city operations that we're trying to run police and fire and solid waste. We were able to do things through there because of sales tax being better than expected and some other things. We're starting to get into some challenges as you have the 10 to 12% on top of each other. You will see at the very end there, as it starts to come down, we're optimistic that that means it's going to start to return to normalcy. But unless it goes negative, this is the new baseline that we'll be dealing with. So rather than talk about our general fund outlook on a bunch of different pages, this is everything summarized into one. You'll see on the revenue side that about $10 million, $10.5 million of property tax is very normal for us. The way our system works, which I'll talk about, allows for some consistency there. Sales tax, this is probably important. Indem is talking about preparing for a possible recession, but by no means do we have an outlook for any kind of a severe recession. That's something that we would adjust to as it happens. We still have sales tax growth that we're anticipating. It's just at a much more modest level than it would have been in the past. On the expenditure side, you can really see some of the inflationary national trends start to hit us in areas. Retirement system costs will be going up as pension systems underperform over the last year to 2 years. Healthcare cost increases. I don't think I have to spend any more time on that. But then you see at the top the inflationary contractual increases. Everything that we do which is external, whether it's supplies or contracts, just like everything else, that is going up as well. What you're left with is an outlook right now where 3.3% revenue growth can really only pay for the expenditure growth before we start talking about salary increases for employees, before we talk about any operating increases on the general fund side. So one more piece of good news, although it's a little bit early. I mentioned the salary increases in the last slide. Some of the salary actions that Council was able to do in FY23, the current budget that we're in, to stabilize our operations are starting to help in some of those areas. I won't read the left there, but as you remember, we focused quite a bit on our hourly employees, our operations employees, trying to make sure that we have enough employees to run operations. And you'll see, it's kind of hard to see, but the silver line, which is the hourly employees, and the green line, which is the salary general employees, you'll see have started to trend downwards after peaking last year. So we look at that as a good sign that our trajectory is good. On the police side, related to the presentation that Chief Jennings made last week, we're still dealing with a lot of the same issues with resignations being slightly up, but more importantly, retirements as we're going through kind of a bubble that we hope will stabilize in FY24 and beyond. So I know the question we typically get asked is, there's so much development in Charlotte, why would we have any issues whatsoever on the property tax side? So the way that our system works in North Carolina, this isn't a Charlotte thing, is once your home value is assessed, unless we change the tax rate, you will literally pay the same amount each year for things that are based on your assessed value. So that doesn't include the solid waste fee, which is a set fee, or the county recycling fee. But you'll see there's not inflation built into property taxes, so we're trying to take the same amount and do more each year. You can see that 96% of residential homeowners are actually paying the same bill this year as they did in FY20. Over on the right there, I'll just touch on revaluation. We're going to talk about this at depth at our April budget workshop when we have the most value. From a budget outlook side of things, on the expenditure side that we're dealing with, revaluation does not have an impact on us. City Council doesn't control the revaluation process. If it goes to a revenue neutral rate, it essentially means that you're just carrying on the same thing from FY20. It's essentially saying that the slice of the pie is drastically different, but the total pie is the same size, is the best way to describe it. So a lot of individual impacts, not an overall impact. One other thing that I'll mention is we do get property tax revenue growth. I think you saw 10.5 million on the other slide. What that is almost entirely new buildings, new construction, houses, businesses, and that actually does lead to some stresses. And I'm using fire as an example. It's the easiest example to understand the impact of growth on what we need to budget for. So Chief Chief Johnson will be coming in February. This was planned to be after, but he'll be talking about some of the same things. As we get growth in areas, we have to put some of our new property tax dollars to support handling that growth, running operations, building new fire stations, ladder companies in some of these areas to make sure that we meet our coverage. Yeah, sure.
Fire as an example, is there somewhere that we can see specifically for, thank you, babe, for new revenue versus new expenditure? You were talking about the cost of growth. Is there a number or somewhere we can refer to, not just for the fire example, but if we looked at fire, if we looked at water, if we looked at sewer, all those things that we can see for every dollar increase from new construction, this is the cost?
So on the general fund side, we might be able to produce something like that, but the new revenue that we get is just wrapped into our general fund budget each year. So any growth on the expenditure side is eating up any of the new revenue that we get. So sometimes it's salary increases, sometimes it's new positions. On the enterprise fund side, it can get a little bit more complicated, but we do have water coming for one of our budget workshops, and that's something we can kind of prepare them to talk about, if you'd like. So moving on to our CIP, and there's some construction-esque names, but what this really means is the orange there is materials cost for construction, and blue is the bid price for construction. So this is national non-residential construction. And so this is kind of an important point as you think about our CIP. You'll see that historically, you would have, just like everything else, more normal bid prices, 0 to 5% increases per year. But what we've seen over the last couple of years, as the cost of materials has gone up, the cost of bid prices on construction has increased fairly dramatically. Not a surprise to you guys. I know we've talked about this for housing and everything else. But the distinction I'm trying to make as we talk about our capital program, when you look on the right there, the way we try to do this, which we do think is the right way to do this, is we have a project that goes from feasibility, get it to 30% design, then we fund it when we have a pretty good idea of what the project is. But after that point, you still have getting to 100% design, you still have all of the real estate process, which can take a fairly significant amount of time. And so we may not go to bid on a project for a few years after we fund it. So why is that important right now? If we would have funded something in FY 20, 21, 19, there is no way that we could have anticipated the huge spike in bid prices. So when we talk next week around our CIP, we are going to have a number of projects for this very reason that are higher than we initially budgeted. So we'll have some work to do on the CIP side. Does that mean, though, that we are entering an area where shovel-ready projects, well, I guess the bid price doesn't react so positively to the downturn as it does the upturn, but should we expect those bid prices, this to be a friendly environment for shovel-ready projects in the next couple of years? So I guess what I would describe is good eye on the materials going down. There's a lag on the bid prices, but we would expect to see the bid price start to come down. But the key distinction is unless it goes below zero, it's not going to go down. It's going to be only a slight increase from where it is now. So we don't know how far it's going to go down, but we certainly think that the growth seems to have peaked, which is a victory in itself. So just getting us ready for next week, our CIP, this is not a bond year coming up in the budget. So we'll talk a little bit about long-term bonds, but our facilities program is really where the capital dollars would go. We did not fully program our facilities, which is what we call COPs, our certificates of participation debt, anticipating that we likely would need to use some of the capacity on some project issues on existing projects. And then for capacity that we are able to have, public safety facilities like fire that I mentioned, we have some operational equity issues that we need to work on, are some of the examples of the things that we'll likely talk about at the budget workshop next week. There is a lot on this slide, I recognize. What this is 24 through 28, the next three bonds as they're currently programmed. And again, none of these get approved next fiscal year. So we're actually 2 years from the next bond. But we had a $226 million steady state capacity, and we only programmed $188 million or so forth moving forward because there was so much uncertainty last year. Teresa Smith, our CFO, will talk at the budget workshop next week that the capacity is no longer $226 million. The cost of borrowing is more expensive. As material costs are up, our spend rate actually increases in our financial model. The good news is you'll still see that we are above what is already programmed. However, we will have to talk about some of that unprogrammed capacity being used for existing projects, which is what we'll do at the workshop next week. So ending on some, at least what I consider to be good news. Annually, we do try to compare ourselves in North Carolina to other local governments to make sure that we're providing reasonable service. You can see that our current city tax rate, and there's 13 cities here, all the cities in North Carolina bigger than 75,000, we're actually the second lowest. You will not get me to say the ones at the top, but the one below us is actually Cary, North Carolina, which is a totally different type of city. When you look at the right there, one other thing that we're proud of, and this council should be proud of for being kind of financially prepared with your what you've done, is we have not raised property taxes in 4 years. And as you can kind of see that with this system in North Carolina, where you're not getting inflation on your biggest property tax, on your biggest revenue base, you'll see that that's actually fairly unusual for the cities that are over 250,000. The one city that hasn't raised taxes either is actually Fayetteville. But one thing we're proud of, but I can always hear Mr. Driggs in my ear that this does not tell a complete story. This is just property tax. So we did try to take it one step further. And some of this stuff city council does not control. This is city tax rate, county tax rate, impact of local sales tax, solid waste fees, the average water and stormwater bill, trying to really collect the cost of local government in the area at our median assessed value and at our median household value. And what you'll see here is that we actually provide service at a very reasonable cost, especially when compared to our bigger cities, bigger urban areas in the state. The two cities that are below us are actually Asheville and Wilmington, and we're actually lower on what the city can control in those cases. But this is something we constantly track to make sure that we're in line with our competitors. So key themes from the presentation. We had some positive results from FY22. The way that our budget system works does help us kind of prepare for some of the shocks and stressors that we deal with. And then you did just see some of the comparative issues that I think we do fairly strongly at. But in the middle, there's a lot here that is really around national storylines. I use the word national multiple times because the cost of our construction, the cost of inflation, the staffing issues we're dealing with are really national stories that we're trying to work through. And then maybe the most important, because I know maybe I took up more time than I should, we're going to talk a lot. We have 3 more budget workshops. The next one's CIP. The one after is around operations and some more about staffing and economics. And the final one will be about revaluation and some of the staying in place programs and things of that nature. So with that, I will open it up for questions.
Ryan, can you go back to slide 14, please? So just want to raise a question. I think our last affordable housing conversation, we see that our funding model would not sustain us. And so you showing 2024, 2026, and 2028, $50 million for affordable housing bond. Can you show a scenario that if we increase that amount, what will be the impact on our budget? I think it'd be helpful for us as we try to get more creative, how we're going to solve our affordable housing financing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this scenario is simply the plan that was in the FY23 budget. No adjustments yet. Nothing changes until the year that council actually approves it. So FY25 would be the 2024 bond. We can certainly show you those scenarios.
I can tell you that the way it's structured now, other than maybe a few million of new capacity we'll end up with once we go through the workshop, anything added to housing is essentially coming from one of those other areas.
Okay, and so then it's a challenge of the council, when you say the other areas, to my bike, sidewalks, Vision Zero. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I guess the way I would approach this one, Mayor and Council, is that while you started off with the steady state, the top line at $226 million, and because of all the things Ryan said, that steady state has come down, because you had unprogrammed capacity, you didn't spend every dime that you had, that's enough to absorb some of these additional constraints. But you still have some funds that are unprogrammed. And so as we start to think about that capacity, that is the beginning of a discussion of how you would go about potentially changing what's planned over the next 3 bond cycles.
For one, if we're talking about increasing our trust fund or our housing investment, we need to understand that $50 million is $25 million a year, and at $60,000 a door, that's about 400 units. So I think we have a critical housing situation, but we don't have the capacity, based on our existing model, to just keep putting money into this and expect to make a big difference. The value of real estate in Charlotte is $140 billion. And we're spending $25 million. So I would expect that if we do want to increase our housing investment, we do so in the context of new thinking about how we put that money to work. First point. Second thing is, everything you've said here seems to be a justification for a tax increase, and we need to think in the context of the revaluation about how revaluation works, which is basically we get a new number as to what the property is worth in Charlotte, and then we do a calculation required by the state where we demonstrate what the tax rate would be that would cause proceeds from property tax to be the same as they were before, the revenue neutral rate. So I think the conversation is going to be around whether or not we actually reset to the revenue neutral rate or whether we reset to a higher rate, which would still be much lower than the rate before and would still have the effect of redistributing the burden of property taxes according to an updated valuation of the property, but nonetheless it represents an increase. I think there is a case for an increase based on the factors you've talked about, but I'm kind of wondering whether there is already any thinking about how much it will take in order to offset the effect of inflation and to respond to a couple of the issues that you've mentioned here.
So I wouldn't want to get ahead of council on these workshops. We worked on the workshop topics with the committee, and we're going to talk about a lot of these issues in a more detailed way to try to get feedback from City Council before we go too much further on what it might take, what we want to do. I think it's going to really depend on where council would like to go. To your first point, the revenue neutral rate we expect to be around 27 or 28 cents. Is that right? The way that things are now, not finalized yet. We're going to be working with the county on projected appeals. But the way you described it is correct in that that is the rate that we are receiving no extra revenue other than what would come from new buildings essentially in a typical year.
So that's about a 25% reduction in the nominal property tax rate from where we are now, corresponding to the increase in the value of the real estate, right? And that gets us to 27 cents with no change in revenue from property tax compared to what it would have been without the revaluation. And then the question from there is, do we know roughly what the new valuation is? Is it
yeah, it's 1 cent on the new valuation is close to 20 million.
Right. So basically, the new valuation of the property is 200 billion, right? And then each penny gets on the property tax, starting from a 27-cent base or so, gets us another 20 million in general fund proceeds.
Correct.
Thank you.
Ryan, I'd like to actually think about this in the way that as we talk about what's new and what's different, we've got goals for a lot of things. And so when you put all of those things together, as we talk through today, what we're trying to accomplish, and then thank you, 43% of small businesses are raising average selling price, 42% say inflation remains there. So what does that mean for our businesses? What does it mean for the actual programs that we have to support businesses? But one of the things that I think we need to have on our capital side, as well as perhaps some of our operational, if we take the other funding, it's not significant enough. So, but what is the federal funding for capital projects? What are those outlooks when you look at this? Is there going to be an opportunity from the Inflation Reduction Act to impact any one of these categories that would make a difference for us, and what will we have to do to get there? So I do think this discussion around priorities and what we want to see is really important in the context of the framework that you've given us today. And I thought the economic indicator analysis was really well done, so thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Building off of what the mayor mentioned and what Mr. Driggs was talking about, you know, a lot of these plans that we have to implement will be over the long term. And in order to do that, to implement these plans, we have to generate the revenue to pay for it. In the short term, right, one of the things that I saw throughout many different slides as you were talking, you mentioned the limited ability for the city of Charlotte to grow revenue, particularly with our steady state model, with the way we collect property taxes. You know, and Mr. Driggs said, it seemed like it was setting up for an increase, a tax increase. Well, I think one of the criticisms of just simply raising taxes to generate new revenue is that it's unsustainable, right? It's an unsustainable model. You can't, every time you need new revenue, raise the taxes, because that makes eventually your city or your place wherever you're taxing unlivable to certain people. And it changes the environment. A couple months ago, Mayor Lyles shared some studies that were done with the Republican National Convention Committee commission that was relied on insights from a spread of folks that basically said our current tax structure is insufficient for the long-term kind of growth that we as a state are dealing with. And from a local perspective, it really limits the ability for municipalities to generate the types of revenue to deal with that growth. So as we're thinking about, from a perspective of these long-term plans and not just fiscal year to fiscal year, how is the budget department kind of thinking about what tools we need, what tools that we need to be advocating for, and be part of these budget discussions? And Mr. Jones, if you need to jump in here, please do, to really deal with this growth, right? I know the hot potato is a sales tax, for mobility, but over the long term, we know that might not be by itself sufficient to pay for our needs. So how are we thinking about this, and how are we going to be talking about this from a council position as we try to do the work to implement these long-term plans?
So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I got to do something different. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think there's a couple things that are going on, and I hope these are the takeaways. One is that you've been great stewards of the resources that this community provides, and you've been able to do some wonderful things. Because we have the plans, and what I've been hearing today and over the years is don't have plans and just leave them on the shelf. It's now the time to think about how do you afford those plans. One of the things I will say is that as we go through the other presentations today, some of the other revenue sources will also be mentioned. So I would ask that if we could tie them together a bit, because that will help with some of your decision making, because there are different ways to provide relief to the CIP that isn't necessarily property tax. So I think you're thinking about it the right way, and I'm not trying to give you a no answer, but things will become clearer as we start to talk about mobility too.
Last question. How does in this inflationary period, in this kind of new period, I guess, or return to a time long ago, how does being in even though we're not in a bond cycle right now, what does our AAA kind of status buy us in terms of being able to navigate this kind of economic climate we're going into?
Well, I think that, first of all, I should have said this. Thank you, Ryan, and your team, and Teresa, thank you, and your team, for putting us in a position that we can have a conversation about having a AAA bond rating and going into some, I guess, uncharted territory. It's wonderful to be in a great financial position, and that speaks volumes to not just the bond market, but other businesses that like to be here. So I would say that it bodes well for us for us and you as decisions need to be made that we're in a strong position. And now what do we do next?
Just, again, I don't know where everyone stands on this, so I'll make just the way this was kind of forecasted to us. And I know we've been telegraphing for a while in different conversations the need for more revenue. One, when the county met the other day, it was stated that at a revenue neutral rate on its own, 85% of homeowners are going to see an increase on its own right now. That's substantially higher than numbers we've ever seen before. And in addition to that, those with the lowest costing homes are the ones who are going to get hit the most. So this is as close to the regressive nature of a sales tax that we've ever seen in a property tax right now. And that's putting aside the fact that we're heading into what many believe is a rough recession. So I just have to really emphasize on those merits alone, this is not the time for us to be, looking at our good positioning as a property tax level amongst others and saying, look, we could charge a little more. This is the time to say that's prepared our residents for the rough road ahead, particularly also with this revaluation and what's going to happen. And in addition to that, I'll just say, strategically speaking, another really important reason for us to tighten our belts right now. I've been spending a lot of time lately with the General Assembly leadership and other folks like Speaker Moore and others. They have touted beyond anything else their statewide accomplishments in reducing taxes. And that points also to what we do in the municipalities. We have a lot of items that we are preparing to bring forth in partnership with them this year. And this is not, if I had a nickel for every time I've heard them really talk about how important that is to them, we wouldn't need to do it at all. So I just want to really emphasize with the market that's coming up, we need to figure out how to tighten our belts, how to think about our taxpayers and what they're going to be going through, but then also prioritize and look at things like that little sliver right there that says congestion mitigation, right? Resurfacing compared to some of the larger dollar amounts. We have to start asking ourselves again, one, are we going to do something big? And two, when we measure that big, it has to be measured in the outcome of the lives that we change every single day. We are limited on what's going to happen in our impact on housing, just because the problem is so huge and throwing money at it is not the right thing. But what we can do around congestion mitigation with technology, resurfacing, expansion of our roads, things like that, that's real stuff. So I hope we don't lose context of that in these conversations.
Hey, Ryan, on 2026, the needed transportation projects, that's $66.7 million. Is that factor in the CIC or the Gateway Village projects?
No, that's the two road and intersection projects that we have. So the roads, Bryant Farms Road Phase 2 and Robinson Church Roads are the big things that start there.
Okay, thank you.
I think that was worthy of applause, certainly. Okay, so now we move to our priority discussion. What we like to do during this part is to actually lay the foundation and the framework for where your thoughts and priorities are and perspectives are as it relates to priorities for the city going forward. So we'd like to ask each of you to share your set of priorities. We will record those. We'll continue with the day and the other presentations, and then we'll come back to those at the end of the day.
Do we want to do a quick break first before we go into this?
You need a break?
Okay, quick break. So what is a quick break? It's 11:09.
I think if we could do 5 minutes,
Yeah.
Before we do a
10
quick
minutes,
break,
okay.
Wait a
We
minute.
have the Chancellor, and can she just?
Oh, where is, Chancellor Garber, sorry. I should have seen the green back there.
Oh, Chancellor,
obviously.
yes.
So, come on.
Hi, hello.
Chancellor, please come up. So good to see you, and welcome. I think,
Yes.
this is your city, you're part of the town, so
Thank you
I'm
for being
gonna
here.
turn it over to you, please.
Well, good morning, and thank you for being here. We are excited to have you, Mayor, council members. Thank you very much for being here. Welcome to UNC Charlotte, your public research university. We're excited to have you on campus and certainly to have you in this wonderful conference center and this wonderful hotel on campus. You probably know, as you're here, and hopefully you've had the chance to look around, 30,000 students on campus, just under 30,000 students. And I do want to point out just under 5,000 African-American students, just under 3,500 Latinx students. We are proud of the wonderful diversity that we do have on campus. And you all know that we graduate about 9,000 students a year, helping to fuel our region's economy. About 70%, 75% of those students stay in North Carolina. Just under that stay in Charlotte, and they're excited to be here. And quite honestly, we get students from across the state. 89% of our students are North Carolinians. They come to Charlotte because they want the opportunities that they have here. We're thrilled that obviously we have the connection with the light rail that brings them to Uptown. Our students come and want to do an internship and want to be in Uptown. So I share all of that. The other thing that I'll point out is we're a major research driver for this region. Our research has grown by 72% in the last 10 years, and we have put in our strategic plan that we want to move to being a top-tier research university. That helps economic development throughout this area. So we will continue to do that. We are one of the only top 20 students among many peers and competitors without a top-tier research university. We are close and we are pushing, and I've said this before, and I think I've even said it to the mayor, the closest top-tier research university to Charlotte is the University of South Carolina. That shouldn't be the case. We are that institution, and it is in our 10-year strategic plan to continue to push in that direction. I'm going to circle back to this conference center. Your unanimous vote for the resources and the investment in this conference center has delivered on its promise, bringing academic conferences and research symposiums to this area that were not coming previously. In 2022, we had 8 major academic conferences. We have 7 more contracted thus far for this calendar year. We include prestigious national conferences in topics like cybersecurity, AI, engineering, and we have brought researchers from across the country, including from the National Security Administration Agency, National Science Foundation, and we've co-sponsored conferences with universities like Georgia Tech. So I want to thank you for the investment, and we're thrilled that you're here. One other quick mention is, and I did see it in the Charlotte Business Journal when they were talking about the tech hub in the area of the Dubois Center in Uptown. We're excited about working with Center City Partners to try to flesh out what that might be, what that could look like, but certainly we want to help continue to drive economic development opportunities for this city. So thank you again for being here. We appreciate all that you do.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll meet back at 11:25.
welcome new companies, creating hundreds of new jobs, helping keep us among the fastest growing cities. And we kept our promise to our homegrown businesses with new grants and resources. We embraced new technologies to make Charlotteans' lives a little more fun and a little more secure. We rolled out new ways to get around El resplandor del Twin City nos mantiene como uno de los principales
thinking. Thank you, Lauren. Can you type as fast as you can write? Oh yeah, I think it's fine with that. I think it's fine with that. Okay.
Safe, equitable mobility. Now, the UDO and SMP will guarantee smart, responsible growth to keep Charlotte a jewel for years to come. Helping keep us among the fastest growing cities. And we kept our promise to our homegrown businesses with new grants and resources. Charlotte's Needs lives a little more fun and relaxed. And we rolled out new ways to get there. El resplandor del Twin City nos mantiene como uno de los principales destinos para miles y miles de nuestros residentes. Y nos mantuvimos fieles a quienes ayudan aquí levantando millones para viviendas asequibles a través del Fondo Fiduciario de Vivienda para garantizar que Charlotte siga siendo un hogar equitativo para todos.
And as our new council leads us into a new year, we still work to uphold standards of public service, always answering the call to action and always keeping Charlotte safer, cleaner, and brighter for now and in the future.
The previous 2 years felt like a storm still, frozen in time. But as 2022 shows, now it remains sustainable. There are sure to be surprises for you with balance. But we know now we are ready to navigate.
Yeah, she was saying, well, what I do want to do is that I want them to see that they're being heard. So whether she's typing and they see it or she's up here, I just wanted them to see that it's being captured somewhere. Well, she suggested that she could do it live online. She might type faster than she writes. Either way.
Mantuvimos nuestro compromiso con nuestro corredor de oportunidad, anunciando nuevas asociaciones, abriendo nuevos parques, abriendo nuevos caminos y nuevas oportunidades, mientras
Okay.
pero
Yeah, because I'm going to ask them to do a 3-sentence rule, and emotionally, it's good to say, because this says, okay, it's on the board now. You can go. So it's just for, it's more for. Yeah, let's see how. We won't get into wordsmithing and all that, but just to say, okay, we got it. Next. So that's.
principales destinos para miles y miles de nuevos residentes. Y nos mantuvimos fieles a quienes ya viven aquí, dedicando millones para viviendas asequibles a través del Fondo Fiduciario de Vivienda para garantizar que Charlotte siga siendo un hogar equitativo para todos.
And as our new council leads us into a new year, we still work to uphold standards of public service, always answering the call when it comes in, and always keeping Charlotte safer, cleaner, and brighter for now and in the future.
The previous 2 years felt like a standstill, frozen in time. But as 2022 showed us, now a new race is starting. There are sure to be surprise curves and uphill valleys, but we know now we are ready to navigate
Together as a team.
Team Charlotte. 2022, a year of new beginnings. After 2 years of battling an unprecedented pandemic, the city of Charlotte is alive again. Businesses reopening, students returning, life resuming to near normal, and we were there standing strong through all of the strife, standing ready to start again.
Mantuvimos nuestro compromiso con nuestros corredores de oportunidad, anunciando nuevas asociaciones, abriendo nuevos parques, abriendo nuevos caminos y nuevas oportunidades, mientras logramos el Eastland Mall, que ha desaparecido pero no olvidado hace mucho tiempo.
We focus on history and honoring the trailblazers before us with a new holiday, a new name unveiled to honor and enable
Thank you. And welcome back. We will move into our priorities discussion now. What we'd like to do is have each council member individually state their priorities for the coming year. I'm going to ask you to do that succinctly and offer up the 3-sentence rule for framework for sharing, which is 1, state what your priority is, simply state your priority, give another statement that says, provides a level of context, and then a third one that says why it matters, why it's important to the city of Charlotte. That's the framework. 1, just simply state the priority. My priority is mobility. Second is, it is so, provide some context, whatever the context is that you have for that being your priority. So this is each person speaking for him or herself. And the third is why it matters, why it's important to the city of Charlotte from your perspective. Make sense? Got it? Okay. No, list your priorities, your slate of priorities. To start the conversation, we'll list on the screen the current priorities for the city. They are broad and overreaching and not overreaching, broad and expansive. Overreaching is a bad word in government, isn't it? Expansive, and some of them are in process. Some of them are supported, some of them are not. That's the lay of the land, human nature. And so this is an opportunity for you to share. This is a strategy meeting. This is about strategy going forward. So this is an opportunity for you to share. Individually, I just ask you to focus on your own mat and speak for yourself. As you share, we will share individually and listen intently, please. We'll have an opportunity for clarifying questions after everyone is shared, and also obviously open the floor for discussion, healthy debate. We may or may not have enough information in the room. For some of you, if you have questions of staff, I'm sorry, just don't want to put the staff on the spot. If there anyone who's able to answer questions in the room, that's fine. If you cannot, it's fine to say that as well. At the end of this discussion, we'll have a simple exercise just to see where the alignment is on the priorities. It's not realistic that we all think alike, or we all care about the same things. We have common values that we shared, but we don't want to go down the path as the whole city on the data point of one or the perspective of one. Does that make sense? So we'll see where there's energy in the room, where there's passion, where there's commitment, where there's alignment, and those are the things that will move forward with further information investigation. Okay? And thank you. Here are our current priorities as a city, and we'd like to ask Councilmember Anderson to begin.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to stand up because I want to see everyone. I did not get the greatest seat in the house over here. The man that controls the budget did. First and foremost, I want to say I largely agree with these priorities, with affordable housing being number 1 and arts and culture being a clear third. But there's a pack in the middle that I think we need a different level of clarity of how important is it really and truly to the city, and what type of work are we doing. Personally, my 2 priorities are workforce that I'd like to add to this list or figure out how it's there is workforce development and the digital divide. The workforce development for 2 pieces, as I mentioned earlier, connecting people to opportunities now, today, but then building that pipeline for opportunities for the city that's in the future. I hope some of you have heard of the Wayne Gretzky rule. When they asked Wayne Gretzky, how did he become such an awesome hockey player, he said it's simple. I don't go to where the puck is, I skate to where the puck is going. Where the puck is going as it relates to jobs are more automated jobs that rely heavily on technology. And we need to build that pipeline so that we can attract those companies who have chosen to go to other parts of the state and other states because we're not skating to where the puck is going. So that's why workforce development in a two-pronged fashion is my priority that I'd like to add to this, in addition to addressing a digital divide.
Very good, thank you. Councilman Mitchell?
Thank you. So my top priority was affordable housing, corridors of opportunity, and I'd like to add two more, what I call small business. I think the city of Charlotte really need to be very intentional about funding startup small business. The county has an outstanding program, but I think for a long period of time, we used to be the player in that space. So very intentional about a small business startup access to capital program. I agree with the UDO in Charlotte 2040. And then I really think we need to be intentional about workforce, a new workforce development department. We need staff who focus on workforce development 24/7. It is a big, heavy lift for us, but we all talk about workforce development. And I want to remind everyone, when the Chatty report was revealed from Harvard, we finished 50 out of 50 for upward mobility. And I don't think as a city, we have made tremendous strides on that. So I think one of the solutions is having a dedicated workforce development program. And last but not least is mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mitchell. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. The number one priority that I have is the continued implementation of the comprehensive 2040 plan. I believe the 10 goals that are centered on there through using that equitable development framework really encapsulate all of the other priorities that we have. We're really talking about reimagining neighborhoods, turning a conglomerate of suburban settings into different types of urban settings centered around a very dense urban center city. That marries into this really priority 1A is advancing our mobility needs through lobbying and generating the funding necessary for implementing those mobility plans. How people move, how people and goods move within neighborhoods, to neighborhoods, and through neighborhoods are really at the center of changing Charlotte and really the way the American city looks. If we focus on that, we really look at the Robert Mosesification of what urban centers look like, what equitable cities and regions look like, and that should really be our priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Watlington, thank you.
Excuse me. So when I think about my priorities, it's really all under economic mobility. Workforce development, several of my colleagues have already said, absolutely, it's incredibly important, because if people cannot live here and work here, then who are we working for? We've seen with our growth and our development that we're seeing a shift in who can afford to stay in this community and who is pushed out, and we've got to figure out how to address that so that Charlotte is a place that people of all walks of life can live and remain. Of course, in terms of workforce development, we're building jobs for people to work in, but also jobs in terms of business. So business development falls under that economic mobility piece. And then when we talk about corridors of opportunity, for me, that encompasses economic mobility and it encompasses housing. As we think about how we grow and how we manage development in this city, we've got to think about what does that mean for people who live here today. And so I would add the smart development component.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Driggs.
As chair of the Transportation Planning Committee, my priorities are pretty strongly suggested, but I think transportation mobility is key. I'm not sure I even agree with the suggestion that it's secondary in any category because of the way mobility pervades everything, jobs, housing, even safety. So I believe we really have to make progress on mobility. We need to deal with the buses. We need to move the plan forward for our other modes of transit. And so that would probably be my top. UDO implementation is also critical. We need to get it right. So we have an idea for the UDO and for what we want to accomplish. We run the risk that it goes off in a couple of directions we didn't intend. For example, overloading our infrastructure and invading some of the more affordable neighborhoods instead of creating more of them. So I see that we have work to do there that's critical. And then I would also say jobs. I've been pushing very hard for an apprenticeship type of program. We need to promote the understanding that even though a high school diploma and then a college degree were the sort of aspiration for a lot of people because their parents didn't have those, it's not necessarily the best thing. And if we can teach people trades and give occupations, they can make very good money, have a lot of satisfaction, and not go to a college and then come out not having any marketable skills. So my three would be transportation, the UDO, and Higher Charlotte.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you. In 2019, I ran with 3 priorities, and they weren't just campaign speaking points, it's who I am. And that's equitable housing, strategic development, and public accountability. And what equitable housing means for me, yes, there's a focus on affordable housing, but that's a matter of where is that affordable housing. So location, in my opinion, still matters. So there was an example where I opposed affordable housing that was implanted in a single-family neighborhood. So there's responsibility in housing development. So for me, the priority is equitable housing. Yes, that's affordable housing. When we look at affordable housing, we have individuals who are on disability income, who are seniors, who only earn less than $800 or $900 a month. So we really, really need to take a look at the affordability of housing, but also in an equitable manner. Strategic development for me means smart development. Taking a look at the big picture and the cumulative impact on the neighborhoods. And I was just talking to Councilmember Graham and asked Tracy, can we pull vacancy reports for all of these apartments that we're building? Because if we're entering a recession, we really need to take a look at this and not just forget our priorities on zoning Mondays. So strategic development is very important, taking a look at the sidewalks and the infrastructure. And public accountability. We're stewards of public dollars. As Councilmember Mitchell always likes to say, public dollars are for public good. And I just believe in that, in transparency and effective and transparent governance. And so those are my continued priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Graham?
Thank you. My priorities are pretty much aligned to what's shown on the screen, and I'll emphasize a couple. One in particular is the corridors of opportunity. I think we made great strides the last year. I think there's a lot of work to be done, certainly along Freedom and Wilkinson, West Boulevard, Sugar Creek and North Tryon Street and others. So when I talk about it being a priority for me, it's a citywide priority. I think all these corridors are extremely important, and they all touch on things that we work on every day of sub-levels. For an example, business development, ATV, alternative to violence, in terms of a focus on public safety, a focus on workforce development in our Higher Charlotte program, I focus on minority business development, et cetera. And so the corridors of opportunity not only revitalize corridors, but it also revitalized the neighborhoods around it, which focused on our housing. And so by just tackling that one initiative, it really touches a lot of touch points throughout the city, things that we work on each and every day, from code enforcement issues to clean city issues, those type of things. So it really encompasses so much of what we do and so much of the emails we receive on a daily basis in terms of how do we create a community that's better tomorrow than it is today, one that's livable. And I think the corridor of opportunity and the public investment and the private investment goes a long way for that. Certainly, I think transportation is going to be, and mobility is going to be a priority for me this year as well. The manager has a big hire to make relatively soon in terms of transportation director, catch director, and I think that's going to really, and that's his hire, his decision, not ours, but certainly I'm watching it. It's important to me that position gets filled sooner than later. The bus system, for sure, we received a comprehensive report back in August, September of last year from the consultants that we really didn't spend a whole lot of time talking about. I think we need to, in reference to our bus system and how we can make it better with the new director, and then certainly how do we connect within the region from a public transportation perspective, and the mobility tax and the tax that we're all talking about. So certainly how we view transportation and the lens it has to the committee that I chair, economic development, is really critical. And certainly that would be my last bullet point as a priority is, again, those issues that we deal with from an economic development perspective, continue to focus on corporate relocations and working with others who are willing to make an investment in Charlotte and making sure there are win-win solutions for each and every one of us. Lastly, but certainly not least, and it goes back again to, I should have mentioned it a lot stronger during the quarters piece that I mentioned earlier, was just the workforce piece, right? That's really a part of what we're doing in the quarters, but throughout the city of Charlotte in terms of trying to identify key job opportunities for those who want it and need it. So I think the priorities that we have on the screen aligns to where I'm at, and those 2 or 3 that I highlight is extremely important as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you. I agree with some of the highlights that my colleague mentions, so I'm going to share. For me, when we look at where my priority lies in our opportunity with Hire Charlotte, and we look at workforce development, identifying a designated organization, business that can actually track not only the money we're putting into training, but also job placement. We have those out there with a Grow Charlotte priority. We don't always have to go outside to bring someone in to lead a program in our city. When we look at mobility, and specifically economic mobility, under our transformational mobility network, what does that transformation look like? I agree with my colleague. I'm not a fan of the language of affordable housing. Diverse price point housing is too long for some people. At the end of the day, what does it cost to live in the city? Because if our workers cannot afford to live, cannot afford transportation to get to work, we're going to have a challenge. So how do we tie in housing affordability into that conversation? It is done through our workforce development as well as our infrastructure development. So those top priorities for me fall into, when we look at that infrastructure and workplace, going back to my colleague, what does that apprenticeship look like? Having a designated business to oversee Hire Charlotte will help tie and connect those in. When we're looking at strategic development, that encompasses all 6. All 6 can fall under strategic development. It's a matter of us coming together and agreeing with 2 or 3 paths that align to get there, keeping the focus on community and not just those for relocation and new people coming to our city. How are we protecting our current residents who have been taxpayers and who are feeling the biggest crunch, and what that impact of economic mobility will look like? So we got Hire Charlotte, we got housing affordability, workforce development, strategic development / economic development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, so if you'll allow me, I would like to frame my thought process for just a second. I won't take too long. No, just. And the only reason why I'm going to say what I'm going to say is just to preface my statement with, I would like to lean on what you said initially about a both and, opportunity. And I think the most important thing to understand is, so recently on the East Side, we had an intergovernmental summit. So myself, Councilmember Anderson, and County Commissioner Jarrell, and School Board Member Stephanie Sneed, we asked the East Side community specifically what they would like to see as far as priorities were concerned for East Side residents.
Okay.
And they ranked those priorities based on what they found was important to them. So the needs based on what you see if you're living every day in East Charlotte is what they ranked it. And those top 3 from the East Side were affordable housing, transportation, and safe communities. Now that doesn't, hold on, because that's why I prefaced the statement.
Okay.
Because look, instructed by the diagram that you're giving me, how do because again, this is about taking information, synthesizing it, and figuring out where I can get the greatest return. I am a conduit, right? So the only thing that I see across the board where I can get all of those things in one is corridors of opportunity. And so, because they have a primary function that's actually connected to each of the areas of concern that were mentioned, and it wouldn't be, I assume, just for East Charlotteans, but the greater Charlotte community, right? So instructed by how we operate as a city and our functions, the greatest return would be based on the corridors of opportunity as a primary function, right? Secondary to that, to achieve what I need in order to be, the best servant to, my community members, obviously would be a toss-up between mobility and the Charlotte 2040 plan, right? Because they both have primary and secondary functions that are going to get me exactly what I need in order to provide service to the residents. Now, again, I'm adding the both and statement because I also feel like some of the items that we need to achieve are inextricable from one and the other. So kind of like what, Councilmember Mayfield was saying, higher Charlotte and even small business development are very important. How do you find out how much you can afford if you don't know what you make for a living, right? So I feel like housing and work are kind of inextricable, right? Because we're not, the people who need help, it's not that they're not going to work, it's that they're not able to make a living wage living in our city. So I feel like both and is kind of where I sit. So I'm trying to, and I've been sitting here trying to figure out how I achieve that. So based on your diagram, I would give you an answer, and based on my personal preference, I would give you another. So if you could, for me and my personal preference, I would actually like to put higher Charlotte and affordable housing side by side. Because again, I feel like those two deliverables are inextricable. As we continue to have the affordability conversation, we have to have concurrently the conversation about wages in our city and what that means, whether that's from a workforce perspective or whether that's from a small business perspective. And we have on the East Side entrepreneurs. Okay, so second thing I would add is corridors of opportunity, because that's what we need. And third, of course, the living document, the Charlotte 2040 and the UDO, we have to inevitably make changes and, progress on that document as it continues to unfold. And this year is going to be a major year in, living through what it looks like to have the implementation of the 2040 plan in the UDO.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Picard.
Well, I'd like to start by prefacing what I'm going to say with a preface.
No, but you leave me alone.
I will actually preface now. You got me in the preface mode.
Okay.
I want to draw something to our attention before I say what my top 3 are, which is 2 things. One, if you notice this list, aside from it being at a super high level, and it is the, what we're going to theoretically do, not how we're going to tactically go do something, which is dangerous in itself. I would just note that while I'm not opposed to the corridors of opportunity, you will notice one thing looks different than the others on that list. Everything else on that list is what we're going to do, except for corridors of opportunity, which is where we're going to do it. And I think that's dangerous because we should be a policy organization that figures out complex policies that
any of those topics or whatever is necessary is done, and you have to thread the needle so that if the corridors of opportunity are what we care about, it can't just be us in a silo. That's a deal-making, transactional, small thinking city. A big thinking city solves any one of those topics holistically at a policy level, and it impacts the corridors of opportunity in whatever way we need it to by the way we design it. So I think my first point is it's going to be just as important to decide what we're not going to do than what we are going to do if we're going to have any chances at success. And then secondly, how we're going to do that to get in the weeds, like letting staff walk away with your priority was affordable housing does nobody any good. We've been saying the same things there. We need to tell them how, like what is the measurable outcome? So my 3 items, there's a lot of things that I care about as a person, but I only care as we're talking about thinking big in what this council can do about 3 things in this order. And it's actionable, measurable achievements in 1, the future of work and preparing for it. 2, the future of moving people. And 3, the future of neighborhoods. And again, to get to the measurable piece, the future of work, the programs are the digital divide stuff that Renee's working on, Hire that Tracy has, connection to the CELC. It's the training programs, it's the companies we recruit, it's the jobs that are committed, and it's building that ecosystem around it. And I would like the measurable outcome to be, we take Charlotte measurably, looking at the Chetty study, from 50 to 1 in upward mobility. That should be a goal, a rally cry. We already have all the pieces. Your team's been working on it for a while. Let's now put it into action and connect the dots. 2, the future of moving people. And I really believe that there's a lot of ways we can go about it, and there's a lot of challenges in history, but at the end of the day, the measurable achievement for me is unlocking a transformational transportation investment in this community. And what is not a transformational investment is $300 or $400 million that keeps us doing the same things that we've been doing all this time. I think anything over $4 billion that is, again, aligned towards, is achievable and then aligned towards moving people is something that we would have achieved our outcome if we set that up. And then 3, the future of neighborhoods. It goes back to our infrastructure investment discussions that we've been having. All the pain points that we hear about on zoning nights from neighbors to why they don't want more density. We have to have more density. We have to. But we have to do our other part other than drop rocket fuel on growth with the UDO, which is invest in the infrastructure to make it livable around there. So I think the measurable outcome around that is, something like by 2030, we have created a measurement and then a level of acceptability in all of our neighborhoods where the investments that we care about, from stormwater to sewer to water to sidewalks to tree canopy to you name it, is achieved. And I put that 3rd, not because it probably should be 1st, to be honest, but it's taken us 5 years to even start talking about that. So I'll be realistic.
Very good, thank you.
So yeah, you just take that right there. That's the answer.
We're done now. Very good, thank you. Yes. Yes, Mayor. No.
Real quickly, I think your mic may still be on.
Council member, we're going to allow the mayor to go.
Huh?
We're going to allow the mayor.
Oh,
to go next.
yeah.
Thank you. I think that Mr. Bakari reminded me a couple of weeks ago, I was in a room with Eric Adams from New York City, and, he's pretty much like Tark, really bold and talks. So what did he said?
Sounds handsome.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. But basically he said, we're going to have a moonshot. And we're going to build 500,000 units of housing in New York City because they're in crises just like we are. So later on, you get to mingle with people. I ran into his housing director. I said, this moonshot, how are you doing it? Because we want a moonshot like that. He said, yeah, I'm going to start working on that tomorrow. So I'm very much grounded in the idea of moonshot. I understand. But I really believe that people elect us every 2 years. So we have to have the foundation for what we do as well as the vision for what can happen as we do this work. So I believe that the number one priority for me is actually mobility, because it equates to the idea that we can share our housing opportunities beyond our borders, that we can actually save households money, disposable income from a car, if we provide mass transit opportunities for them. And that I believe that I've not seen a really great city survive without an adequate mobility system, whether it be trains, buses. It's certainly not going to be cars if we're going to follow the existing plans that we have for clean air. So my number one is the mobility funding and the collaboration required to get it accomplished. And then the second thing is the jobs issue is absolutely essential. The reason that the Pearl, we're right now a fintech town. I expect that medicine and healthcare will take over the largest population. But if we don't know what the jobs are, so my actionable study would be over the next 2 years that we actually have a job study that connects and works with the employers in the city to calculate what the training opportunities are. Again, another collaboration, but absolutely essential to be done. And then I think the final thing that I would address with this is that when we are talking about housing, that if we can combine what the federal government is going to offer as opportunities for supporting affordable housing and mass transit together, those two initiatives together will make a real dent in what we can do with affordable housing. That if we can buy the right-of-way for a train, then we can also have development right next to that station. $3,000 to $5,000 to own a car in this city. Building that train will allow for density and help with our implementation of our UDO. So mobility, actionable items on the jobs, agreements and opportunity, and then the idea of affordable housing incorporated in our mobility funding to achieve the goal of having people live and work.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Wallace.
All right.
Ajmira.
Now,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira
Good
has
morning.
joined us.
Yes.
You know, Dimple, Ms. Ajmira, Councilmember Ajmira, I'm not quite sure if somebody's whispered in.
We've updated. Yes.
They got me up to speed.
Yes.
You're a quick study, so let's go.
But I have a great table here. Well, when it comes to priority, I think we got to make sure that people have a roof over their head, they have a quality job that pays them a livable wage, people can get from point A to point B in a reliable fashion that is also efficient, and we got to make sure that we provide a clean environment that includes quality of life, especially clean roads, infrastructure, and quality of life where people continue to see Charlotte as a magnet, where it continues to attract good-paying jobs and for residents that can live a quality life and raise a family here.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. I'll ask now if there are any clarifying questions. Thank you, Councilwoman Watlington. Sorry about that.
Thank you, no worries. I just wanted to follow up. As we listen around the room, and I think Bakari hit on it, I don't think there's a lot of dissonance, if you will, or disagreement in the what high level. I think what we're really hearing is a desire to go deeper into the how and be more specific about that. I like what the mayor said. She laid it out very clearly what she wants to invest in, and that I think gives folks an idea of, all right, do we want to invest in that? That's going to cost money. Do we want to sign up for that? I think that level of execution is the piece that really is the value add for this group. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about that from folks, because I think that's really where the rubber meets the road in terms of where our dollars are going to go.
We'll get to that point in terms of the how. Right now, I think it's really important to ground everyone on the higher level what, because we did have some new things surface here. So we want to make sure that there's passion around that and where the alignment is around those things. But you're exactly right in terms of next steps.
I would just add on, because I think you're spot on. That's fine. And
Absolutely.
you have a process here. But I would just say, if we if we never come back to that, and we're sitting in council a month from now, and we're presented, here were the results of what you wanted, and it was, you know, it was, as you can see, there were 85% of what the mayor just said I totally agree with, maybe 90%. But there was some things I heard that I did not agree with. And we're not going to hash that out maybe like this, but we can't skip that step. It's a very important step.
Absolutely. Very much agree with that.
Just an idea that I think that if you looked at all of this and you said, what is the how? And when does this how need to start and fund and come about as a reality? We have what we want to do, and we could put that down, but then we have to go back and try to figure out how does that all fit together in a plan that we've already talked about for our budget efforts, for all of the things that we've got. And, you know, sometimes we have to remember the commitments that we've already made. There are a number of organizations that rely on us and work with us regularly, and, you know, that flexibility of change. So there's discussion, I think, around the how, but it actually helps me more if it's a win, because the win often drives the how in our organization. So is it going to be in this upcoming budget? Is it going to be a plan, or is it, when does it actually take place? Because the how will depend on when we start some of this. And sometimes we'll start, and if we do the how and not the when, we're too late.
I think that's where some of the disconnect is as well, in terms of, okay, we all agree on 2040, but, well, that one's done, so we won't. That ship is sailed.
I think you'd be better off on the
Arts and affordable housing. Okay, arts and culture, everybody likes a picture.
Say affordable housing. Right.
There is surely one here that we all agree on, but with the affordable housing. But the disconnect obviously is going to be in the programmatic impact of that, right? How does that live within the city of Charlotte over the next 20, 30 years? So that has to be a phase 2 in order to make sure everybody's on the same page. But in this moment, we just need to get to this list so that people will have jobs to do. People will know what to do next year.
So when, I know Lauren was writing everything up there, but we obviously have, as I look at the list, I have turned back a couple of pages, but I wonder if there's a way to kind of look at the numbers and
We're gonna get there. Yep.
Okay.
We're gonna
All
get there. And yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think, you know, one of the working agreements about, which one is it? Basically finding the both ends is so important. And, you know, I just think that's what leadership really is, right? It's not that we compromise on any of our individual values, but how do we put something on the table, you know, where we can work on and push forward, because nobody's going to give up what they personally believe. That's kind of why we were all hired to do our jobs. So the idea of jobs and livability seems like such a key to what we do. And honestly, I guess I'll go my personal route a little bit. I get a little frustrated when we start talking about such a focus on the jobs of the future. That's kind of like no duh. Like that's, again, why Charlotte exists, right? Charlotte became a banking town because business innovated so much. You literally had people with barnyards full of money, and that money had to go somewhere, so they created banks here. And that's why we've continued to grow. We also know that while we do workforce development, those jobs of the future are really based in the educational system. And while we certainly should be working there, I don't know if that focus on the future is necessarily where we need to focus on. Because when we talk about affordable housing, those jobs aren't the ones that are going to make housing more affordable on scale. It's the jobs of today and the jobs of yesterday that we don't have. And that's where the intersection is. Like, how do you create jobs, for instance, that lead to housing being more, have enough carpenters, enough plumbers, enough steel workers. When we talk about mobility and how do we make best use of the revenue that we're going to need, it relates to those jobs that we don't have. When you hire crews from Kentucky and Ohio, and you have to pay for their meals and pay for their hotels on top of the wages, that's what makes building a sidewalk so much more expensive. So why should we not be focusing strictly on those places where our individual priorities, that we say, interconnect, because it's so clear that we have the interconnection?
That's a prime example of what this phase 2 discussion needs to be. So everyone agrees. I think everybody said workforce development. Your perspective is apprenticeships and really hiring people. There are lots of kids coming out of school. Trades are very important. There's another perspective around future. That's the phase 2 conversation. So what we have to do in this moment is agree on what are the priorities and where do we go to phase 2? What's worthy of a phase 2 conversation versus where is there only one person in the room has a strong enough passion about that, we won't advance that at this time, okay? I'll ask again if there are any other clarifying questions or comments, because we need about a 5-minute break.
So how many of these things are going to advance?
None, that's what we're going to go now. So let me just state again, what we're doing is taking everyone's perspective, and we're going to have an exercise in just a minute to visually see where some of the passion is and where the alignment is and start the conversation around alignment. So we'll go into the next phase of the conversation. We just need about a 5-minute break, if that's okay. So are you guys good?
So we're going to take time for her to prepare us so that we can sort this out. And where is their
5
support?
minutes?
5 minutes she
Yep.
needs. What, is it lunchtime? Well, working lunch is always good, so,
Thank
do you
you.
mind doing that?
No, please. I
Okay.
never know what time it is, so someone has to
I don't
stop me. I'll just keep going. So thank you.
12:30, let's take a working lunch and be prepared to hear how we're going to sort this out
That's
afterwards.
perfect. Thank you. idea what this is. I don't think I need this, right? Oh, the clicker for me. Okay. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. Thank you all for working during your lunch. Great discussions, and you actually voted. So the next step in the process is to take a look at the priorities, which were here along with the initiative. So all of these here were represented on the posters, along with some that were new that were added in the room. And you each had the opportunity to vote on them. So thank you, council members. They've already voted. And so we can actually see visually where there's more energy and passion around some of the initiatives. And we had a few no's too that we should address, since each of these are on the current slate of priorities, and that will be a drastic change for some of them. And so we want to first just address those that have the most passion. So affordable housing, corridors of opportunity, Higher Charlotte are the top 3 votes from the council. And so affordable housing, so if you literally just look at the number of stickies, right? Oh, okay, good. I'm sorry, you guys can't see those over there, can you? Let me look. All right. Mayor, did you have a comment?
I do want to say that I think that the idea of corridors of opportunity that Mr. Bakari addressed is a good one, except I think that we have to be very firm in our commitment of location of where we are trying to correct some of our history. And so I just wanted you to know, I don't disagree that if we got everything right, but we've got to repair.
Yeah.
Instead of, it's not a virgin kind of place. So that's why I really believe that if we can do this successfully, we might have leveled the playing field a little bit more.
And just to follow up on that, Victoria came over here and we had a chat afterwards, and I think it was a really good one because it further refined the point I was trying to make. It's not that I was saying it's not important or it's not something we prioritize. It just feels out of place next to a bunch of what's that there's a where. And my concern is when there's a where next to a bunch of what's, it becomes a focal area of staff and a subset of staff. And now we've got 2 groups of people, one working on, potentially working on the same thing, but one's working at a microcosm in these areas and another's working at a policy level. So Victoria actually had an idea that I thought made a lot of sense. You know, I fought against the equity framework because I didn't believe it was the actual framework. Perhaps instead of it being a element here of the rows, the corridor really becomes the first practical piece of the equity framework. So then you're using a lens on any of the topics we're doing to make sure, in this case, the corridors are included and are part of it, but we're only having one view, one vision across the city for each of the major topics. We're just making sure we're applying them in those corridors with the right emphasis.
That makes a lot of sense. I think that sometimes we communicate and engage people in something and try to keep people there. But I think what we do internally is our choice. And how do we get the best implementation? So I know that there's a cross-sectional team that works on these right now. Might be worth diving into and saying, is that the right model for what we're doing and how does it work? And when we talk about sometimes our metrics, we need to start establishing some of those for the teams that are doing this work.
Very good. Good.
Understanding that's generally all of us.
But that did make the top priority list, didn't it? The top 3.
Affordable housing, corridors,
Okay.
and Higher Charlotte.
Okay.
Workforce development.
Okay.
Workforce development. Those are the top 3. I'll ask now if there are any other questions, comments, or clarifying points around the top 3.
No, I just
Councilmember Anderson.
I just want to, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we'll recognize Councilmember Anderson
That's
and then.
fine.
Thank you. I'd like for us to have a conversation, a clarification conversation around Higher Charlotte equaling workforce development, because at least when I think of workforce development and the conversations that we've had, it's more exhaustive than what I believe exists in Higher Charlotte. So I'm wondering if anyone else is, sort of struggling with that equation there, and how we can be more pronounced about what our priorities as it relates to workforce development really and truly should be.
So maybe I'll chime in just from my perspective on that. I think there are two things we need to be real clear on as a group with this. One is Higher Charlotte is the overall umbrella that goes into and connects all of anyone who has anything to do with workforce training providers, and connects everyone in the private sector and the nonprofit sector, and has all those capabilities here. And then they go partner with all of the job providers. And they have business plans and things. They say, what do you need? To what the mayor said earlier, there's an analysis of the jobs that are necessary, and they connect the dots there. So to me, that's all encompassing. Now, if there's a second bucket where people are saying the city of Charlotte should also get into being a workforce provider, I think that's a bad idea. And if you're saying it's more encompassing to go do those things, I've always been of the mindset that going and doing those things isn't necessary. There's tons of people that do them. It's about facilitating them, structuring around them, and most importantly, getting the job commitments. So that's how I best describe it. And I think that if we are not going to get in the business of being a workforce provider ourselves, Higher covers everything. If we want to get in the workforce providing industry, I think we have to have a deep discussion on why we would do that.
I'm not saying that we would get in. I've not made any assumptions, right? What I'm trying to do is get a level of understanding around really what's in Higher, because quite often I hear us say Higher as everything, and effectively that doesn't really amount to much, because we're throwing so much under the guise of Higher, like it's this huge umbrella that's going to cover everything. Is it an ecosystem? Are there connectors? Like, it's not clear to me, and I might be the only one that is not clear to, but it's not clear to me how that is a direct driver of workforce development. So I would just like us to have a conversation about that without assumptions.
Thank you for clarifying your point. Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor Work.
I have, I guess a similar question, as Ms. Anderson. I know Higher Charlotte has been a kind of iterative process. There's a lot of people involved and engaged, and I know we're trying to, it's supposed to be a North Star and all of this, but, I don't really know how to explain, what do you tell the person on the street who needs to find a job? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is Higher, how do you go and explain to them what that means? Really, when I think of workforce development, I think there are maybe a couple different directions. How do you get people connected to jobs right now? And then, or if people aren't able to be placed with jobs, how do you get them into the position to be in a workforce? And I don't know if what we're doing with Higher Charlotte really translates to that person on the street. It might translate, kind of theoretically and and philosophically to the people involved in it that are putting it together, but I don't know how it works to the person on the street.
So is it safe to say that if I were to rephrase a little bit, it sounds like there's not a question or not about whether or not workforce development should be in Higher Charlotte. It's more about advancing and prioritizing workforce development as a part of Higher Charlotte? So there's not an issue with it being under the umbrella?
It sounds like there's a basic level of ramping up that some folks may need to do around what it is before we can have a conversation.
Okay. Yes, please recognize. We're going to go to Councilmember Driggs and then Maywan.
Thank you. We talked in committee a number of times about the fact that the work that has been done, which is basically research, data gathering, identifying where the needs are in the market, where the availability is, recognizing that they don't align very well. And then we have created a portal that people can access. But I think what we talked about in committee was we need to kind of get closer to where people are and engage with them and not expect that if we put a website up that they're going to go there and avail themselves of all of the opportunities. So having been on the board at Goodwill for 9 years and having talked to Charlotte Works, I can see existing models for working with people, a wrap of services, training, job placement, and a program where people can work and learn and get paid and then have a job when they're done. I think we need to try to expand that process. And the outcome is you have a person who can support themselves and their quality of life is better than just from receiving a subsidy of some kind. So when I've advocated for more investment in Hire Charlotte, I think the thought I have is that we have like employment opportunity centers, or we have ways in which the city can actually talk to somebody who isn't qualified to work, doesn't know why, doesn't know what to do, and say, okay, you know, let's take a little inventory of your assets, think about what you need to work on. We heard that soft skills, for example, are often a big problem. So how do we get people from a place where they can't get the job they want to being qualified for that job?
Very good. Ms. Dotson, may I ask you just to give us a high-level summary of Hire Charlotte, just to baseline everyone?
So if everybody will go back to kind of what we talked about 2 weeks ago in the Housing and Jobs Summit, there were 5 things that came out of Hire Charlotte. And the first one was, as Councilmember Driggs said, the one-stop portal, if we, for lack of a better way of putting it. We heard you when we brought that about meet people where they are, and so now a lot of the work that we are doing is how do we integrate meeting people specifically in corridors that are job seekers, similar to how the digital platform that we would have with the portal that we've talked about. So that was one. The second one was targeted and industry-specific hard skill training. The third one, and that's where the apprenticeships can come into. And then the third one was soft skill training, as Councilmember Driggs just alluded to. The other one that we had in there was the target industry business, where we're working with our partners to be very strategic about the businesses that we're recruiting and making sure we have a pipeline that of local talent to start to fill those jobs as we're recruiting them, and how those two things can work together. Not just on the life sciences side, but we need to do the same thing in financial services, tech, and so on, and some of our other target industries. So actually what we have planned is that next week in the ED committee, we were going to come forward with all of our requests for the ARPA funding for the second tranche, which hits on all of those things that I just mentioned. In total, there's some for small business and there's some for corridor, but in total that's the $16 million. That was to implement those goals that came out of Hire.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Johnson, I'm sorry. Are you good? Okay. Ms. Mayfield raised her hand 15 minutes ago. Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. I just wanted some clarification on the Hire Charlotte priorities. I know when I was on the ED committee, I really advocated for justice-involved individuals, and we had made some progress on that. And then during the Housing and Jobs Summit, I feel like that they were kind of out of the, specifically not listed in the plan. So if you can give me an update on if we are capturing information about justice-involved individuals, and if there are any programs that we are developing to target them, since they are our most some of our most hardest to serve as far as employment.
So as we work with partners to build out some of these training and development programs, we would have a focus of how do we bring them in. We're not necessarily talking about building a specific program for them. Part of why we did hire was because we got a lot of requests about create a program for this or create a program for that, and we tried to step back with the ecosystem and say, what is it that this community needs, what type of trainings, and really get united behind that strategy. So it's, as I've always said, Councilmember Johnson, it's a piece of it, but you're not going to see it pulled out as its own set aside initiative necessarily. We have that lens when we think about the targeted industries, when we think about the soft skills, how do we serve that subset within that?
Thank you. But that is a piece that we really need to look at through an equitable lens. I know that, we hope to capture them as we're developing programs, but they are intentionally excluded from so many opportunities that we need to be intentional about developing resources for them.
Thank you. Thank you. May I recognize Councilmember Mayfield, Graham, and then Watlington?
So mine was a question, at which it seems like it's starting to happen. For Higher Charlotte, I was just wondering if we were going to have a space to have more conversation, but it seems like the questions and the conversation is starting. If you go to the website, we don't even have updated information. It's a committee. One of the reasons I'm in support of it is for us to have a set-aside space to have real conversation of outside of a steering committee and a project team. We have an opportunity to have this program actually managed where we're tracking the training we're already doing. To my knowledge, and staff can tell me later if this is inaccurate, we're not necessarily tracking what we're putting in investment. So if I receive training through Goodwill, through Urban League, through whichever partner, you're not tracking how much that total investment is going into me. If I'm placed with a job, let's just say it's $82,000 that has been paid out in my training. The job I'm connected to is paying me $47 to $52. Versus having continuous conversations of these are the new jobs, what are the jobs we currently have on the ground. There are some jobs that right now need filling that are a 6, 12, 15-week program that very well can put you in a completely different tax bracket where you can come out of that training, get connected, and be making 60, 70, 80,000.
Very good.
That's, in my mind, what I think of when we talk about Higher Charlotte and creating the opportunity for a company that's actually doing that placement and that can run the algorithm to track your training to your employment, to your growth in that employment.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Graham?
Thank you very much. I personally sat quiet and listened to the discussion because certainly the Higher Jobs initiative and how we seek to employ and connect individuals in our community, individuals who are looking for a job and employers who are seeking employees is part of the major fabric of what we're trying to do under Higher Charlotte. I think the discussion at the Housing Summit kind of clearly outlined the direction that we're headed to. I know there have been a number of council presentations thus far. And as the director of the ED has indicated, on our agenda moving forward are a number of the same items for funding that I'm hearing being discussed today. And so I think we're implementing or beginning to fund some of those very same initiatives, whether it's specifically targeting hard skills training and development, the apprenticeship program, soft skills, modular and curriculum, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we're walking down that path. Certainly, again, there is no microwave solution in government, so we're not going to push a button and we're going to be done with this tomorrow. It will take some time. We are tracking, the city should be tracking in terms of what we're investing in and the return of those investments with other community partners. There's a wide variety of nonprofit organizations that are operating in this space has committed to work with us to strengthen, to enhance, and to help make stronger within the Higher Charlotte program where it needs to be, right? So there's a lot of community support. And we have a great case study out there with the Pearl that takes into consideration a lot of what we're saying in terms of certification programs, how do we identify major corporations who will be coming into the Pearl looking for unskilled workers, many of which don't even need a college degree, but some type of certification program. How do they connect so that all these companies who will be a part of this innovation district know how to plug in to identify employees, and employees can identify the new employers who are trying to moving into our community. So I hope that we would just kind of have the patience of a marathon runner in reference to what we're trying to do around jobs versus the outcome of a sprinter. It's going to take some time. I think no one is suggesting that it is done, right? I think we're all open to make it better. And so I hope the discussion is how do we make it better? How do we make sure that the $16 million, hopefully that you guys will support, is geared in the right direction and that they're outcome focused and that we're targeting and tracking what we're doing. But I think based on where I sit and I see it, I think we're all talking the same thing, different love languages maybe, but I think the same direction is where we want to go. So I hope that we're not having a nuanced conversation based on terminology and words, but I think the strategic direction is where everybody want to go. We want to help people get jobs, whether they need a certificate program, GED, those who are formerly incarcerated, where do they go? Also, we made an intentional point about ensuring that everyone doesn't have to go to a portal to submit an application, that we're working on these corridors to ensure that they can go on West Boulevard or somewhere on Batesford Road to a community-based organization where they can formally apply for a job, right? Like I did back in the 70s, right? When you actually walked in somebody's office, you gave them your resume, you looked them in the eye and say, hey, I'm here because I need a job. And so we're trying to do it both ways in terms of from a very sophisticated manner where you just go to the portal, put your resume in, and also working with those on the ground, those in our corridors to ensure that people who need a little bit of help, a little bit of push, a little bit of furniture polish, right, to get them ready for the job, get what they need in our communities on our corridors. So I think we're headed in the right direction. I hope that the council members will have a little bit of patience.
Thank you. Councilmember Watlington?
Thank you. I think as I listen to the conversation, two things come to mind, and I think you hit on a little bit when you talked about patience, Councilmember Graham. I think about what the mayor said earlier in regards to when, and that key question. I think there's the long-term strategy that is kind of building from the ground up, and what I'm hearing with the Pearl, and I'm hearing the urgency of now for the people who are in our corridors and across our city that are in need of a way or a means to counteract some of the things that we see in our city. And so to the extent that we'll have an additional conversation today or tomorrow about this, or if it's in the ED committee, I think arm us with what we need to understand so that as we're having conversations with our residents, that we know what looks different because Higher Charlotte is happening, right? Because there's the component of, all right, this is what's coming, but if those people are pushed out of the city before that shows up, they don't care, right? So it's a both and, for sure.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Mitchell?
Ms. Watlington stole some of my thunder. Ms. Arnold, we'll go back to your flip chart, though. You said we need to think a way of and. And so when I brought up workforce development, I'm thinking about that tailored focus on the Chatty report, that we were 50 out of 50. We need to have a laser focus for Charlotte to move out of the bottom and toward maybe the top 10. And I do think, Councilman Anderson said it well too, we need to meet our residents where they are and really prepare them for the jobs of today, as well as Councilman Mayor Pro Tem say in the future. And so my workforce development vision is different from Higher Charlotte. I think they could coexist, but we need laser focus on how do we address those who want to live in our city and they need job skills, preparation, and those people skills that sometimes holds them back.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
To get to to improve our position on that cherry list, as Mr. Mitchell, refers to. I agree with that. Like that's an outcome, right? That we can get staff to work towards, and and which is why I think we have to define more of those specific outcomes, rather than just say workforce development. Honestly, as Ms. Johnson was talking about, right? Working with certain populations, for instance, we can tell staff to work on that, and they can work towards these goals. We can set goals. We can say, we want to be in the top 10 city for people being reintroduced into society, of getting a job within 3 years, or on a career path within 3 years, or we want to be the center of in America for Black entrepreneurship, or we want to be a fintech place, right? Like, I think we need to, our role in Hire Charlotte or whatever it is around workforce development has to be defined. And sometimes I think we're just talking way too broadly. When I first got elected on council, was it Project Peace, right? Because we were looking to do some of those trades, right? And we started with HVAC, but somehow we never kept going on there. I think all we really have is the HVAC program. But that's all we have. We didn't
We have renewable fiber optics construction.
But what has been the outcome of it? Like, what is the and I think that's what we really should be focusing on, those outcomes.
Very good. Thank you. Mayor? Can you? Marcus? Mayor, is your mic on? May I interrupt? Your mic on? Thank you.
Turned it off. Okay. As I said, the city at one time had a program, a jobs program. It was called Manpower, and it was funded by the federal government. And several of those agencies that were funded then still exist today. The issue is you have models for this, and the city, the ED committee is looking at a model for it that is a collaborative model, taking people that currently provide this service and trying to push that back out where people are, and getting this access. Access is absolutely important. But I wonder how we are going to draw out a map of this and say what we've got and what we need. And I think that if at the job summit I can recall, we had people talk about what their current roles were, but I don't know that we've had the conversation that we have had about what model works best for our city, and whether or not this model that we currently have, which is a reliance upon agencies that are providing this training. I worry about the idea of creating another city department that would actually do this kind of training. It's really something that needs some analytics data that we need to have to figure out what works best for the population that we're in. So I like the urgency issue, because these things don't take place. We started a conversation with Atrium and Central Piedmont on LPNs 2 years ago, and nothing happened except we talked about how to collaborate. So something's got to push this a little bit harder. Somebody's got to feel like there's a sense of urgency about it. I think I heard Councilmember Graham feel that way. I've heard it in other voices. But at some point, the council has to approve the model that works best for the city. And we've all got individual experiences, but what's going to work best collectively, particularly in our corridors, particularly for the job and analytics that we need to do. And I wonder who feels the ownership for that. I mean, we all have work that we need to do, but we have to have, and I think that's not right now in the Economic Development Committee, to take these voices about, meeting people where they are, having the target at what's the best way to organize, because this isn't something that we do. this is being done by our private sector, our nonprofit sector. So how do we build those relationships, and what model do we have for it?
Mayor Pro Tem?
To that point, I mean, isn't that part of what, like, neighborhood building is? Like, and what part of the goals of the 2040 plan that calls for this? Like, go back to, Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, right? Who are the people in your neighborhood, right? You go and learn about all the jobs that make up a neighborhood, and then you figure out how to get them there. So, I don't...
What are the 5,000? How many radiologists are in that? How many LPNs are in it? How many RNs are in it? It's a little bit, I grew up on the street with a barber shop, the restaurant guy, the post office guy, but that's not the world we live in today with analytics. We have the ability to do analytics.
But that's the problem. Those jobs aren't there, and they
5,000 of the jobs for the Pearl only require, is it half of that 5,000 jobs, 2,500, require an associate's degree? Those jobs are there. But if we don't have Central Piedmont teaching the skills, and I'm going to go to your point on contracting jobs. If the electrical association decides to do the training, we have to have an agreement with them to collaborate to do that. We have to figure out a way to get people in those jobs. So I think those jobs are out there. The question is, how do we get people in them? And we're struggling with that right now.
One of those things I will say, just in having met with some of the folks over at Goodwill and Rock and some of our larger commercial contractors, is the curriculum. Like, they are training, God bless them, they can go work for, they can go work for residential, for instance, HVAC companies. But if you're trying to hire people to work on a contract at the airport or at CPCC, the skill set that is required for those contractors is a different skill set than the residential piece. So I do think there's some work to be done in terms of the curriculum and actually matching that up to what employers are in need of.
I agree with you. I think Central Piedmont and our trades industry are key to doing both of those things.
Trade
but you
unions.
have to have an agreement with them, and you have to have a lot more than what we're talking about right now. But I guess what I'm saying, who is economic development going to own this and push it out with a sense of urgency?
Well, I think there's a committee meeting next week where we're going to be discussing these exact items, and with an appropriation to go along with it to kind of pay for it, and setting a strategic direction based on a lot of the conversation I've been hearing this morning. So I think we're moving in that direction with urgency as early as next week. And what we're voting on is not different from what we're hearing or talking today. So I hope that, again,
That's great confirmation. Thank you. And Councilmember Bakari, I'll ask for your final comments, and then we'll move on.
I think the problem is we've had the range of interest in this has varied, where we've got a lot of topics. Some people have been in the weeds of it. Some people are hearing about some of it for the first or second time. So I think first step is for us to all, if we're coming out of here with this as a top priority, let's all get up to speed of where we are and what's happening. Now, with that though, what hit me is I both completely agree with what Malcolm has said, but also with what Smudgy has said over here. And I think there's a lot of little things and work behind the scenes, but we haven't all come out and grasped and got our minds around what's the big vision, the big needle moving thing we're going to do. And I really believe that, again, goes back to a measurement of upward mobility. So you go back to the Chetty study. I'll make sure that Councilman Mitchell hears this, because this is coming back exactly from what you said. What I've been working on the side, and then just keeping my fingers on the tabs of what Tracy's team, what Renee's team is doing in the digital divide, we have a chance to take Charlotte from 50 to 1 in upward mobility inside the next 5 to 6 years through these programs. I truly believe that. And it starts with digging into the Chetty study and measuring where it is. So we know that it's the percentage chance a child goes from the bottom quintile to the top. And right now, Charlotte,
50 out of 50, not now, but the same time as when it was started, 4.38%. That's the odds that our bottom quintile 18-year-old in this community makes it to the top quintile. 10.83% is the number one city. That's Salt Lake City, Utah. So they're not great, but they're better than us by a stretch. But nobody's great at this. I think that's an important part. But if we then break it down and say $24,000 a year is the average household income of that bottom quintile, and then we say there are 12,000 at any given point right now, 18-year-olds in Charlotte, we need to start thinking about each year as a cohort of the kids that are coming out in the bottom quintile holistically. And then we say, of those 12,000 18-year-olds, 2,400 are roughly in the bottom quintile. So our universe of focus is 2,400, and then that means that we're ultimately going to try to surpass that 10.8% as our goal, which is we need to beat 260 of them every single year that we track every year, and whether they're going into tech training or they're going into HVAC training or whatever it is, the point is we're going to create all the programs that at least 260 every year that we're going to track are on a path to go from what their household income was of 24K up to the top quintile one of 110K. And if we do that, that 240, that's 260 is a very achievable number over 5 years, every year. If we do that over 5 years, every year, we will have reverse engineered the Chetty study, and we will be number one. So the point is, let's get behind something we can measure, and then fill in the blanks with all the great work everyone's doing, and continue to measure the outcome so that the world takes notice that, oh my gosh, what have they done in Charlotte? They just changed the whole model. That's, I really firmly believe, and trust me, like, look, I sit in this space every single day. I understand this space far better than most. This is not that far beyond what we could achieve.
Thank you. In summary around this particular priority, it sounds like there are many common threads there. One is obviously Hire Charlotte is an umbrella. It covers a lot of the important points that have been discussed today. There is a need for a sense of urgency. There is a need to clarify and refine some of the major points, initiatives, and programs. There's a meeting next week to address the set of recommendations that is coming forward out of ED. And then in addition to that, we've heard that there needs to be a lighthouse, a goal. What are the overarching goals? Certainly none of us felt good about being 50 out of 50. So hopefully your numbers are good. And but there you go. It will be great to be number one. So there's a lot of great energy around it. There are a lot of common threads that we heard today from each of you in different ways around a sense of urgency around this, goals, analytics, and really having some KPIs and success metrics to say, how are these initiatives making a difference and how are we measuring them and what does success look like? One last comment and then we'll move on. Councilmember Watlington.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Not for nothing, the Chetty study was not just about jobs, right?
That's right.
When you look at intergenerational mobility and you look at what did my parents make at age 30 in 1996 versus what I'm making at age 30 in 2012, a lot of what we saw in the Chetty study was due to the structure of the household. We know that African-American female single head of household is disproportionately larger than any other race and any other demographic group. That as a component. So as we talk about how do we invest in our neighborhoods, how do we partner with the county on some of those services, that has to be a part of it, because a lot of when we see a wage gap, it's because there are two people in this household that are earning dollars versus one person in this household earning dollars. So if we're going to talk about the Chetty study and the numbers and how they really were put together, we've got to dig deeper because there are some other societal things that are impacted.
Absolutely. And there are a lot of people in this room smarter about it than me, but I do remember that zip codes matter as well. So as you think about affordable housing and some of the conversations around that, I think that's really important in terms of changing the environment of the households.
And just to reiterate, I totally agree. My point wasn't to say, here's the answer. It was to say, here's an example of how we measure it, and then it's going to take all of those things, but once we do it, then we all get lockstep to say, row in the same direction, and that's where the vision meets the tactics that are underneath the hood of Charlotte Hire, of Digital Divide,
of all the different efforts that are going on.
Yep, no, I'm totally on board. I was adding to, not negating what you were saying. The other thing I'll add too about the zip codes, only 5% of neighborhoods where black boys live have both good schools and a high quality or a high number of male mentors. So that's another piece that may not sit within us. My point is that we've got to look intergovernmentally.
Absolutely. Very good. Great point. Great point. Great point. Yes, Mr. Jones.
So, thank you. These are the council priorities, and maybe this is for later today or maybe tomorrow. From a staff perspective, I'm not sure what those 4 notepads mean in terms of, did something get added? Did something get dropped off?
Yep.
Because I know the budget office is going to ask me that tomorrow. And I don't need to do it now, but I just don't, I'm not sure if, arts and culture with 3 stickies, if that means
We're
something.
going to go there
Okay,
in just a
got
second.
it. All
Thank
right.
you. I do want to just confirm, so thank you. Before we move off, I do want to confirm that there's agreement with Affordable Housing, Corridor of Opportunity, and Higher Charlotte, which were the top 3. So we don't have to question those or talk about those. Or are there clarifying questions about either of those?
It's clear that the will of the council states that. I will just say, it's one thing to throw sticky notes up. It's another thing to prioritize when budget season comes up with what we can versus can't do. And
I mean, you would have feasibility studies and anything else that needs to happen as it relates to, well, not studies, but obviously the team needs to tell you what's feasible and what needs to happen to carry this. This is simply to get the council on the same page as it relates to next steps. So we won't leave
I
here.
hear you. I'm just saying it's a very slippery slope when we say that, and then we get to 2 top priorities of investing in roads and transportation and affordable housing, and look at our bond capacity and things like that. So,
But there's a place for that, right? You have processes to work through some of the, okay.
I think
Well, I
that-
can help you with
To
that.
be clear, I do think that that's an excellent point, where we land today, but at some point tomorrow, we've gone through this, give everybody some time to think about it, but we will have to vote on what we we've been telling people these priorities, and we've committed to these. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the budget's going to be all there or how it's going to work, because, as I said, we've got a lot of programs that we currently do. Maybe it's not necessarily adding to, it's like, where does it fit? But I think that we will have to have an actual hand raising on these issues tomorrow for some guidance.
Very good. 2 other points I think are worth discussion. One is that there is one initiative that's on the board here that did not get a lot of passion from the room. We want to discuss that, and then we'll talk about the few that were added as well, to make sure that everybody's on the same page in terms of when we're leaving out, understanding that there's more discussion here. So arts and culture actually got 3 no's in terms of, the question was, if you are not in agreement that this initiative should advance, that was the question. And so there were 3 no's from council members that arts and culture should not advance. As we all know, that is an active initiative and project. It is underway, and so certainly is worthy of discussion in the room. For those of you who may have a different perspective about yes or no and whether it should move forward or not, if you want to share a perspective on that, but that is an active body of work that we need to address. Yes, Member Tim, and then Councilmember Driggs.
Obviously, I say yes, but, again, this is the way I introduced it in the first place. Arts and culture is about jobs. It's about building a workforce that is underrepresented in this city, right? We look at all the economic development numbers. This is about, there's a lot of money spent here, and it's in an industry that has not been necessarily cultivated in ways that we put efforts into other industries. We saw that with the economist from the Fed that came to talk to us at our Housing and Jobs Summit. She said in North Carolina overall and in Charlotte, the most outsized job growth is going to be in leisure activities because you have so many people moving here. They want things to do. So I think part of the work that we're doing was to not necessarily make it the #1 priority, but to create a a workflow so that we are dealing with arts and culture through the lenses that we deal with just about any industry. And we are, to your point, we are just about finished with buttoning that up so that staff can roam free on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Driggs?
So I think I understand those stickers because in the landscape of priorities we're talking about, arts and culture is small. We have a question that we have to answer, however. So one of the issues I had in the first place with the yellow stickers, as I told you, was all of these are established goals or priorities of the council. So the idea that we would try to just erase them and not spend any money or make any investment in the 2040 plan and the UDO, you know, I think the blue and green stickers tell a good story about relative emphasis. I don't regard those stickers next to arts and culture as a message that we just not fund the arts, not talk about it anymore. Again, it's much smaller than the other things. Get that. I will mention that in the books, there is a kind of suggestion for a council action that we could take to try and define what we do and do not want to have in the culture plan, the arts and culture plan, which is in production. This is an ongoing process. So that's an opportunity for council members to say, okay, yes, we should provide a certain amount of funding for our legacy venues, the ones that the city owns. We want to do this about the Arts and Science Council. We need to clarify the council's position on those things. It doesn't compete with some of the other priorities up here, clearly, but we do need to answer the question. There have been now 2 rounds of engagement with council, one with the last council through the consultants, another one through 3 of us on the council with our colleagues, and it's time to wrap this conversation up. We've had several presentations. We now have a revised document describing the state of culture and some of the conclusions from the review of that. But I don't know that we need to have the entire arts conversation again. What I hope we can do, Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. Graham, is get into circulation a version of the thing that's in your book and get each member of council to say, I would vote against the plan if it had this in it. I would vote against the plan if it doesn't have this in it. And let's just establish what the majority position is on what this plan must or must not include, and then let the people writing the arts and culture plan get on with their work. So I think if it's okay with you guys, we'll just follow up and circulate a list of things and ask people to kind of comment on them. Yes, this should be in, this should absolutely not be in, yes, or maybe, and try to wrap that conversation up. But I'm not sure there would be, frankly, Mr. Manager, a whole lot of benefit from kind of hearing again what we've been told a couple of times already.
Thank you, Council Member. And then I'll be with you. Councilmember Esmir?
Yeah, it is on. Thank you. I agree with what Mr. Driggs just said. The sticky notes doesn't really go in depth as to what does it mean? Like arts and culture, when I see orange sticker, does it mean we stop investing into it? Does it mean that we don't expend additional funds towards it? Or does it mean that our responsibility is done with the cultural plan, right? And I think that's where we need to have a discussion on. And I saw on our agenda that this is the next topic.
Yes.
So maybe going around the room and really trying to understand what does this each sticky note explain under arts and culture.
It may interrupt. It's really important that you understand this is simply an exercise to understand where your perspectives are as it relates to your preferences. It is not to determine the priorities of the city of Charlotte or to take anything off of your priorities. But it certainly is intended to do exactly what it just did, which is says that this warrants a conversation. So you have 3 council members who don't even think an activity that is almost done needs to move forward. I think that's worthy of a conversation, whether in this space or not. That's all this was intended to do.
Perfect. I think to Mr. Winston's point, really arts and culture maybe falls really under workforce development or Hire Charlotte, right? And I think that's the conversation I look forward to really hearing from my colleagues as to what does this mean.
Very good.
Yeah.
And certainly if any of the colleagues who voted against to have a point they want to make briefly and succinctly about it, where this would be the place to share that perspective. But there certainly needs to be further conversation if the plan is almost done. Thank you. Councilmember Mayfield?
So my yellow sticker is specifically for today's conversation. Not saying that it needs to not be a part of the conversation for arts and culture. My yellow sticky is specifically up there for, put my sticky back up there. My sticky is up
It
there.
wasn't for the instruction.
So according to what we were told, what the blue, green, yellow, and orange meant, for today's conversation, for this strategy session where we have a day to have this discussion, where I felt like priority went was in the 3 that received the most energy.
I
It is not a
understand.
conversation regarding
Okay.
not talking about or not funding arts and culture.
Okay.
That is a different conversation for a different day for me. For me, today's strategy retreat, for us to come together with a collective, where do we see synergy regarding our priorities? The 3 are, even though I have some green and blue in some other places, the ones that overwhelmingly stood out are housing, corridors, and higher Charlotte.
Very
But
good.
I don't want us to, for me, I don't want
Okay, very good.
supporters to think that, no, we don't care about arts and culture, because we obviously do. But for this strategy session, where we have not even 2 full days to go through this as a council, that's not where I wanted to spend a whole lot of
Okay.
energy and conversation.
Thank you for clarifying. Yes, Councilman Wallington?
I don't think I put a sticker there, but I will say this. I agree wholeheartedly with what Councilmember Driggs has suggested, and I just want to say, yes, let's do that. Wrap this up, send it around, what are people's deal breakers, and let's keep it moving, because when it comes to budget, maybe that's not the discussion, but when it comes to hours and resources and attention spent on it, I do think that we've gotten the 80 for the 20 there. So let's do exactly what Mr. Driggs suggested and keep it moving.
Okay, very good.
I want to add, the thing about it is someone's got to create those questions, and I don't know if the city manager will do that or in conjunction with ED and Ed and the Mayor Pro Tem, but we've asked these questions, and we've had these surveys. I mean, we've done this, and it doesn't seem that anything sticks, you know, so I'm really concerned that I think the process that Ed has described is correct, and I want to make sure that we are putting the questions to put this to an end. We are going to support our legacy organizations because we're paying for their debt, for their buildings. And that is an important thing that we need to recognize. We've taken on that accountability, and we're responsible for that. So, you know, I don't know whether this is like, and what else? What are the other things? I don't know what they are, but we need those questions to really figure out what the council would like to choose to do. So, Ed, you've been great. The Mayor Pro Tem and Malcolm, but all of you worked on this, but we need to get someone to ask the right questions so we close this one down.
I think we're at a place to close this up, and I think it's in the pre-read. I mean, all we have to do is affirm or deny the council position document that we did put together, that was made after all of our conversations. We just didn't have some 6 basically on 1 or 2 items, and it really is about how do we go about our grant making and affirming a framework where council can prioritize year to year. Ms. Bakari kind of said it best in those council conversations. What are we willing to invest in? What do we want to accelerate? And what do we want to incubate? And what do we want to, year to year kind of leave to the side? So I think we're there. We really just have to affirm the document that is in our pre-reads. And staff has done the work to kind of cross-reference it with the State of Culture report, to give us a little bit more insight to the facts that the consultants and our experts have kind of brought back to us that we charged.
Very good.
I agree with that, but I think having that accountability from the 3 of you would make a big difference.
If that's, one, we would like to, as chairman of the committee, we would like to work with staff to develop those questions. Councilmember Winston is correct. I mean, the pre-read lays out a roadmap in terms of key decisions that we have to make, and I agree with Ms. Wallington. It is time to wrap this thing up.
Okay, so what I hear is that the three of you guys will use the draft statement of the council position that's on page 41 and address those, and then if there's anything else, that works. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so there were 4 that surfaced as net new. Encompass, I think everything that we've talked about can be encompassed in some of these in some way, but there were some that we thought were important to call out. The digital divide, equitable housing versus affordable housing. There was a distinction that was made. Strategic development and small business development were, and then clean environment were ones that were added. We have 3 yeses on clean environment in terms of, in this moment, is it worthy of discussion to move forward? Not to decide in this moment about a affirmative priority, but who supports further discussion around that?
The yellows, or we were told.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2. Thank you. 2 no's, 1 yes. Thank you.
You know, on our clean environment, what we have been saying, and Sarah is here, what we've been really trying to say is that it's like equity. We need to be applying our environmental standards to things that we do. So I would bend to say that I don't think that it has to be a priority. It has to be incorporated into the way we do business.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to that. So when we look at clean environment, it sort of falls under our infrastructure, right? Because when we look at our clean environment, we are talking about clean air, clean water, clean energy, right? So CEP is part of it, but then also littering throughout the city has been an issue. And I know that it comes up every time we discuss priorities. So clean environment could also be part of our corridors of opportunities. And how do we ensure that we are having clean corridors throughout the city?
Or neighborhoods.
Or neighborhoods, right?
Surface that at the next meeting as it relates to clean environment.
Again, it's a goal of our 2040 plan.
And the CEP, yeah.
Very good. Thank you. So that one seems to be covered. Small business development, we have 6 yeses here for small business development. Is there any discussion around that in terms of adding it as a main priority? Okay. Small business development.
So, I mean, and this goes back to we all need to be level set up to the right speed. And perhaps I think about it wrong, perhaps I don't, but when I think about hire generically, I think about coordinating the jobs, but then also with the providers of workforce training, but then also either supporting the existing companies and helping them expand here or recruiting new companies that then add to that ecosystem. So whether that's working with EDPNC in the state to figure out, can we do micro JDIGs, right, for small businesses that grow, that then they can hire out of the platform, and it all goes. So I really just view all that stuff as one thing. I could be wrong, but the point is it's a two-sided marketplace where you got people who get trained who need jobs and people that have jobs, and they're either the jobs today, the jobs we recruit, or the jobs we recruit to expand that are already here.
Councilman Mitchell?
Yeah, so let me give you my take of why I was a yes on that. I think that small business development, from my perspective, is a CBI program. How many of our small business program have the capacity to win contracts? Another part of small business development, those of us who kind of play in the space, is wraparound services. So I do think that's a different conversation when you're talking about Councilmember Bakari mentioned, because I'm looking at some small business technical assistant. I talked about capital access funding for the small business program, and more importantly, how do we grow? Sometimes we see that minority participation is 0 because we don't have a lot in the storm water. So how do we take the true initiative to develop small businesses in that space, and so we can get more participation? So that's my kind of take on why that's
Very good.
important, our small business development.
Thank you for the clarification, different perspective. Councilmember Molina?
Thank you. Actually, council member, he actually stole a little of my thunder there. He actually said, I know, right? But he made some excellent points, and I just want to, raise those points up and say that a part of preparing our ecosystem is preparing those who are small business owners, especially those who are minority and women businesses, because competitively, we have the numbers. We've spoke extensively about the lack of competitiveness in our community, and so I think we have to kind of now take the resources that we have, which we have a strong resource community between the public and the private sectors, to connect our business owners with the right resources so that they can scale and grow. And right now, a lot of the minority participation is just not there. And I mean, we've seen it across the board, across entities, across sectors. And so, like, Councilmember Mitchell said, that could be helping a company do something small, or teaching them what it takes to compete for those larger business contracts, but altogether making them more competitive so that they can not only survive, but scale and grow. I think that's what we need to make sure that we run home. It's not just creating small business owners. It's making sure that now small business owners who are just surviving and paying their bills, which is a large majority of minority business owners, they're keeping the lights on and they're paying their bills at the house. But, they're not in a place where they can compete and win those larger contracts. And I think I'll add, too, we have to have the conversations with the community members and organizations that provide these contracts so that they can be willing to assist with that process, where we continue to allow those business owners to learn what it takes to compete at that level so that they can scale up.
Very good, thank you. And then bridging the digital divide was the other that had a lot of support. Yes. Right.
It has a lot
Mayor
of
Pro
support.
Tem?
Support.
Yeah, again, I think this is an interdisciplinary thing. I mean, this is about equitable neighborhoods. This is about our COP 2040 plan implementations. This is about workforce development. This is about small businesses, the idea of Hire Charlotte, right? Like, you can't even start to deal with the businesses of tomorrow without the focus on digital divide. Again, it's a priority that council, especially over the pandemic, set as a priority.
Very good. Thank you. Mayor?
I think the collaboration portion of this is what's so important for us to figure out what is our role and how can we advance this. I think that Ms. Askew is doing a ton of work in this area, and it would be helpful, I think, again, sometimes we do so much, I can't remember it all. So I don't know if we need to get a little bit more of an update of where we are on the digital divide and what's going on. But we do know that our school system is working towards that. We do know that all of our small businesses really need that kind of training and opportunity to have access to the internet and to grow their businesses. It's just it's like, it's an essential commodity now, and we've got to figure out how to support that. I think that we'll have the federal government provide some success with us with funding, and we have to keep doing that. So I don't know if there's anything else to add, Renee.
This one's working. No, you covered it very well. I'll be glad to provide an update on where we are with the digital divide with respect to connectivity, and then programs that we're looking at to enforce workforce development.
Very good, too.
Is there any Do we know when the federal government is going to make the decision on the lower rates or suspend them or continue?
No, right now they're planned until 2025, and so we're hoping that it will continue. So with our digital inclusion work, we have, our goal is for sustainability, so we're trying to get as many people signed up on the Affordable Connectivity Program as possible. In the meantime, we're supplementing it through the funds that the city has provided through Direct Connect wire through Spectrum.
Thank you. Councilman Mayfield? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. I really feel like this area is an area that we lift up as an order of importance, but it really is a bit of a black box as it relates to the tangible things that we are addressing to bridge this gap. And I'd like for us to raise this topic, to have recurring updates as it relates to what we're doing. We talk a lot about affordable housing. We speak a lot about transportation, mobility, corridors of opportunity. But due to what everyone has said, this is such a critically important area as a connected tissue for jobs, for our kids, for everything that we're trying to achieve as a goal. We need better transparency around our plan for bridging the digital divide, and then what we have accomplished and what's to come.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman?
I can prepare a pre-read for the next week or two so we can provide that update.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Askew. For me, we have the council's equity framework. We're talking, as my colleague mentioned earlier, that who, what, why. The what, for me, with this conversation of digital divide, ties in all of this. So we go back to the conversation with Charlotte Hire. If there was an individual company identified to run it, they also are telling us, here in the digital divide, here are the technology jobs and trainings. You know what? The city and county has invested millions into EV, charging stations, vehicles, whatever. We've identified a training to have local repairs whatever it is. If it's in that technology and along with that training, creating small businesses, all of it's tied together. So when we start receiving proposals or we see a request come before council, whether it is a zoning business decision, having this as that framework and how it checks would be helpful when we're moving forward so that we can start connecting these dots and we can quickly tell the community,
very good,
here's what your council is doing versus all these silo conversations that we're having. That's what I'm hearing and my interpretation. So if that is different, then my colleagues can tell me, we can step to the side and they can explain it to me differently. But that's what I'm hearing is by utilizing this, we are giving staff a clear directive of when it comes before us, here are the key things that we are looking for to tie in to address the policy recommendations that council supports.
Very good. Thank you. Bridging the digital divide, small business development. There were 2 yeses on neighborhoods. Not a lot of passion around that. I just want to recognize it. We don't have to spend any time there because it only got 2 votes out of 11. And then public accountability, there were 2 there, equitable housing, 1, and economic and business development would be the other one then, that I think was an ad, but not really. Obviously, you're the city, you do ED, you have ED department. And so there's some talking points around how this is different than what is currently happening within the city. I think that's worthy of clarifying right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to speak to the equitable housing. We do have an equitable framework, and so the goal is for us to be looking at all of our policies through an equitable lens. And I wanted to get, and maybe we can get it tomorrow, but if we can get an update on where we are with that framework, I think that, that addresses many of the items up there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Economic and business development was called out separately or added separately. I have to look back at my notes in terms of why that was called out separately. Does that ring a bell with anyone, or is that worthy of discussion at this point? It's right, it's wrapped in, but I didn't know if it was anything different. Okay. So staff has two to respond to. Mr. Jones, I don't want to speak for you, but I think that means thank you. I think that means that your team will be taking those away to do some research. Very good, thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break, stretch break, grab some water, and then we'll come back and move into the next topic. You need to come back at 2:30? Yes, start at 2:30. We'll start at 2:30. 7 minutes. Yes, we're going into mobility. So there's more work to do just to put a button on everything. We will come thank you. Just to make sure that we were clear in alignment on perspectives and everyone had opportunity to speak on those. We will take away the ones that we are the passion around, and we'll have subsequent conversations about confirming them. Thank you.
make sure all the media gets a chance to come in and set up. You should make Joe carry the camera.
Okay, so I guess on to the main dish for the afternoon. So, Mayor and Council, we're going to have a conversation about mobility. I believe late last fall, we had Ed come in and talk a bit about how all of these things work together. I think it's important that before we start, for me just to, I guess, capture a little bit of some of the things that have happened over the course of the last year. And I would say in terms of mobility, that there have been movements that are, I would consider positive. For example, the council approved advancing the goal line phase 3, trying to get that back, get a refresh on that to the 30% design. The MTC voted to refresh the design of the red line unanimously. Again, trying to get to that 30% design. The silver line has continued to advance, and feasibility work has begun on a number of transportation projects. You may remember where Ed talked about the 200 plus possibilities of transportation projects excuse me, in the city. And you know, one thing that I like to do, and I think is important with level setting, this is really an opportunity to show you how the different transit and transportation projects can work together, as well as, I think for the first time in a long time, talk about how these projects can be financed. We're not really going into any details about phasing of projects or any detail about what a governance structure would look like, but it's almost a continuation of the summit from a couple of weeks ago, where we talked about jobs and we talked about housing. And the mayor has said from time to time the three-legged stool being also not just having a good paying job and a place to live, but the ability to get there. So really what we want to do is, this will be the longest presentation of the whole, 2 days across the retreat. But I think it's important, and even around the room there are some, I guess, slides so that you can see how these things work together. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Ed, but really one of the goals today is getting direction from council in terms of, if these are the projects that we'd like to move forward with, how do we go about funding them? So thanks, Ed.
Now you can hear me. That's better. Yeah, I'll start over. Multimodal is the foundation of this. It goes to the strategic mobility plan. It goes to the comprehensive plan. That's the core of this. State partnership, I would put as number 2. Certainly the success we've had at the city and the growth that we've had, is the foundation of that really is our road and regional infrastructure, and making that successful both from a mobility people and a freight and logistics. Regional, as we talked about, the notion that over half the employees that work in Mecklenburg County are coming from outside of the county. That's a great responsibility for us and is a big part of our success, but it also comes with things that we need to do from a transportation standpoint. Jason's going to talk about transit. There's a big rethink and lots of things, new things that we're doing that's going to weave into our strategy. So there's a really emerging opportunity there as we think about transit in a different way. Fiscal responsibility, I'll talk about the notion that everything we need to do has to be done in a way that has benefits across the board, across all modes and across the goals we have about moving people. And then finally, as we talked about briefly last time, we're doing a lot of work now to think about what are those projects, what are our priorities, so that every dollar we spend has measurable impact and are really leading us to our ultimate goals. I'll just make a brief notion about the comprehensive plan. So as discussed earlier this morning, we've talked a lot about it from a mobility standpoint, about that fifth goal, safe and equitable mobility. I probably haven't done a job of saying everything we do from a mobility standpoint touches all 10 of those goals. Our mobility strategy is embedded in all of those, and so I won't belabor the details of that, but just to make the point that, again, the nature of the conversation you were having this morning, all of those things are interwoven, and everything we do has a connection to opportunities, growth, and development throughout the city. So now I want to make that connection between mobility and our other goals. And the way I would describe that is certainly the best mobility plan we can have is also a jobs and housing plan. And so this connection between what we do and how we invest is fundamental to all the topics you were talking about this morning. I'll walk through this a little bit, and certainly it will be good to have Tracy amplify some of these things. On the notion of accessibility, think about the kinds of places we have across the city. I highlighted a couple of the place types from the comprehensive plan: manufacturing, logistics, employment campuses, regional activity centers. That cuts across the spectrum of development and job opportunities. So in a manufacturing and logistics sort of industrial warehouse, think of Amazon and think about the needs of those employees from a transportation standpoint, right? Multi-shifts, 24 hours, in relatively low-dense places. And so how we think about connections and transit are important to that. Think about where we are today, University Research Park, and the sort of suburban office campus, and that first last mile notion. If you're working in Wells Fargo, to get to the station here is a whole different animal. We need to think about, and Jason is going to talk about some great pilots that we're looking at to deal with that first last mile connection. And then regional activity centers, the notion that there are employment opportunities that do and want to be where we've put major public investment because they know the kind of employees they're trying to attract want to be and have that kind of access. I don't know, Tracy, if you want to amplify some of that a little bit.
Yeah, so I'll come at this from a couple different perspectives, but real life examples. We don't usually talk to a company that's either inbound or growing here that we're not talking about mobility and how do they connect their people to the jobs. And so Ed hit on a little bit at whether it's Amazon, that's 3 shifts, or even Arrival with their manufacturing facility was a mile from one of our corridors, but it didn't easily connect from a transit perspective. All the way to companies that might want to locate on the rail line, but are transitioning from employee habits, and how do you transition that over time to last mile discussions like Ed mentioned. It's at the forefront of all the employers, but what we've learned over time is that there's definitely not a one size fits all, right? There's not one place for an employer to go that's connected to everything, and so we do have to get creative in talking to them and working with them about how they better connect from a mobility standpoint across our city.
2 other points I'll make here is around equity and affordability. So a couple of stats here. There are literally 20,000 households that don't have a car at home. So that means we built a road infrastructure that they simply can't use, right? Or simply don't have that direct access to. And so we have to devise a mobility strategy that addresses and recognizes that. It's also an affordability issue, right? So you talk and think about the housing affordability, but transportation is the next biggest cost. And so how we invest again and making sure that we are moving towards a direction like some of our peers where to live and to move in Charlotte is as affordable as possible. So the investments we make will be part of moving that needle. So a couple of real quick points about jobs and housing, the sort of what does the transportation point of that. Like, let's talk about it in a little bit more detail. Try to do this in very simple kind of sketch thoughts. And so back to this notion of capacity. And we talked about this in November, that we've got this huge amount of growth, and that's going to create a huge, large sort of mobility need, right? Capacity, it's going to increase trips. How do we manage that? We talked about before, it's both a land use, sort of jobs and housing. How do we get people closer? But then we have to increase capacity. So if you look at that sort of bar chart, the notion is we want to shrink the amount of trips, the length of trips. You think about that from a land use, jobs, housing standpoint. So we want to manage our capacity. But yes, we have to increase road capacity, and we have to increase multimodal capacity, transit, walk, bike, all the innovation that's happening. So it's a matter of kind of thinking about those two things together. How do we make that connection from a jobs housing standpoint? And again, this diagram, purple, think about it as a job. Think about all the sort of the residential around that. So if we can move and think about land use differently, not everybody, right? Just the highlight of as new growth occurs, how do we get them closer, not just to the job specifically, but transit access and transit corridors? How do we get them so that the bike and walk trips, the first last mile opportunities that Jason will talk about, those are all important things because we can measure this, back to this kind of arrow going down. If we can reduce the trips, the length of those trips, if somebody lives closer to their job, or they're driving a car, even a small reduction means they're going through 1 or 2 less intersections. They're using 1 or 2 less miles of our system. Multiply that by the thousands of trips we're talking about. So that is measurable. It's impactful, direct line to our capacity, our congestion. And so those are real things. It's not just good thinking about land use. It has a real impact from us from a land use and transportation standpoint. It's also good for air quality. It's good for quality of life. It is good for affordability because maintenance and travel costs on a car. But at the bottom line for us, it's a capacity thing, and it's an important part of our strategy as we move forward through investment. What does that mean from the actual on-the-ground infrastructure? Again, sort of a sketch notion of just think about how we invest in our streets. And what I would describe is let's think about it from the right-of-way. So we're not, from a CDOT perspective, our asset is the right-of-way itself, right? Everything that can go in there. And so it's about how to maximize capacity of that system. Yes, cars and vehicles, but we are emerging with the opportunities to think about supporting high-frequency transit and microtransit. How do we provide space and design our infrastructure to support it? The emergence of micromobility. It's not just scooters. It's about e-cargo. It's about Tiny Mile as a pilot. Like, how do we ensure that the infrastructure we're building supports the future of those kinds of opportunities? And again, increasing capacity. For every e-cargo delivery, it means 1 less truck delivery trip in our active places. And so that has, again, a direct impact on the capacity of our system, and we need to design our right-of-way and invest in our right-of-way that takes advantage of that. There's also virtual capacity. So the city has been investing for the last 20, 30 years in the ITS infrastructure, the fiber connectivity that connects all of our signals. We continue to do that. We haven't connected everything, but that means our infrastructure, our signal infrastructure can talk to everything else. And so we're on the tipping point of, all these purple bubbles. Everything is going to talk to itself at some point. We've got the travel safety app that we're testing in South End. That increases safety. That increases, again, the capacity of our system over time as it connects to autonomous vehicles. So there's an emergence there that we're just on the tip of. And again, there's some really interesting things that CATS will do to demonstrate what that will how that'll impact the way we think about mobility. With that, I think it's a great segue to have Jason talk a little bit about that and think about the connection and the opportunities with mobility from a transit standpoint and really taking advantage of these new emerging opportunities.
Thank you, Ed. Good afternoon. It's great to be in front of you all again. Jason Lawrence, I lead our planning division at Charlotte Area Transit System. And Ed talked a lot about space, and I'm going to talk about a little bit about space because you think about how much has changed throughout the pandemic and how we have certainly seen challenges, not only in Charlotte for transit, but we have seen challenges across the country. But we are starting to see some recovery and some bright spots on our light rail, our express routes, and our bus routes. But also I think with a certain recognition that we have certainly changed how we have moved over the past 2 years, but also over the past 25 years. And all of these different types of modes of technology, as they integrated into the different types of transit modes, they will need space. So that is, no matter the differences between all the modes, that's one thing that is certainly consistent with each of those. And we're seeing that evolution come to us, and we're preparing ourselves for that. Many of you came to the site today using our app. On that app, you can buy your ticket. You can see what time the bus is coming, what time the train is coming. That's the same app that you'll be able to schedule your microtransit trips and do the full completion of that service within the app. So it's a very important concept that we've moved forward with. But we still, at the bottom line, transit is still a fundamental investment in our economic strategy throughout how people move within our socioeconomic status. And we've mentioned the Chetty study a couple of times here today. In that study, one thing was very consistent, that the single greatest way for somebody to move up the ladder is reducing their travel time. So if you can give somebody an hour back, a half hour back, that adds up to dollars and time with your family. So as transit improves and evolves, that's an important concept that we must always remember. And we've learned on our rapid transit projects, if we think through like the Blue Line extension, both phases of the Gold Line, how we approach the Silver Line today is different than how we approach those two projects. We have added affordable housing and transit-oriented development planning at the beginning of the project, rail trail planning at the beginning of the project. We're successful in being awarded federal grants to study that, looking at equitable TOD strategies. Doing that at the beginning so that we can continue that process throughout is really critical to the success not only of the project, but for the community that will serve in the years to come. And as we think through the ridership and think about what has happened here since the past couple of years, certainly there have been declines, but we have seen some bright spots, and we continue to see recovery on our light rail and our bus services. And we will be approaching 70% recovery on our rail services by the end of this fiscal year, and in the mid-50s for our bus side. But our trend is positive on both modes. And we're seeing new patterns emerge as we look at the hybrid work schedule. We're seeing higher ridership on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We're starting to see a strong recovery in the peak time period as people come back to work, as they get more consistent hybrid schedules. And special events, it's not only just about the workers, it's about all of our activities that we have throughout our community. The opening of the Charlotte FC, that inaugural day in March of last year, we saw just over 27,000 passengers on our rail and Gold Line and Blue Line on that same day. So we're seeing that strong recovery in special events, and we hope that will continue. And we've seen a strong recovery on our peak ridership for light rail, and our bus ridership has stabilized with the reliability improvements that we put in place in August. But unless we are able to put frequency back in, that ridership will stay where it's at. So frequency is a direct correlation to the number of people that want the rider services. And it's with that frequency and those improvements at the bus level is the conversation we've been having with you all at many conversations at committee and at council level about our Envision My Ride effort. The old model of hub and spoke can be replaced with a new vision of mobility hubs throughout our community that provide transfer outside of uptown, so we don't have to travel all the way in to go across town. Microtransit that serves and replaces some of our crosstown routes and puts greater frequency in the power of our individuals. And rethinking how we do our service models. Historically, we've been focused on the peak hour, serving office workers in uptown, serving the uptown area. How do we spread that frequency throughout the day? Through consistent high frequency, through bus corridors throughout our community. And modern infrastructure, thinking about how do we put public Wi-Fi, how do we put devices in the hands of people so they can take advantage of that new infrastructure that will be critical to take advantage of microtransit. And I think ultimately, as we think about what is the network that transit rides on, historically, asphalt and steel. That's where our trains and our buses and all our vehicles traveled upon. They will still continue to travel on those. But as we think about capturing the network, the travel markets of today and tomorrow, we must travel along new networks of the connected devices and things throughout our system. So understanding how that comes in so that we're in a position to bring our services to the customer rather than relying them to come to us will be a critical piece how we come out of this pandemic. And it's with that, we were very excited to begin rethinking how we deliver some of our mobility services by the implementation of microtransit. It really completes that mobility landscape. If you think about, transit as a network, a rail project is a bus project in some levels because you're changing bus routes to connect with that. Microtransit is a part of that too because it provides that connecting tissue at the neighborhood level and at key destinations. It's first last mile connectivity, smaller vehicles coordinating with our rideshare partners across the community, curb to curb, but also curb to hub, go to exact destinations, all supported through our app. Many communities are doing this, Dallas area rapid transit, in Atlanta at MARTA, Denver at the RTD system, and we're going to be launching our first pilot with this in summer of this year at a first last mile opportunity between the Parkwood 25th Street station going to the North End area and then over to the JW Clay station where we got off this morning to come to this facility over to key destinations at the University Research Park and putting our place in a position to go to customers that may not be completely converted to like a transit-oriented development, but also put us in a position to better serve them where they are today. We'll be working on a turnkey procurement to do full deployment of our full Envision My Ride effort, which was 19 on-demand zones. Ed's going to talk about some of those zones in his example. But the goal would be to do the pilot, learn from that, bring in a turnkey provider, and then add that to our toolbox of mobility services. And then we'll bring more information on that as we continue to further evolve that. And then ultimately, it's not successful unless we find ways to bridge that digital divide. We talked about some of that today. How do we ensure that those that need the service the most can also access it? So that'll be a key part in just moving forward.
So how do we put all that together? So I want to walk you through an example. This goes back to what we talked about in November. We've been working to identify and look through and really focus on the priorities of mobility. And we talked a little bit about how we've wired that to the goals ultimately from the comprehensive plan down to the strategic mobility plan, these mobility criteria that got us to that blue map. And think about that blue map as almost like a diagnostic, like where are the sort of the heat spots of our community, both needs and sort of aspirations. So in this case, I'm going to focus in on a specific corridor, just as an example. As you can see on this map, there are many more, so please think about as I talk through that example what it means in other parts of Charlotte. But why does that area highlight in blue? So it was on our bike priority network. It's an important link. We could actually get a connection east-west in Charlotte, so that was a big part of our strategic mobility plan. It happens to be blue because it's one of the corridors Jason just talked about from the Envision My Ride. It's one of these higher capacity corridors with the opportunity for micromobility. It has populations I'll describe that are transportation disadvantaged. Some of the things we just talked about, income, lack of access to a car, age, you're either young or you're old, so you don't have the natural ability to use the sort of conventional ways we move around. And then ultimately it is about growth. You'll see it's highlighted here because there is congestion. There is growth in this corridor, and I'll describe it. So you layer all those things together. Significant challenge. So the question is, how do we approach that challenge in kind of a new way? So I'm going to walk through this example and a couple things about this. And let me orient you to this map. And I'll say there should be a little disorientation on purpose. We wanted to show a part of Charlotte in a completely different way, oriented it in a way that you probably haven't thought about before. And sort of walk you through and use that as the theme for how we're thinking about this connection between mobility and ultimately jobs, housing, and economic mobility in our community. So at the bottom is Berwick. You're looking through the center. That red line is 485. So you're sort of almost hovering over the airport. You're looking sort of southeast. To the top is Ballantyne. I've kind of described this corridor as sort of Berwick to Ballantyne. The big red line through the middle is I-77, and so just that kind of gives you the basic orientation. You can see South Park from here. You can see Pineville, the Pineville Atrium Hospital. Get a sense Renaissance West to the side. River District is literally just off the map. You're looking to the far at South Carolina. We're right on the border of the city and essentially right on the border of the state. The distance between Berwick and Ballantyne is the exact same distance from uptown to where we're sitting today. It's about 10 miles. And so have that in your minds as I walk through this example, the scale of this. Think about the way we moved to today, this morning, from uptown to here. Think about what that looks like here, the challenges, and maybe how we might approach it in a complete way from a mobility standpoint. So what's there today? Let's talk a little bit about the numbers. And so housing, jobs, sort of neighborhoods, people, and work. It crosses and cuts across the whole spectrum of Charlotte. I would describe this as sort of a snapshot of who we are. In that corridor is 80,000 people. So that's a significant part of our population. There's almost 80,000 jobs. Those jobs cut across the full spectrum, right? You've got Ballantyne to one end, you've got the hospital in Pineville, you've got Westinghouse, the distribution, you've got a tremendous amount of service retail in the middle of that. So you could imagine every job spectrum, from the executive that's working in Ballantyne to the doctor in Pineville to the staff that are supporting that hospital to the people that are working in distribution. And think about what we just talked about in terms of how do we connect all that, right? It's low density, it's some high density, it's growing places like Ballantyne and rethinking, but it's really across the spectrum. On the housing side, a couple of stats too. So there's a challenge there. So you've got neighborhoods from Ballantyne to Steel Creek to neighborhoods like Nations Ford and Arrowwood. And so again, that crosses every challenge and opportunity we have in the city. I mentioned transportation disadvantage. So 20% of the population, 16,000, have that constraint. Again, that's a metric for income, lack of access to a car, disability, age, and so that's folks that are challenged to move in the sort of conventional way that we've been providing infrastructure. 2,000 households that don't have a car. Interesting at the bottom, so commute by transit is actually higher, significantly higher than city as a whole, so that tells us something. And so the inverse of that is obviously less are commuting by car. Back to that mode shift, right? We've got a 76. This part of Charlotte, and this is a good point to make, that not all Charlotte is the same. And so it gives you an example that we move in different ways, and we need to think about our investment in different ways. Last thing I'll say, I don't have this on the map, but Sean Heath and his team gave us these numbers this morning. There are 10 Housing Trust Fund projects in this corridor, actually 9, representing about 1,000 units. That's your investment over the last, I think, 20 years in terms of the Housing Trust Fund commitment you've made. Think about that in terms of housing and jobs, right? We put that investment in this corridor. We've got 76,000 jobs across the full spectrum. How are we getting them to those jobs, right? We've got a really unique challenge here that doesn't have a simple one-size-fits-all kind of strategy. And so, again, I want to walk you through what that strategy could look like. Where are we going tomorrow? So now this is a snapshot of the growth in this corridor. So back to residential, 40,000 existing units. Entitled, there's another 12,000 units. Certainly, Steel Creek feels this, right? We see a lot of rezonings in the Steel Creek area around Berwick, so you're seeing that happen. Certainly, the reimagination of Ballantyne has taken a suburban office and putting more people. That's sort of a transformation of how we're thinking about work. So it's really about the future, right? The future, I think it was described this morning, that the challenge here is the future of work. The future of our residential neighborhoods and home, and then the future of how we connect those things together. A tremendous amount of growth. You got 2 new hospitals, Berwick, Novant. You got the Novant hospital that's developing in Ballantyne. You got education, you got CPCC and the Harris campus directly on this corridor. So again, the spectrum of opportunities, an example of a cross-section of Charlotte in a place that is growing as fast as any other part of Charlotte, that again sets the stage. A couple other things I'll say. Think about that office growth number. We've got about 13 million square feet of office today. There's another 11 entitled. That is Uptown. That's the scale of office that we have in Uptown, plus or minus a little over 20 million square feet. This is a 10-mile corridor, and so we don't that's it's a tremendous opportunity, economic development, but it's spread across a corridor that's many times the scale of Uptown. So the way we're going to serve that isn't the way we serve Uptown, right? We need to think about the way we serve it. We can't ignore it, right? It's where growth and where jobs and opportunities are, but we have to think about mobility in a different way. The other thing I'll say about this is lots of discussion around cumulative management, right? How do we think about this? This map is cumulative, right? Think about everything on the yellow. And so the question, and one of the things I'll put in the room is, we need to start thinking about cumulative strategies at a scale that we can achieve, right? This is a 10-mile corridor. We can't think about it project by project. We all know that. We can start to think about it when we collect projects in certain areas, and we've got ways to kind of address that. But at the end of the day, the only way to fully address that is to think of it at a scale that we can actually put all the sort of transportation and investment pieces together in sort of one strategy. So let me build what that strategy sort of looks like. And let's start with the roads. Again, historically and for right reasons, the reason why this place is growing, the reason why all the industrial Westinghouse is there, the reason why Ballantyne is there, because 485, because I-77, because of billions of dollars of road infrastructure we put in there. That has made this part of Charlotte successful, and it will continue to make this part of Charlotte successful. What's on these, what's sort of highlighted in these big corridors are three major projects that are priorities for the state, priorities for us. That includes the 49 project, or the 160 project on Steel Creek. We know we're waiting, right? We know we've got challenges for funding, but it is the top priority. It's a project that will happen. I-77 managing the lanes. It's a regional piece of infrastructure, connects you from and gets the commute that connects you from South Carolina into Charlotte. It has both the benefits of having capacity for cars, but ultimately will be a great platform for CATs and for transit. And then you've got existing investment in 485 managed lanes that has supported the growth of Ballantyne, the opportunity, and then long-term you've got the 521 project. So the message there I'll say is roads, yes, but they're not and cannot be the only way we invest, right? It's a big part of the strategy, but we can't do it all. And in fact, even with this investment, it's not going to solve congestion. It's not going to manage, there's only a limited amount we can do with that investment. It's critical, it's absolutely necessary, but it can't do everything for us. Now let's sort of layer on their transit. And so the message here is there's not one size fits all. So on the top part of this, you see blue line. So at the end of this, sort of the middle of this corridor is the Arrowwood Station. You've got blue line that connects you into Uptown. I'm assuming on this map, a solid line is the blue line extension to Ballantyne. A lot of what Ballantyne did and the investment they made is premised on the notion that infrastructure will be there someday to support the growth of that center. You've got three regional strategic corridors from the Connect Beyond plan, and so those are the purple lines that connect. And so the notion that, yes, that transit vision is regional. The I-77 managed lanes is a good example of that. So you think about higher capacity, regional transit. Don't know what mode that is today, but the notion is those corridors are platforms for more transit and access. And then the red line through the middle is, I should say the orange line, I don't want to confuse colors relative to transit conversations, but so that line in the middle is the Arrowwood corridor. It's one of the CAT's bus priority corridors from Envision My Ride. It connects you from the Berwick Town Center to the Arrowwood Station, and it's an opportunity essentially thinking about higher capacity, more frequent transit on that corridor to connect the neighborhoods to that. To connect it more directly to Blue Line and the extension, and ultimately it gives you that connection directly to Ballantyne. And so again, the notion here is it's not one simple transit strategy. It's big and small things, and it's done in a way that responds to what this place is, right? And the character, the density, and the kind of mix of things that this corridor is. So then I just highlighted what that looks like. We're good with this notion of Berwick to Ballantyne. And I've layered back on there the growth and some of the opportunities, right? 2 more hospitals, the significant investment that's happening in Ballantyne. On the bottom here, I think I had one of the other slides, River District just off this map. I mean, you think about that the planning that has gone into River District to Ballantyne, the work that we did to coordinate with the Ballantyne development, to protect for transit, to think about partnerships in roads and infrastructure, and to essentially set up an opportunity to think about both planning and mobility and growth. I don't know, Tracy, you want to add to kind of what that development looks like?
No, I'll just add for both Ballantyne and River District, because of the scale of them, we were able to think about the jobs component, the growth component with the mobility component. That was the whole thesis behind River District. If we didn't plan for that growth, it was going to go to Gaston County and beyond. The struggle then becomes, how do you then connect out of that singular project beyond? But it is a component that now, what is nice is that more often you see it thought about holistically on those large projects.
Now I want to connect what Jason was just talking about. So layered on this now, along that bus priority corridor, is these green blobs, these microtransit zones, and Jason talked about that relative to the pilot they're going to do up here, right? The notion that you would have the ability to have that first last mile connection from the station out here to your job at Wells Fargo. Think about that multiplied on this corridor. That's the plan. Those green blobs are part of CATS's plan today. The pilot that Jason's talking about is something that then can be magnified and extended to a corridor like this. That means you get off in Berwick or you get off in one of these mobility hubs, you have first last mile mobility to your job in Westinghouse, right? Today, CATS can't serve that with a direct route, but if we've got this new ability through technology and through the service they're providing, that first last mile helps both for these lower density jobs and places like Ballantyne. So you can get off in the Ballantyne and have that first last mile even to get you across 521 to your office building across the street. So it connects in a way that extends transit in a whole new way, right? And it gives us to have kind of a calibrated way we think about transit that isn't necessarily one big project. It's a series of investments we can make over time. Just a layer to that, to things we've been talking about in terms of multimodal. There are 5 greenways that cut across this corridor. The top is Cross Charlotte Trail. And so essentially you can get, again, with the notion of our bike priority network, that connection from the Cross Charlotte Trail to Berwick, right? And so one of the things of our strategic mobility plan is looking for that kind of investment, connects existing infrastructure to places that are disconnected today, east-west. In addition, there's another 4 corridors that cross this transit and mobility corridor. And so the extension of those gives us, again, more ways to get from our neighborhoods, from our places of work to where these mobility investments are being made. So that's, I don't want to belabor, I just want to kind of give the sketch of what that looks like. The notion is our strategy really needs to meet the city as who we are and where we are today, right? The strategy I talked about deals with the context, the scale, intensity across that place. It understands the range of housing and job opportunities and sort of calibrates the mobility strategy to meet those things, but also is set up for the aspiration, right? Places like River District and Ballantyne, we're setting the context for how we can meet and support the ultimate growth of those places. It's all things on the side. We can't do one or the other, right? It's the package of everything that's listed on that side. And it's big and small things, right? It's everything down to the kind of pilots that we could do with CATS to big things like the extension of Blue Line to Ballantyne. It's public and private. And so another emphasis here is the things that we're doing, like in Ballantyne, is finding ways that we can build infrastructure in partnership. A big story of that is in Ballantyne. So we're building roads, we're building capacity. They're supporting things like transportation demand management, where they're going to support programs that reduce trips, that find and give their employees ways to get around that aren't just by car. So it's everything from big infrastructure projects to partnerships where we can invest with private development and support kind of common goals at all scales. And if anything else you want to add to that, Tracy?
No, I was just going to add to that. I mean, you talked about Ballantyne and the partnership, but as we talk to companies and we see, and I'll use the Blue Line as an example, locate on the Blue Line, we're having those conversations with them from day one of what is it, employee passes and things like that, so that culture starts from the beginning. So whether it's light rail or another mobility option, we start those conversations sooner rather than later.
So a couple themes. You can't separate our strategy mode by mode, and the way you do this has to be integrated. It's got to be calibrated to the place. There's not one size fits all, but we can't simply rely on one mode. And you can't separate this notion of housing and jobs. You all know that already, but we wanted to make this connection between the way we invest in mobility and its ability to support the larger goals we have about growth in the city. The last sort of the segue I'll do to the financial part. So I think Jason and I had the easy part. We'll talk about the big vision, and now Ryan and Amanda will have to talk about how we pay for all this. But to make that segue, I want to make this point. There are things we can and are doing now. So the notion of the strategy isn't just about the big things and waiting for the money to do the big things. There are all sorts of projects we're doing now, right? The sidewalk projects, the bike facilities, the complete streets. There are transportation projects you haven't invested in that we continue to do. All the things that Jason just talked about in terms of micromobility, those are plans we have today, and those are investments we are already making. Small things like this can lead and do lead to transformational change. And so we've got to start somewhere. These small pieces, it sets us a framework to do the big things. It sets up a framework to take advantage of the transformation that's happening in technology, the investment we're making in our right-of-ways. So it's about the small things we can do now and tee up the ability to kind of plan for, finance, and fund the bigger projects. A couple examples lastly to say, the Jason micromobility pilot, that can be applied in this corridor quickly. Corridors of opportunity are already taking that opportunity. We've did a raised grant for the mobility hub strategy in the Sugar Creek corridor. So we're already applying these strategies now. The question is, how do we amplify and extend that with our ability to fund and think about the ability to fund and implement this more bigger projects over time in a sort of a coordinated strategy across the city. So I'll stop there. I don't know if we want to assume or again talk and transition right into the financial stuff. Glad to pause and have any discussion as well.
Thanks, Ed. Hi, it's me again. Let's go. That's a little better. That's a little better. Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about the context where, as we've talked about this for the last couple of years, we have really focused in on a sales tax-based strategy, despite all of the hurdles that are out there to make something like that happen. So I want to talk a little bit about why. So I'll let you read this slide, but the two things that are really important on this are the growth rate difference. So when you look at sales tax versus property tax, sales tax, we project, has a long-term growth rate of 4%. I can tell you that over the last 10 years, the sales tax growth rate has been north of 8%. And if you go all the way back to FY99, when we started the transit sales tax, the growth rate has actually been 4.5%. So we're comfortable with this growth rate, but one of the key distinctions between that and property tax, and then the other key distinction that, as you'll see, causes sales tax to be the primary revenue source for programs like this across the country, is in the bottom left there. The 30% that we're able to capture from commuters and tourists, people who visit the city and people who work in the city, or the county, I should say, and people that don't live in the county but do work here. Thank you, Lauren. So let me make sure that I put it out there that this is not a either or to be considered or anything of that nature. That amount was chosen just to show the impact that the growth rate can have on a sales tax over time. So both of these will result in the same amount of revenue over 20 years, according to our projections. So one is the 1 cent sales tax, and the other is a city property tax. I can tell you that we use city because that's under the purview of this city council, but even if you used a county-wide property tax, you would still have about a 15-cent property tax that would be needed, and it would be about a $500 initial impact to the median household. So you see a much more impactful amount to the residents early if you're trying to generate the revenue required for a program such as this. So another way to look at this, some of these funds have been discussed as being utilized for some of the bigger transit projects that are in the 2030 plan and have been discussed. So because a sales tax dollar has less of a burden on a typical household, you actually get about $1 from a Mecklenburg County resident, and from that dollar you also get 69 cents from commuters and tourists, 67 cents from businesses, and on that, on the big projects that were being discussed, you get a federal match of about $1.64. So that $1 of sales tax that the typical resident would be putting in on a program like this yields $4 in infrastructure on these big transit projects. So these are the type of reasons that sales tax is so common. This list is derived from our 20 peer cities, the same 20 peer cities we've been using for 4 or 5 years now. From those 20 peer cities, there's 11 of them that have some kind of rail service. And you'll see those 11 on the left there, you'll see that sales tax is extremely common. The only one that does not have any kind of a sales tax is Portland, and they actually use a payroll tax to fund their transit system, which is unique. And then you can never have a perfect comparison. There's all kinds of differences. Some of these, like Minneapolis, for instance, also has a property tax on top of the sales tax that's dedicated. So you're never going to get a perfect comparison, but it kind of tells the story that there's a reason that this has been the primary driver of some of these programs. On the right here, let me tell you that if you included all 20 peer cities, Charlotte would be spending more per person than all of the ones that don't have any rail system. But if you compare us to the ones that have a rail system, and every rail system is different, some of them have multiple lines, some of them only have commuter rail or streetcar, you'll see that the current revenue level that we have per person puts us into the bottom of the peer groups that have rail. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda from InfraStrategies. Uh-oh. What's that?
Just curling flowers.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And yes, you may see my colleague Carolyn Flowers, who has worked alongside me and our team for this work. So it may seem familiar to many of you. So I'm Amanda Vandergrift. Some of you may remember that I did present to you in 2021 twice, both at the council meeting and then at the retreat in our funding strategy for your mobility improvements. And we actually are a small, women-owned business, majority women-owned business, and we started about 5 years ago in March, so we're celebrating our 5th birthday. And we are comprised of people like Carolyn Flowers, former transportation executives. We've been in your shoes, we've developed programs, and we've advanced them through and to opening day. Many of our clients are the peers that Ryan just mentioned. Some of them, like you, are in pre-project development and still really thinking through how you might do this. Some are deep into implementation, advancing projects through the federal process and working through all of the requirements that you need to complete to get through that process. And some of our clients are coming out the other end and cutting opening day ribbons. We know what it's like to be there today in today's financial market, in today's environment and federal funding landscape. We are working in partnership with Davenport, who is the CAT's financial advisor and debt modeling consultant for the city. They have been leading the financing piece of this work and providing a lot of expertise on the municipal advisory side, so we can have a really good understanding of the debt structure and the financing tools that could be used to best leverage a program of this size. Oh, this is sensitive. My apologies. So I talked to you guys back in October of 2021, so I'd like to give you an update of some of the work we've been doing over the past year. One of those was answering a question that Ryan talked a little bit about. Is sales tax the preferred funding source for Charlotte's mobility improvements? And we completed a detailed funding and financing options review last year. We looked at nearly 100 different sources on the federal, state, and local level, and we looked at revenue potential, equity, stability, and then cost burden, all of those items that Ryan talked through. 46 different sources were shortlisted. 38 of those were funding sources. The vast majority are federal grant opportunities, and 8 of those were financing tools that were used by Davenport to develop their financing assessment. One of our big findings is we did confirm what Ryan stated, that sales tax really is the preferred primary local funding option to advance a program of this size, for all of the reasons that were mentioned. This is very sensitive. Sorry about that. So the federal funding opportunities that we looked at as part of the financial review included 27 different potential federal sources. And I will tell you, last time I talked to you in October, something great happened about a month later. The bipartisan infrastructure law passed. And that changed the game. So typically when I did this type of review, you'd see half the sources on this list. Now we're looking at a ton of new programs. So we're really in an era of unprecedented federal funding that's available today for Charlotte to compete for and leverage into the Charlotte region. An important point to make, though, to do that, you need a local match. Sometimes you even need an overmatch to be competitive for many of these programs. Another thing to point out here, too, is you'll see a bunch of new programs. Not only are the programs that you previously saw, like the RAISE grant program, which was formerly billed, those are massively increased. We also have new programs that are really geared towards the mobility improvements that I had mentioned a moment ago. It's less about moving vehicles, while that's still important, and it's more focused on moving people. There's a focus on resiliency, sustainability, active transportation, safety, and equity. So another thing to point out too, that list that I showed you, even though there is this fundamental shift in the bipartisan infrastructure law funding programs, the vast majority of the funding in your mobility plan we're still assuming would primarily come from the transit side. Like Ryan mentioned, your return on investment on the transit side is higher if you look historically at your mobility funding from previous projects. You really didn't generate, you generated millions, leveraged millions from the federal government on that side, but for transit, you have the potential to leverage billions. So let's talk about that a little more. The Capital Investment Grant Program over the bipartisan infrastructure law time period has some potential to double. You can see in 2021, before it was passed, we had about $2 billion in appropriations. Last year, which was the first year of the law, we had $3.8 billion, and now we're looking at a THUD bill released last month that was $4.2 billion. So we're getting very close to that $4.6 billion authorized amount. There's a lot of money available through this program, and that's great news. But at the same time, there's competition. There's a huge pipeline of programs going through. Many of them are mega projects in New York, in California. Many of your peers are advancing programs at the same time. They're doing that because they have committed local dollars to to leverage this funding down into their regions. I'm only hitting it once. Okay, so the timing is really critical. The time is now to capitalize on this once-in-a-generation investment in federal transportation funding. Many of your peers, shown on the screen, who have committed local funding over the past few years are ahead of you in the pipeline. They're leveraging dollars from the federal government, and they're able to pull that into their region. Charlotte needs local funding to do the same. So let's talk a little bit more about recent changes. All of the federal funding momentum that I just shared with you, it's all great news. Those are some of the positive impacts that have impacted the financial plan for the transportation program. We also have sales tax revenue collections that are much higher than we were projecting last time we talked to you. Growth rates are much higher for the sales tax. The financing program, TIFIA financing program on the federal level, that has been expanded to focus more on transit and transit-oriented development opportunities. These are all really great positive impacts on the left side. If you isolate them and you don't talk about the negative impacts, this is a great story to tell right here. But just like the rest of the country, we're in an environment over the past year where we have seen record inflation, we've seen cost escalation, very significant cost escalation. The Fed is currently trying to combat that cost escalation by increasing interest rates. So all of those things impact the cost of our program. And our peers are also experiencing that same thing. And you might have seen some national headlines over the past few months of programs of this size who are a little further along than you are now rebaselining. Their costs have gone up so much that they're looking at their programs and going, oh no, we can't build everything we promised. And I will say one thing that Charlotte is ahead of the game here doing is you are already thinking through this today in an early stage. You have a financial model. You have a financial strategy. A lot of your peers were not in that position that early in the process to think through these things at that stage. So, we're talking about making this more multimodal, looking at it more holistically as mobility improvements. Is there a way we can look at the financial strategy to think a little bit differently about how we advance this program? So we have been noodling with this for a couple months now in the model to see what it looks like if you were to potentially think more strategically about your early mobility investments. And let me just show you here. This is a typical transit project, not any transit project in your program, just a typical new starts transit project, so a larger transit project. And most of your transit projects are here in pre-project development. All of your transit projects are in pre-project development. You haven't entered the program because you need local funding committed to enter this program. It takes a couple of years to get through project development and meet all the requirements. Engineering takes a couple of years, and then you have shovels in the ground. So we're here today. We have the bipartisan infrastructure law time period ending, and it expires in 2026. So there is some strategic thinking around shifting your mobility investments that are lower cost, single year mobility investments earlier in your timeline and continuing to advance these further into design, further into the federal process, and then ramping up to construction. We have looked at that, and there is a huge benefit to that. And so you can potentially do your mobility investments, your microtransit that was talked about, all of your crosswalks and different types of 1 year, 2 year investments while you're still in earnest advancing your transit program. Okay, that was the first time I advanced it correctly. Sorry about that. So we've been thinking through the pros and cons of this. A big pro, immediate, impactful, countywide, region-wide mobility investments in your streetlights, your roadway network, your mobility hubs, all of the great things that were just talked about. That can all be done pretty quickly. At the same time, you're advancing your transit program through the required process for you to leverage billions of federal dollars in the longer term. This allows you, for these projects,
to potentially increase your local share in the early years to compete for and pull down bipartisan infrastructure law funding from all those programs I showed you. And we're able to show a maintaining of the delivery schedule for all the early action transit priority projects like Envision My Ride, which was just talked about. But on the cons, of course, depending on how many years you do this, and what share, how much you're allocating towards transportation, it may have some trade-offs in terms of delivery timeframes and prioritization. You also would be required to increase your debt issuance in the early years to meet your transit program targets. But we do think that there's a lot of strategic consideration around this type of concept we wanted to bring to you, get your feedback, and talk more about it. The next slide is a look at those types of investments that could be advanced in the first few years while we're actively and earnestly advancing the transit corridor projects into the federal process. And I think that is yes. Stole the.
We got a couple of people that want to talk.
Yes.
You want to lead us off, Mark?
Yeah, you know, great job. You all bail when the tough question comes up, but that's okay. So that's kind of where we'd like to be today, at least, you know, have a conversation. I had a conversation with one council member on, one council member on, I guess it was Sunday, about are these actionable items that are going to come out of this today. So we tried to build a case that sales tax makes sense. We tried to build a case of where some of our peer cities, how they are handling this. And right now, what we would like to have a discussion amongst the council about is, you know, whether sales tax appears to be the right pathway to go, and this whole concept of front-loading some of the funds for the 200-plus projects that Ed is working on that are more, let me back up, that are more transportation related. However, it also would include making improvements to the bus system. So again, we think about transit being the bus and rail and transportation being everything else. But as we start to think about a little bit of a shift in thinking with front loading some of these funds around transportation, that also would include improving the bus system.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not sure I should be the Transportation Committee Chair because I have to admit I'm a little bewildered. And I think one of our big challenges here is to take all of this information and get it to a point where for public purposes there is some sort of understanding of what it means. There are so many dimensions to this. And to me, this looks like the bones of the equivalent of our 2040 plan. And I'm curious to know what the UDO is going to look like. So in my world, the question is, when am I going to get some relief on Providence Road? What are you doing about that? And if I tried to explain to my Friday morning group, for example, what we discussed here, I think I would have a few people who were dazzled and a bunch of people who were dazed. So I'm just wondering how we can kind of develop a message for the benefit of the community that that makes clear kind of where we're going. We have a whole bunch of aspiration here. And frankly, in my mind, the resources that it would take to fulfill all of these goals are not within the scope of the sales tax. I agree, if anybody cares, the sales tax is probably where a lot of the money needs to come from. But I would point out, we've been talking about a penny on the sales tax. If we added a penny to what we're already charging for mobility, And I know you'll say, wait a minute, that's different. But seriously, we would be at 1.5%, which would put us right up at the top of that list of comparable cities. So I would just like us to get a little bit more down to earth and develop acknowledge some of these things. Like, a penny on the sales tax is $9 billion, I think we said. Is that really what it is that we're going to propose? Is that what we want to do? And if we do, as we know, it takes cooperation with the legislature, it takes a referendum. If we're going to conduct the referendum, we need to have a much clearer message than this. The public needs to see the relief they're going to get in terms of congestion on the roads, the improvement in the air quality, and we're starting from a point where right now there's controversy around the buses, and I appreciate your presentation, but I don't know, just looking at it through the lens of a member of the public, I don't see, yeah, I think I've said it, I just don't see in simple terms how this is going to play out. Are we going to widen Providence Road? What are we going to do on Ardrey Kell? And when will that blue line thing actually happen? When can I expect to see that? From what we're hearing now, I can expect to see it later than maybe I thought I was going to, the way things were going before. But I guess that's it. I would just like to see the kind of public relations version of this presentation, frankly, for my own benefit, and say, all right, we're going to invest in the roads, we're going to invest in realizing our streets map and those concepts. So we're going to invest in buses. Roughly how much? What kind of changes can we expect in bus service? Where will we see the improvement on the roads? And a lot of the principles that are driving your great thinking on this are not going to be as interesting to the people who are expected to pay for it as what they can expect to see.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Amanda and Ryan, a great job with the presentation, and Jason, especially the financial piece, right? I have had these conversations with Ryan in the past, and where I had asked him for a comparison between sales tax and property tax. So it's great that everyone gets to see why we are pursuing a sales tax option. Clearly, it actually puts less burden on our residents and also ensures that we have some sort of a steady state, a steady growth rate as opposed to the property tax. So I really like that. Obviously, it's great that we are leveraging $4, which is outside, well, for every dollar we spend, $4 of other investments, right? Whether it be a federal match or a county match or a business match. So that was really good. I'm trying to figure out, because you gave an example of big cities like in New York, in California, Atlanta is doing this. And Amanda, you mentioned this timing is crucial. So knowing that we are starting this process now, how are we compared to other cities when it comes to competitiveness for pursuing federal funds, knowing that we are actually behind other cities in trying to go after federal match?
So I would say that is the key piece. Your peers, many of them that we showed, have the local match already committed. They have a ballot initiative that was passed in 2016 or 2018 or 2019. They've been gearing up. Their projects have been advancing because they have that local match to enter project development and get their major corridors in the pipeline to compete for those dollars. They also, if we're not talking about the transit side, on the transportation side, have that local match to compete for that RAISE grant, to compete for the bus and bus facilities grant. They have a lot of funds to be able to provide an overmatch. the overmatch, which is typically needed for a lot of those highly competitive programs.
So while some of these cities already have secured a local match, that doesn't put us as a disadvantage from the timeline perspective. Does that? I mean, as long as we continue to prioritize this.
Well, and I think that's why we're looking at this a little bit differently now, is because having the local match for those projects that are quick wins, like 1 year, 2 year, that's a different strategy than the transit side. The transit side, you need the money to start getting into the pipeline. Then you can advance it further into engineering, or into design and engineering, start completing NEPA, getting yourself to 30% design, getting into the next phase of the process, showing that you have the money and that you're technically ready to do it, and getting under construction. And that's when you get the money, once you're under construction. But that's the billions of dollars we're talking about.
So is that why we are proposing option to front load transportation dollars so we can get easy wins done faster? Is that, I'm trying to understand, why are we proposing this whole front load transportation dollars option right now?
Yeah, so I'll take a shot at it. So if we can combine the morning's presentation with the afternoon's presentation, and Ryan, if I'm wrong, be gentle, okay? So think about the CIP that we talked about, the 2024 bond, the 2026 bond, the 2028 bond. If I'm not mistaken, we had $50 million in the 2022 bond for sidewalks. We don't have $50 million, I think combined, we get close to it, in the next 3 bond cycles for sidewalks. I think we have 2 road projects and 2 intersection projects in those next 3 bond cycles, and we haven't begun to even touch the 200+ projects that Ed is working on. So, and your affordability went down a bit, right?
Right.
So if you start to think about even what we have planned, there are stresses on that, but that doesn't even begin to address the projects that have not been identified. So there's an opportunity, whenever it may be, there's an opportunity to have a revenue source that can help us both with our CIP as well as with the bigger picture that Ed is trying to keep us on, and that is, don't pull different pieces of yarn out of the ball. Look at the ball as something that is built together.
Got it. So the way I look at this solution of 1 penny sales tax is really short-term and long-term to alleviate some of our short-term pressure points that we have currently, which clearly we are not meeting when it comes to our infrastructure needs, but then also long-term transit projects. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. I did look at the comparables, Ryan, that you had provided in the deck, and how we fare compared to other cities, looking at our overall municipal cost, right? And to Mr. Drake's point, I think he brings up a good point here as to, with this 1 cent sales tax, could we get a similar comparison to other cities in the state and in the nation as to where would we be, right? Especially comparison to other cities in North Carolina, how would we compare, right? Because we also had to look at this from the burden on our local residents while we address short-term and long-term needs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually based off of the same data point of median household income in Charlotte. So the $177 you could essentially add to the cost on that chart you're talking about from earlier, and that's kind of shows you where it would be.
Okay, maybe you can show that in the slide later, because I wasn't sure where it was. Other question to Mr. Drake's point about ridership, and that question often comes up, right? I think that's a question of what comes first, chicken or the egg, right? We often say, well, ridership will be addressed if we address the frequency issue. Well, there is another component to it. Well, we can't invest unless we see increase in ridership. And then it always, and I see that often when I'm out in the community, I hear that, especially from folks who are riding our public transportation. They say, well, I just can't rely on our transit system, so I don't take it. They have to use Uber or Lyft from time to time. What insight can you provide to that, right? That frequency will result in ridership. I know you mentioned that when we have events in Uptown, especially sporting events, we have seen increase in ridership. I have taken Gold Line when I've gone to art and cultural events in Uptown. But I'm talking about tracking some sort of ridership where people are making use of it every day, like to get from point A to point B, for an example, to go to work, to go to a grocery store. I think that's the kind of ridership data I would be interested in looking at as to how we are doing. Yes, we are making recovery, but how close are we, how well we are doing compared to where we were in 2017-18.
Sure. I mean, I think part of the challenge is that transit agencies are at a time where there's a great need for adaptation and adapting to how people consume technology, how they consume their experience in transit. And so the strategy we put forth of really let 40-foot buses focus on straight line, high-frequency corridors, taking our neighborhood shuttles that are oftentimes at 45 or 60-minute frequencies, convert those to more on-demand, smaller, more nimble vehicles coordinated through an app, and then take those hours and fold it into frequency, into your high-frequency network. So it is a bit of a chicken egg there. You know, frequency does drive ridership, and ridership does sometimes drive the frequency you want to put out there. But we do know that frequency does help improve that, but also just reliability and convenience. And we do think that the strategy we put forth, funded, could help us with that overall conversation. And I think the world is different than 2017 and 2018. We're in a different kind of space now with hybrid work schedules, so we're still adapting to that change.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Let me turn this up. Testing, 1, 2, okay. Ed, can you take the clicker, because I like to end on page 29, slide 29, but just a couple overall. So since joining the Ed Driggs committee, I've been trying to come up to speed and understand transportation. And boy, I tell you, it's a lot. So just a couple of questions I have. So on the sales tax as a solution to pursue to build out the vision, the strategic mobility plan, that's going to take state approval, correct?
Correct.
And I think B, there's a long session currently now in Raleigh. And then I know we've been talking about putting up a referendum. So to my colleagues, I guess what I'm struggling just a little bit is expectation. Is that referendum possible in 2023 or is that a 2024? So I think we need to have that honest conversation about when do we put a referendum. On the option to front load transportation dollars, so Tracy, are we talking about like the CTC and the Gateway Village as a way of front loading transportation dollars? Could they be an option, or that's not what we're alluding to?
Well, I'll look at the team too, but
Okay.
we haven't really looked at, with those two projects, kind of how they might fit into this model. We've been kind of working those independently.
Oh, independent, okay. And so then, Brian, when you showed an earlier slide, the 2026 transportation project, could they be part of the front load transportation?
Yeah, the way that we had been discussing this is there'd be a portion that goes to transportation projects.
Okay.
And presumably the language would allow for very similar things that we use our transportation bonds for now. Complete streets, sidewalks, things of that nature.
Okay. And Amanda, this is for you as we look at this chart. When you look at what our other peer cities are doing, how many of those have a structure that are an authority, and how many of those are departments under the city?
I believe all of them have some type of authority. So Denver has an authority, Atlanta has its own authority, Seattle has its own authority. Yeah, that is the case for the vast majority of them,
So
if not all.
is that current structure, as we have our transit part of the department, is that hindering us to a certain extent?
I think that's a bigger question that will require some additional review on the governance structure behind all of this.
Okay.
But you will see in your peers that that has been the general trend for authorities with major rail corridors.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So to answer the questions, and I think staff is really looking for some direction from council, some definitive yeses or nos. You can count me in as a yes, that sales tax is a solution to pursue and build out our vision of the strategic mobility plan. And I think that's what we should be pursuing, and I hope that we can get to 6 to move forward with that. One of the big things that has been illuminated or highlighted here are those federal funds, those 1 to 4. And not only do I think we need to take advantage of the law that exists, we need to take advantage of our champions who are up in Washington, who have a proven track record of getting us those federal tax dollars when we meet the criteria. As past co-chair of the Intergovernmental Committee, and just a member on our intergovernmental trips up to Washington over several years, I think back to the time sitting in Senator Tillis's office, and him and his staff have said, what their philosophy is, before a bill is passed, he's going to fight like hell in what he believes is right and against what he thinks is wrong. But regardless of his feelings, once that law is there and that money is there, he's going to do whatever he can do to get that money to North Carolina. And he's going to do whatever he can do to get that money to Charlotte. And that track record is pristine. It's just highlighted by just, this weekend. Mr. Bruno in the back, sent out the message that he brought home $4 million, for some of those transportation things that are highlighted in this strategic mobility plan. We have bipartisan support of a delegation that is going to go up there and work to bring that money home. So why should we leave this money on the table? As it relates to ridership and everything else, we know, that even intergovernmentally here in Charlotte, everybody is looking for solutions. So you look at things like what, issues that the school board are dealing with, parents are trying to figure out a better solution for school buses. Right? What is the future of development going to be when you have 250,000 kids, that need reliable transportation, could be reliable transit riders every day? Do we really need a redundant system of yellow school buses and city buses when we can make which is in itself a public transportation system? should the school system be looking towards that, or should we work collaboratively to better plan our system and better plan our neighborhoods? I do believe that we should consider this option to front load transportation dollars. Count me in as a yes for that. We have to get things done. We have to get dirt moving, and we have to get improvements. We have to be honest. We are part of a region. We are part of a state, that is growing. And regardless of what we do or don't do, other people are going to be doing things that they think is in their best interests. You know, the idea of, as Mr. McKinney highlighted, making shorter trips, you know, is what is going to be here in Charlotte, is what is going to help people move in and through Charlotte, where, you know, whether it be goods or people, right? If the state is going to build four lanes of I-85 in Kings Mountain, well, for those to be actually successful and not just to end up being 4 more lanes of traffic in Kings Mountain, you're going to have to get people off I-85 between Billy Graham and Uptown here in Charlotte, right? If those logistics investments in Rowan County are going to be able to flow fast and freely up through the 85 corridor and get to and from our airport and our intermodal yard, you know, we're going to have to get people off 85 up here in University. That is going to help us, and we need to put these strategies on the paper and do the work. We always talk about the need for expert opinions. We've got our experts here, and they've given it to us again and again, you know, over the past 3 years about what is the best strategy. Now, we can decide not to, and we just could decide that we don't like it, but I think that's what we need to tell staff now. Are we going to go with the best route forward, or are we going to say no and figure out another way somehow? So count me as a yes to both of those.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Watlington, and then we'll go to Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, and forgive me, I'm catching up on the notes of the discussion, but I did have a couple of questions. I want to make sure I understand on slide 28, or 27 rather, where it's got here the sales tax and the property tax and the initial annual impact to the median household. Yep, this one. Is this what the proposed plan would do, or is this cost avoidance?
This is just in that.
The one on the left is what we had been discussing, the 1-cent sales tax. And so it's showing the initial impact to the median household. The one on the right is simply to show the starting point you'd have to start with on a city tax rate to get to the same amount over 20 years.
Okay.
And the huge difference is because of residents and commuters and property tax being a little more on the resident side.
Yes. Okay, cool. All right, I'm tracking. So with that said, my next question then, and you know, I will say it again, I say it every time when we talk about living in a region, half of the people on our roads are coming from outside of our county. To me, this cannot go forward without a holistic view of who all is paying into this beyond Mecklenburg County. And I'd like to see that piece of the puzzle. Because when I think about Councilmember Mitchell's question as it relates to an authority, well, that tells me already broader than the city limits, right? As it should be. I do agree that we need to be looking at moving towards an authority from a transportation standpoint, but that means something, right? You pay to play. So where are our potential partners in that? That's the part that, for me, needs to be more of a conversation, or at least I need to be brought up to speed on how we think those dominoes fall, because a piece of it is not going to be enough. We know that, right? So that's what's key to me.
So the MTC is, can you hear me okay? The MTC is made up of 8 people that vote on all of the matters. That is the 6 towns, Charlotte, as well as Mecklenburg County. But we have a regional study that all of us have heard about, at least, Connect Beyond. In the Connect Beyond work, the idea is exactly what you said, pay to play, because if you are going to be a part of the authority, which I believe everyone has endorsed and supported as you grow, but you have to get your core right. And so the idea that if we're not, and we had a meeting I guess last week up in Central Line of Council of Governments, pulled together the teams from around the Mecklenburg County, and they will tell you they rely on us getting it right so that they can grow beyond. They also had a focus on building a better bus system for the entire region. So the project that Central Line of Council has designed is with the idea that we need to build first trust among each other and have a success. And that success would rely in having a bus system that works and everybody has something that's going on. I'll give you the example that's most often thought about. Cabarrus and in Cabarrus County, Concord and Kannapolis one has a on-demand service and the other one has a fixed route service. They're about to merge, but they understand merging is going to cost them administration, it's going to cost them maintenance facilities. And so what they would like to see is Charlotte be able to figure out what we're doing so that they can figure out how best to fit into it and not cause duplication and over expenses that shouldn't be taken. So your answer is we have to get Charlotte, Mecklenburg for these folks, but they really see this as the regional hub for transportation.
Here, that is the direction that our surrounding communities are going. I'd like to see their response to, okay, well, this is what Charlotte is planning. What else are you willing to do? Because if we go, we need to go together. But that sounds like a good start, because I think about the folks in Still Creek. They're going to want to understand, if we're putting in, what are we getting out of it? And it has to come in the form of how are we reducing this impact on our roads from commuter traffic?
I think that is actually what every one of us really is trying to figure out. This is probably one of the toughest decisions that we have to make, because it is an environment where we have deadlines that we didn't set necessarily for ourselves, information that we need. So we're relying on Connect Beyond. We're relying on our own opportunities that we have within our financial structure, our governance structure, to be able to meet a deadline that's 2 or 3 years out that requires us to commit to something. And I know that's hard. I mean, it is very hard to commit to something. But I can tell you the progress that we have made with the MTC alone is amazing. For them to vote for the 30% refresh unanimously for the red line was a significant point of, I think, building credibility and building an idea that we can do this. Now, it's not going to be smooth sailing all the way through. And every person is going to ask, well, what's in this for me?
Absolutely.
And I think the front loading is our possibility. These folks work hard a lot, I know, but we may have to work a little bit harder on front loading to say, well, what are the projects that we ought to front load? And I would hope that we would be prepared to look at congestion. Now, I don't want to be Ed when he has to tell them Providence Road isn't going to be widened, but it's not, because of the housing along it. It's not that they're not going to tear up a lane of beautiful homes that these people have their communities.
They better not tear up Wilkinson Boulevards either then.
And that's exactly right. So we're not trying to tear down houses. We're trying to create mobility so people can move around. And so it's going to take some effort, but we do know that there are some streets in our city that could be widened and need to be widened, and will make it a safer place for us to have driving as well as pedestrians. So we're going to have to figure it out, but I think that's the gist of how fast can we move to meet this front load idea, and are we willing to take that concept, drive it through this process, and at some point then prepare to go to Raleigh. I think that we have got to go in a way that we are engaging with the leadership in Raleigh to say, here's the data, here's the case we're making for it. And I think you're hearing the case that we would make today, not just to the leadership, but to our own delegation, as well as the delegations that surround us. So
Yeah.
when we talk about these other cities, what would their delegations say?
Yeah, I think I look at it like we're planning a trip and somebody's got to put down the money for the villa. And if you haven't told me you're going on this trip, I'm not putting down this money, right? So I think that what you've described is we're moving in the right direction. I think there's some work to do, and your point, to make sure that the folks who said, yep, I'm going on the trip in the group chat are actually putting up
they
the
wrote
funds.
it, yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll move to Councilmember Anderson, Graham, and then Mayfield.
Thank you. So on slide 37, where you walk through the pros and cons of potentially front-loading some early mobility dollars, I'd like to just hear, I'm very much for accessing additional local matching funds, right, to unlock our ability to compete for federal grants, and of course being able to pull up some of the mobility investments earlier. I truly support those two options, but can you add some more dimension to what that means on the con side to potentially increase our debt issuance in the early years, and if that will affect our ability to move on other projects or opportunities that we might want to do? And then also the first bullet around increasing allocation in later years. I'm sure you can't give me specific dollars, but from a t-shirt size, is that like a medium size? Is it a large? Is it a triple XL? You know, can you just add some dimension to those two cons?
Sure, and the cons will really depend on how many years you're front-loading and to what extent you're front-loading. So we've run some preliminary scenarios, and we'd love to, work through that some more about what your priorities are, how much are we front-loading, how many years, and if it impacts. We've run scenarios where it didn't impact the transit program at all, and that's great. That's great news. But you can't go, several years without having an impact, because eventually your transit projects in the early years, they require a much lower cost per year to advance them. But as they move further and further into design and you start talking about mobilizing for construction, things get more expensive pretty quickly. So there have been some scenarios we ran that did not impact our phasing and our priorities for those projects. But if you go far, it would impact it. So that's why we gave that caveat, because that hasn't been decided yet. And as we work through that, we can talk through what the trade-offs might be for a specific scenario.
Thank
Amanda,
you.
if I can add to that, I like the t-shirt size, okay? So let's call it a stress test. So part of what Amanda has been doing independently is running a stress test about the affordability of these projects. I think the key is simply this. Early on, the thought process was build out the transit first, and whatever's left over, leave it for transportation. We're thinking about it a different way now, right? How can you front load some funds for transportation over the first 2, 3, 4, 5 years, what have you, right? As she showed you, a lot of that early years are just designing the transit projects, right? And so as long as, let's say if the starting point is, do no harm, make sure this thing can still pass the stress test, we can do that. What we didn't want to do today is just arbitrarily throw out some percentages, right? But this whole concept of being able to move on transportation projects early on, I think is important. The other thing that's important is this S&P that I think is on everybody's table. It's an infant. You only approved it in June. And so we're really in this process of trying to develop the projects. And I know this is a conversation we have over and over again, what's in it for, certain areas. But I hope what, Ed was able to show today, that there are multiple opportunities throughout the city. And I think, and can you just go back to slide, I think it's 27, if I got that right. I think this is kind of the bottom line. Yes. Okay. On the right side of this, slide, you can do that. You can do that as a council. You can adjust your property taxes. Okay. On the left side of it, you can't do that as a council. You need authority from the state. And whether you want that authority today, tomorrow, 5 years from now, you can't do it without the authority. One of the things that's important about the sales tax, because we were charged a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, with finding a financing model and also, what could the legislation look like? So unlike the quarter-cent sales tax that is available to counties where you can't put on the ballot what it's for, this is different. So I think that as we try to warm you up to this concept, the questions I would be asking is, how would the ballot question look like? What would the legislation look like? What would the interlocal agreement look like? But again, until we either get the nod or pat the brakes, pump the brakes, or hit the gas, maybe I should have had another analogy. Right now, we're just trying to get to the place that this is an option. It has many more hurdles, but it's an option that we believe has a less impact on the residents.
Councilmember Graham has the floor.
Thank you. I think, obviously, when I stated my priorities earlier in the day, transportation is one of them, right? I think it's going to be the single most important thing that we do all year. A number of questions that we have to answer. One I thought we've already answered was that where we're going after the sales tax. I didn't know there was a debate up there being any other option, right? I thought that was a foregone conclusion. Maybe that's me being wrong, but
You're right.
So I'm not sure there's an approval that's necessary. And we can't do anything without this, without federal support, right? Those are just two givens. And even when I served as chairman of the Transportation Appropriation Committee in Raleigh, the state match is important, and I think that state match has even decreased. It was 50, 25, 25.
I don't think the plan does not include a state match.
Yeah.
We're asking for permission.
Yeah, exactly right. So that's already disappeared, right? When we built the blue line, that doesn't even exist anymore. And so I'm with the manager. I'm to a point where we're asking a different set of questions versus whether or not we're going to approve the sales tax or where we're going to get federal support. Those are things that we need. Is the ballot question. How do we maneuver working as a region to make our case to Raleigh? And make it in a way that people understand exactly what we're asking for and understand what the value proposition is, not for the city of Charlotte, but for the region. How do we all get something out of this together? Making sure that when we talk about our priorities to Raleigh, it's a narrowly tailored audience that we're talking to. We're not talking to all those legislators. They really don't care what our priorities are. Only our delegation to a certain extent. And a question like this is going to be decided upon a small group of people in a room. And we need to make sure that, I thought we would be talking about strategies in terms of how do we communicate and with the region, with our delegation, and Mary Belk, who's our new delegation chairwoman, and resources that we have in this room that can speak their love language and talk with them in a different type of way that maybe I couldn't. Maybe Ed and Bakari can talk with them differently in reference to the importance of this for the region. Maybe some of our corporate leaders. The council didn't solve HB 2. We kind of created the problem, but we didn't solve it, right? It was those corporate friends who went to Raleigh and explain the impact of that decision. And maybe we should have, our friends from our corporate community talking to some of our colleagues from Raleigh, maybe Mr. Bakari and Ed, who speak that different language. The mayor has done a good job, and I'll tell you, I'm just letting you know, over the last 4 years, our reputation wasn't very good up there, right? And there was a lot of cleanup work that needed to be done, and a lot of trading that needed to be done that has been done over the last 4 years to get us into a position where we hope that they will listen to us. And so I just hope that we just kind of be honest with ourselves in terms of where we are and the questions that we have to answer. And one is, how do we communicate our need from a regional perspective with all our regional partners and making sure that we're talking to the audience that's necessary to help us make this decision, and bringing those individuals along the way who can help us make the case, who will stay with us. One of the things I read earlier, sometimes we're going to agree and sometimes we're going to disagree. And when we win as a team and we're going to lose as a team, if we don't get this thing done, we all lose. That's just the bottom line. The city loses, the region loses, and we're leaving money on the table that can help us with our mobility and connecting the dots and growing our region. So, and lastly, and I'll be quiet, I think Mr. Driggs makes a good point too. Somehow you got to make this thing understandable for the people. Right? I just don't know how you do that because it's complicated. But you have to be able to sell it in a type of way that people know exactly what it is that we're asking for and why it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driggs?
So generally what he said, I guess, Mr. Bakari, it's up to you and me to deliver a message. So you go first, okay?
Actually,
all right. There were two questions, I think. If we need a revenue source, is it the sales tax? And I really don't know of a meaningful alternative. We may be able to offset some of that through other means. But so the answer to question one is yes. I think we were already in agreement, as Mr. Graham said, that the property tax was too onerous and contributed too little. I mean, that's a more than 50% increase in the property tax to get to that number. The second question was, what about pre-funding or moving the sequence around? I think if we can access some low-hanging fruit and start delivering benefits to the community, that will play better with people voting in the referendum, with our neighboring communities with whom we're partnering, and probably with the public. So I would be in favor of not asking people to approve a sales tax, the proceeds from which, the benefits from which they're not going to see for 12 or 15 years. Thanks.
Councilmember Mayfield, Bakari, and then we'll wrap up the conversation with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So, and this isn't something you have to respond to right now, but when we have the conversation about transparency and relationship building, the what if we were to take it to a referendum and that referendum is not approved by the community? We have a lot of things that have been going on the last few years. We have more things that are going to be addressed throughout this year prior to a referendum. The school board is putting things out there. Give us what those numbers will look like. Also, for me, I need more information. I need to know on the ground what this can look like when we're talking about the movement of this land. Government, historically, with, I'm going to say, good intentions, has created a lot of challenges. When we look at land grabs in certain neighborhoods, 77, Independence, other places. But we can look at right now a conversation that's happening off of Monroe Road, where small Black-owned and minority-owned businesses are negatively being impacted because of road conversations that we're leading. It will be helpful for me if I'm going to be out having conversations with community and even the consideration of why this could be good, to also be very transparent and upfront with the areas that's going to be impacted and how do we plan to mitigate so that we're not displacing small businesses that are under whatever the threshold is of what your revenue needs to be, or size of office that has less than 10 employees. What are we doing to mitigate that? Because we have seen historically the challenges, because that business isn't able to just pick up and move to a new location without our dollars. And we've already discussed how the cost of living, the cost of doing business in the city has more than doubled, which is why we've had to put more money into certain projects. We would then be creating a potential burden for that small business to have to try to identify another location based on what we're doing. So for me to even be comfortable with this conversation, whether it's a 1 cent sales tax or not, the overall, to talk about this transportation, it will be helpful to know where we are talking about moving these roads around, where we're talking about we need additional land, because you mentioned earlier, well, we know in some parts of the community, there's not going to be any land that's going to be taken. Well, in other parts of the community, we know that that has been a default. It will be helpful to have a clear understanding of exactly what we're talking about prior to expecting for council to vote yea or nay on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakari?
So a couple things, and I'll preface this by saying, show of hands of all my colleagues, is there anyone on board right now that is for anything else other than getting a transformational investment in transportation to this community, whatever that looks like? Or is there anyone that's not for that? Oh, I guess we can put our hands down. Raise your hands if you, so that unites us all. I think that's the most important thing. It's how we get there and where we go from there. From a Newtark perspective, I will say, everyone likes Newtark better. I appreciated some of the things I saw in there. I saw glimmers of a real step forward. For the first time, we're really seeing glimmers of what a new plan looks like, that has other characteristics to it that we know are very important. But on the slightly critical side, what I'd say is this word front loading, right? This is the thing you've heard me rail about before. It's a terrible pun. It's another version of what's been happening for the last 20 plus years in Charlotte, a rebranding, a kind of a repositioning of the old plan that we know. The point is, we know the old plan is dead. We really realize that fact right now. So there's two things we can do. We can work on a new plan. I mean, I personally believe, looking at this, Charlotte is becoming aware of the fact that the old plan is dead. We can debate that, but the point is, I think we wouldn't be here doing this right now if that wasn't the case. So we can come up with a new plan that makes sense, that unlocks a transformational investment, or we can fall into the trap that happens before and rebrand and rename from Charlotte Moves to TMN to now the front-loading plan. And the reason that's really problematic is front-loading is nothing new. It's a cool new concept. We've been doing it all along with the Silver Line. We spent $50 million front-loading that plan so that we could get to a point where ultimately we're ready to go, and we haven't figured out funding and how that's ultimately going to work. So ultimately, I think if we can take what we see here, these glimpses of the new plan, and double down on that, really craft that new plan, and then be able to come out with what I think are 4 distinct messages. And these are messages to the General Assembly. These are messages on that referendum to the voters. If we can say these things, I think people will understand and see why this is a necessary investment. One, it's a roads and technology first strategy that's going to improve mobility, it's going to reduce congestion, it's going to include our regional partners, the General Assembly and their priorities, it's going to ensure ongoing involvement by the towns and our partners is strong and structured in a way where nobody feels like they're an afterthought. Roads first, roads and technology based first, where the puck is going to be. 2, we're seeking a roads first partnership with the state, our General Assembly partners, that includes how we're going to come together with statewide roads and the issues there, 77, 85. 3, there can be some transit, but it's not the same old transit first rail plan that we've seen over and over again. Perhaps it's the red line that promises were made and not followed through on, paired with we can maybe get creative and take the west portion of the Silver Line out to the airport. But I think regardless of if it's a red line to Silver Line West strategy, the fourth point is really important, and this is so key in this front-loading aspect. We will not advance any transformational investments until we have funding strategies agreed upon by all of our stakeholders. It doesn't mean we have to know exactly the ins and outs of it, but we could have sat around 4 years ago as a council and had 6 votes and said, we're going to go forward with a local transit tax. We could have said that and it was going to be done. Why does no one go and do that? Because they don't want to be the first nail sticking out and thinking that, oh, maybe that isn't popular yet. So I think if we could say those 4 things and that roads first strategy, like we saw today, mobility hubs, micro transit that connects to them, the technology that's going to take autonomous vehicles and where we're heading and get the IoT, the 5G, the smart corridors, the smart street lights, the things that are going to actually reduce congestion and what people care about. I really think that's what's going to get a General Assembly, not just on board of like you've heard us, but also potentially find some state matching funds there. I think that's going to give us the ability for a referendum, and it's going to enable, I think, a taxpayer support of something that we should only do in this kind of environment, especially unless it's just such a transformational investment opportunity that we have to. So I personally think that there is a path if we really buckle down and work on the new roads first, tech first strategy, where we put something on the referendum in 2023. And if you knew how painful it is for me to say that out loud, you would know I really truly believe that. But it cannot be a repositioning of the old plan to say, look, we care about roads, true, but the front loading is we're actually just gonna, we don't know how they're gonna be funded, but then we're just gonna keep moving down the road on the other transit-based things that we need. I really believe that the opposite of front loading is roads first. Roads first, and not investing in anything that we don't have a secured set of support by stakeholders for funding. So that's it. I mean, I think there's middle ground on all those fronts for us to work with our partners, but front loading is a killer for this. I cannot emphasize that enough. The General Assembly will smell out a fast one this quick, and it'll be the same conversation we've had. But if we take some of those glimmers of what's happening in there, I think we have a real chance to benefit all of our stakeholders and taxpayers in town by investing in something that they're going to see and feel every day, yet it prepares us for the future.
Very good. You're deferring? Okay. Councilmember Watlington.
Thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up one other component of this conversation. I know we're talking about transportation, but heretofore the focus has been transit. I realize we're trying to move away from that, but it's still a huge component. There is an economic development piece to transit. And when we invest in transit, that means that private dollars are going to want to invest. So there are real economic impacts. And the Black Political Caucus and other organizations have brought up what it would take to garner their support. Because oftentimes when we go for these tax increases, we go to key demographics to get the support. And when I think about people who live along some of these transit lines or future transit lines, they're the very same people who could be impacted by displacement. They're the very same people who, as Councilmember Mayfield mentioned, may have their businesses impacted by transit investment. So to me, those two are inextricably linked. I know that we're talking about a funding strategy right now, but we've got to get support from the voters. And in order to do that, not only do we have to tell people what's in it for them from a transportation standpoint, we've got to help people understand how implementing a sales tax that's going to impact everybody the same amount from a percentage standpoint, how that's going to be a benefit to people who are not the ones that are going to go build multifamily units along the line. When we think about convenience of transportation and transit, it's not just, to Councilmember Edgemir's point, it's not just about the frequency, but first of all, are you going where I'm trying to go? And so how do we make something that may not be used by the people who ultimately end up investing in it still show up like help in other areas that match our key priorities?
Thank you.
So the last retreat that we had, I think this council made a mistake. And we decided not to have a coordinated outreach campaign. Instead, we took the direction to let individuals go out and just talk about what they thought was important. I don't know why we did that, but we really need to correct that mistake. I don't think it should just be Mr. Bakari and Mr. Driggs going to talk. We should do again like we've been doing with our legislative agenda, put our legislative asks on paper, and then we go and talk about it. And we look people in the eyes. We don't treat people like boogeymen. We go and do our jobs. We go and look at people in the eyes and tell them what we want to do and why we want to do it. And why, to a lot of the comments have here, how we work together to execute regional needs. We don't let individuals go and just speak for themselves and make believe it's on behalf of the council or the entire city of Charlotte. That's how we built inequitable cities and inequitable states and inequitable nations. But really, at the crux of it, again, this city council has to decide, are we going to invest in our mobility needs or not? And right now, it's not clear that we are. We have a lot of prerequisites before we're willing to say yes or no. And I think we really need to, I don't know, get off the edge, be on one side of the line or the other, so we can get to work. I hear what a lot of the colleagues are saying, of the work that we want to do, and the questions that we want to get answered. We cannot answer those questions until we decide that we are going to invest in our mobility needs, and we have not given staff a very clear yes on it. I don't think we've necessarily given a clear no, but we're still kind of in the same position, stuck in the mud, and I think that's unsatisfactory.
So we want to move back to that conversation now, and let me check, do we need a 5-minute break, or are we good?
What are we breaking for? Yeah, I'm good.
Do we need a break? Okay, so this was supposed to go until 4:45, and it's almost that. I do believe we need to have some idea.
Yeah, microphone.
I'm sorry. I do think that we need some idea about this, because I take notes and I say, well, you know, where are people? We probably need some of that. I think that as Tark talked about the new plan, and he had 4 principles, and he also said room for compromise. I think people understand what we'd be talking about is actually going in and beginning roads first. And as a part of this effort, I also think that we have come a long way, and due to a lot of work by a lot of people in this room, that we do have the ability to have a voice to present this to the legislature. And I do believe that the legislature will have feedback, and that there will be opportunities to have this kind of conversation and to come to some conclusion on it. But right now, the manager needs to know whether or not Davenport and all of the other infrastructure people, do we continue to do this idea of having a plan that we can, one, make more understandable to our constituents, but also begin to move us along in the idea of what can we do out front to build that trust. Not, you know, we've been building a lot of trust across the footprint of our city and our region, but we have to do something to build that trust with our residents, and that's really important. So I think that what we're trying to do is some nod to continue this as an option. It is not a decision that we will do this, but to continue this step as an option. We do need to have some hand raising on that.
Okay.
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, right now, I get that we are not voting to approve, we're voting to move to the next phase. When will we see this again? Not a timing, but I want to know what are the key milestones that I can expect to review before I have to make a new decision. I just want to make sure that if I raise my hand yes, I know when I'm going to see it again.
So what I'd like to, if you say we move forward, what I'd like to be able to do is what I said earlier, show you what a ballot question would look like, show you what legislation would look like, show you what an interlocal agreement would look like, because then it would allow me to have more conversations with the managers, the town managers, the county manager, so that at least we're understanding what's important to them also. Now, the one thing that will be difficult, and it is going to be difficult, I'd ask you, don't force us to do a Cross Charlotte Trail, is that we're going to come back in the first quarter of the calendar year with some idea about some of these projects, these 200+ projects. When we do that, there are going to be lines on a piece of paper. What we've been doing is getting to 30% design on projects. And I think you're asking me to be held to a different standard for this. And I'm telling you we can't get there from here.
So,
But what we can do is identify types of projects, like we did today, that we think would help us in terms of congestion. Fair enough? So that's kind of the nod. So we would begin to really flesh out legislation, ballot questions, things of that nature, so that you would be able to say to your constituents, this is what this could look like.
So I think you nailed it. That's the struggle for me, is in order for me to turn around and go tell my residents that this is something that I'm prepared to raise my hand for, I don't have the with them from what I just heard. What I heard was a strategy to get to referendum, and that's one component. But that to a resident that has questions, that doesn't feel like an answer to the questions that would reduce any reticence. So I appreciate that you're not in a position to have every detail or like to say definitively it will never change. These are the projects. But me personally, I would be looking for something more than your 30% design question, if that means that we can have some real projects that people can wrap their minds around and determine what they're actually paying for or willing to pay for.
And I have a follow-up question for the manager on that.
Okay, we've got a line now in terms of responses. We're going to go with Councilmember Driggs, Councilmember Johnson.
I just wanted to say briefly, if the converse of the question you're asking is, should you discontinue any mobility planning? Should you reject the idea of accessing a new revenue source? I don't believe anybody here thinks that. So if there's any discussion or question, it's just wanting to understand exactly what it is you want us to nod to. And if it is, continue to work on these things, recognizing that you haven't nailed it all down yet. And do we acknowledge that it would take a major new funding source, which would probably be a sales tax? You know, in my mind, yes. Certainly, the converse is not true. No, don't do it. We don't need a mobility plan. And you know, forget about it. We'll pay it for it. So, I don't know.
Said another way, if it's everything, well, I think I simplify this. If it's everything you talked about here, and all the potential strategies and the cool stuff we saw and the communications and the negotiations, absolutely. If the specific question, which it says on there, is, are you for the front-loading plan? I just got to say, even if everyone around this room says, yeah, we're for it, and then you start going to the towns and you do all that stuff, it is a non-starter with the General Assembly. We will have wasted time. So I'm for everything, and I think you guys made a ton of great progress here. But if the simple question is, are you for front loading so that we can say things to towns and General Assembly that they get now, and then we'll keep spending money on things we have no idea how to fund, I think you should just not waste the time, because the citizens are going to be the ones that get hurt by not getting a transformational investment done.
I think what we were saying is taking the information that we had. What we were saying is take the information that we had and ask, do we continue to review this option? Now, that doesn't necessarily mean front-load transportation dollars in the way that I don't think there's any explanation up there, but it's going to require the team to have an explanation.
But the sales tax was the only thing we've ever had for this. The new question in front of all of, I mean, that was a non-question. The question is, are you for front loading or not?
So I didn't say that. That was the question.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying whoever put that on the
I know,
screen.
but that's what I'm asking. I didn't ask you to say that approve option to front load. I asked.
What are you asking?
All right, well, maybe.
No.
Is it my turn yet?
We do have more questions, but I think, do you want to? Okay. Okay. I just wanted to give Marcus an opportunity to clarify what the question is for everybody at this point, because it seems like there's some confusion about what you need from the council at this point.
Sure. So when I guess the last time we had a conversation about this, there was a particular split, okay? 80% going towards transit, 20% going to non-transit. And that was a transit first, I guess, proposal where whatever was left over was used for transportation. The inverse now is, and I'd like to call them, whether they're smart corridors or smart streets or whatever the terminology that's been used earlier today, was how much more could you put towards the non-transit piece, but still get the bus system right? While you still design, I think this is where you may disagree, where you still continue to design the blue line extension to Valentine, the gold line phase 3, the red line, the silver line, right? So that you don't necessarily put pins down on any project that's transit, but you're able to have more money early on to do these smart corridor projects.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for your patience, Councilmember Johnson.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. I think there's a presumption that we've talked about this, but I don't know that this council specifically has talked about this directly. It's been alluded to. There have been some talking points. You've heard it. But we as a council have not been briefed on the sales tax, where they will be. And I'm not comfortable raising my hand to say as a straw vote, because if it doesn't come back, well, the media is going to, these council members supported the sales tax. So why don't we get the information first, and then we can vote yay or nay whether we support it. Thank you.
That's fair. Thank you, Councilwoman Ajmir.
Mr. Manager, maybe this will help. I understand that we have to go through this advanced planning tool to really give milestones and the projects information that some of the council members are looking for. But what might help is trying to figure out, at least if we can identify projects that could be front-loaded through transportation dollars, would help council members be comfortable that this is what they are getting in their district. Right. I think what you are looking at is really whole across Charlotte Trail. This is phase 1, phase 2, but that was really detailed, right? We had a timeline behind each. But even identifying projects, what this could, if you support 1 cent sales tax, this is what it could result in, right? Here are the projects that we could accomplish. I think having that, at least even for a small win, a short-term win, I should say, would help council members be more comfortable. Because I and Ms. Watlington, we were having conversations, right? And we were talking about the list of projects that would get her comfortable. And I understand that Mr. Driggs asked the same question. especially from road widening. Obviously, Providence is not a good example there, but maybe another project in District 7. I don't know, but I think having some sort of list of projects, identifying those, especially in our short-term vein, will really help us get to yes that you are looking for.
I will say this, and part of me is saying don't say it, but I have to say it. So I would say that right now, if we divvied up 30 projects in 7 districts across Charlotte, I would beg you don't do that, because it goes against what Ed's been saying all day long. It's a very different way of looking at capacity. And in order to do that, you're going to have to be holistic. What I would say is, yes, there will be more sidewalks. Yes, more lighting. Yes, more greenways, and that's the county. Yes, more roads. Yes, more intersections. But just a list of projects, you will not get the end result that he's been talking about today.
I hear what Ed is saying, that we have to look at this holistically, right? Because this is $1 billion, multi-year, long-term vision project, right? But I think there are communities that have felt neglected, where they have felt underinvested in, and as representatives of those communities, we have a responsibility to tell them. So let's say, for an example, when we talk about sidewalk, we got to put some sort of number. This is going to get you 200 miles of sidewalks. Just an example, or 50 miles of sidewalks, right? Because through our CIP, we are barely getting less than 6 miles every bond cycle. So I think putting some sort of matrix behind each one, right? What is this getting you? Yeah, sidewalks, great, but if it's not near your neighborhood, well, what good does it do when your kid is still having to walk through marts? Yeah, a lot of high schools, and I have seen a lot of kids that walk to schools and there are no sidewalks. It's very dangerous. So I think we gotta have some sort of metrics as to what success means when we front load some of our transportation dollars.
Yeah, and I don't disagree, and maybe this would be helpful. With another funding source to help build roads and smart corridors and what have you, you free up capacity in your CIP.
Right.
And in that CIP, if you had a $50 million road
Right.
that's going to be paid for out of this different project, you could take that $50 million, put it towards sidewalks or
Right.
lighting or affordable housing. So that's why we wanted these two presentations together.
Got it.
This can give you some relief on your CIP.
Thank you.
We'll move to Councilmember Mayfield.
Mr. Manager, as I said earlier, I am not prepared to say yes on this. What I heard you mention, the way it feels to me is staff is going down a particular path. You're now trying to find the language to give us to sell the community on why this is good. What I heard more than one time, including what I have asked for, is additional information. Let us know how this is going to impact our community. Let us know what buy-in we have from our regional partners so that we don't run into the situation we ran into a decade ago with the original placement of the light rail, where Pineville was in and then they backed out and then it was all on us to fund it. We have asked specifically from multiple people for staff to bring us some additional information. For me, that information is prior to trying to create the language to justify to the community why this could be good. I specifically asked for staff to bring back, okay, show me what local impact will look like based on the type of projects. What is the clear commitment from our residents? We can't keep going to the community and saying, look at this shiny new thing that I made for you, that I didn't talk to you about, that I didn't ask you about, that I didn't have you get any buy-in, but I put on the ballot for you to vote for. We need to slow down long enough to make sure that not only our residents who are going to be impacted, But those regional partners who's supposed to be at the table to help fund this, and who also should be locked armed with us for legislative authority, that we're all on the same page, not just the group of CTC, the actual community who this burden is going to fall on, not just the business corporate community, who a lot of them don't live in our city limits. Some of them barely on the outskirts, they're barely within the region. We need to talk to our community to get buy-in and to understand what it is they would like to see, and also be able to explain to them this what could and what may happen, because at some point we need to learn the lessons that we didn't learn 8 years ago, when we went out and we did projects, and then after the fact we then had to try to figure out millions of dollars to repair something that we could have fixed on the front end if we just slowed down and pivoted, opposed to, if y'all just tell me, yes, I can move forward with this, then we can just keep it moving, and then after the fact, we want to bring people in. So I really want you to hear, I want staff to hear me when I say this, so fast forward in another 4 or 5 years, whether I'm here or not, we don't have to pull back in the minutes to say, you know what, that was brought up in the meeting.
Very good, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, can you put a pin on it
so
for us?
I'll end with this, and Councilmember Anderson said it earlier. We know where the puck is going. We're growing, and there's putting stress on the infrastructure. And how the council decides to address, I think, is something that we just need to keep at top of mind, because it's going to be a challenge for us.
Thank you. So the next agenda item for us is revisiting the...
To end on a positive note, I just want to say, you've made progress.
Hold on one second, please. Hold on one second, please.
Yes. So, I have a proposal. You've made a lot of progress here, and I think we need to not, while we're jumping on things because from different angles, there is progress made, and I think it needs to be recognized. I think there's a lot of us around this room that can't generically look at the progress that was made and say, what does that mean? If we get $10 billion, does that mean there's $6 billion to roads and $4 billion to light? We don't have enough understanding of the framework. Are you going to fund a bunch of stuff that's unfunded? Or is there some kind of process that's going to enable not duplicating the Cross Charlotte Trail from a design problem, but then also not duplicating the Silver Line from a, we're going to spend $50 million and not have, so there's a couple parameters that I think if you guys can take away and provide us, in other words, what the benefit is to the community, what they're going to think about when they go to the polls, what our General Assembly partners are going to say, what the towns are going to say. We just need that next level of detail. It can't be theoretical of a concept like front loading. It has to build on what you've said and say, kind of, this is what we're going to go socialize to the towns. I think if you do that next, and we have something tangible, I think a lot of, I won't speak for everyone, I'll speak for myself. I think I'm scared that we're signing a blank check, that don't fully understand it, and we're going to find out like 6 months from now that it wasn't what we thought. I think if you can bring that back to us, you will have built on what is a really good job by staff and yourself to get us to this point.
Thank you. So the team definitely has action items. We probably should have restated that at the beginning or at the end to say that they're action items to follow up and provide some of the information that has been requested. I do want to do a time check now. It's 5:01. We're supposed to end at 5:30. I have the sense that the priorities conversation may last longer than 30 minutes, the second phase of it. Or are we going to 6? Proceed.
Correct?
Yes.
For sure.
We have time. Perfect. All right. I want to make sure we did. Okay. So as it relates to where we, thank you very much. As it relates, okay, we could have your presence back in the room. We want to reground on where we were with the priorities conversation at the end. Thank you for the discussion earlier. we've summarized a bit where we are with your responses on the board. Affordable housing, corridors, the 2040 plan / UDO, and Higher Charlotte were, just by this simple vote, may not warrant additional conversation. I'm looking at Council Member Mayfield's response here. But those were the priorities that did have a lot of support and energy in terms of moving forward with. I'll restate that. And I'm just summarizing now, so just give me a minute. Affordable housing, corridors, 2040, Higher Charlotte was the highest, got the highest level of responses. Under,
So just for clarification, 2040 didn't appear according to those stickies. The three that we said were affordable housing, corridors, and Higher Charlotte, just based off the stickies. If we're gonna add a fourth one in to that three, then one of the others has more than the 2040.
let me restate. 2040 has 3. Thank you. I'm going down my list here. 2040 is also very much baked. And so we want to also make sure that we have that context, right, in terms of what might be feasible in terms of revisiting. So I can't, it is not always fair to give the number of votes because everybody didn't vote on the things that they supported. So that's why I'm hesitant in calling out the numbers. I was just going down the list and was going to ask for your priorities. There were some, though, that are on the list, and I'll call those out, that are new, that had some passion around it. So I just want to set some context first, okay? So in terms of what was Higher Charlotte by this vote was highest, it seems that from the conversation, and you guys correct me if my understanding is wrong, I'm regurgitating what I thought we heard, was that there was some feedback that arts and culture and workforce development could fall under Higher Charlotte. Yes, thank you. And then the digital divide did have some responses here. Mobility also. Economic and business development with small business development and minority business development were also new. That had a lot of passion in terms of the discussion today. A few people also mentioned strategic development. If you think about strategic development, it really is the approach, and it could be a common thread throughout all of the initiatives, more so versus being an actual initiative, okay? And so in terms of these items, there would be, I would like to take each of them to see, again, where the commitment is in the room from the council. Mayor and manager, is it safe to say that we want agreement on how we're moving forward with these priorities when we leave today? Is that the goal for this discussion?
The goal is to actually have the priorities today so that we know what we're going to be working toward or on.
Okay.
We've done this traditionally.
Okay.
We've had as few as 3 and as many as 5 or 6. So the question is, they're at the
I
front.
don't have it in front of me.
After the ED and, hold on, I got it. No, that's the Housing Trust Fund. It's on page 12. So we had priorities: neighborhoods, safe communities, transportation and planning, workforce and business development, and well-managed government were the priorities. But then we have initiatives, and those initiatives fall under those priorities. So much of what we're looking at are
really initiatives here. That's really the list that we're focusing on. Our conversation has been
Yes.
I heard,
Yes, let's go with what we have up there for the priorities, that group,
Mm-hmm.
and let's,
our priorities have really been about, we've intermixed priorities and initiatives in the conversation, right? So I want to ground everybody on that. There's a view here, which I think is really good, and even we have some perspective on even how that falls with some of the new initiatives that we've talked about, how it really is all encompassing and they're very much interconnected.
so the CAP is an example, as strategic development would be something that we would incorporate. Equity would be incorporated in every initiative. That's kind
Right.
of those three that stand out to me.
And just to ground you again, here, well-managed government, equity, and environment is infused throughout all of them. The point I made earlier is that if you could imagine a bar going across the bottom, that's their strategic development, because that's more of an approach. And the common thread, that's the approach that you're going to take through all of this, which is thinking long-term and more strategically instead of about individual projects. Okay, does that make sense? All right. So in terms of what was added, digital divide, economic mobility.
Maybe it's for Ms. Anderson. I thought on the digital divide, what she asked for was regular communication on the status. Or were you asking for it to become a part of the priorities? Help me.
So I was specifically asking for the updates that we have on a
Okay.
regular cadence as a part of our key initiatives.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dante.
Mobility also was one.
I'm not quite sure
We
where
have-
we landed on that, so I think we just skip it.
Okay.
Actually, use that diagram for what I chose,
Okay.
based on what the priorities were
I'm
and how
sorry.
they were primary relationship. What the, subject matter was.
So yes, go ahead.
So, can I try something?
Yes.
Right. So what I think I heard earlier is that 2 key initiatives will be added: the digital divide and small business development.
We just took the digital divide off.
Okay, then small business development, and that arts and culture would be rolled up
Right.
into whatever Higher Charlotte will be,
Higher Charlotte, yes.
or workforce development. Right, so I think what's hanging out there, and someone said earlier, separate Higher Charlotte from workforce development.
No. Wait.
Hold on, please, one quick second.
Higher is workforce development.
But there was some passion in the room, and that this is literally, if you guys could just be patient with the conversation, because it's really important that you're all on the same page. And so this is the point where you seek for understanding. So we're just regurgitating, I'm the neutral party here, so we're just regurgitating what was heard for clarification so that you can be on the same page. So there was passion about separating Higher Charlotte and workforce development. And I have a little cheat sheet here in which I actually put arts and culture and Higher Charlotte under workforce development, because all of it is workforce development. From a priority standpoint, Higher Charlotte is a program or an initiative. You can think about it that way, or vice versa. You don't want to get into semantics. It's all connected, but there was passion about it being separated.
I think the problem with that is there can be passionate about something, but if it doesn't make sense, they are literally the same thing. So here's what I would suggest. Make it really, I think the problem here is everyone views this as a different thing. We don't have common agreement on what this matrix is. I would argue the simplest way to say it is the rows, these initiatives, are what city staff leads. The columns are what city council leads through committees, right? So that's the vertical view that cuts across all the horizontal activities that staff does, that we're primary or secondary or whatever. And these are the things that staff lead. So you can take Higher Charlotte, arts and culture, digital divide, all that stuff, and you could just say economic development, recruitment, small business. If you want to list them out, great. If you want to keep them set, the point is we have a division, we have a department head, we have a group, both in economic development on one side and then the CIO organization on another that touches digital divide and workforce and recruitment and small business. Then you've got 2040, UDO, and infrastructure and CAP. You've got transportation. You've got affordable housing. I would argue that corridors of opportunity probably belongs in a vertical. And whether that becomes the equity lens or the equity framework we have or whatever, it could be its own committee that looks across everything. The point is, if we view this as what council does and what staff does, your job, Mr. Manager, is to align your staff however you want to.
But there is a question specifically about where the council wants staff to invest their time and where the investment is. And so that's why we're spending time specifically on the initiatives so we can see where the commitment is. What is the direction from council for staff as it relates to these specific initiatives? So some of the things that came up today were...
Direct staff, though. No, we direct the city manager, the city attorney, and the clerk.
I am not talking about an HR conversation. Can I please have attention, please? I think there's a lot of passion. We understand that it's been a very, very long day. But what we're asking for is a very simple thing, which is just to get your perspective, yay or nay, on whether to move forward with these initiatives. I was trying to get to a point where we were introducing some of the others that surfaced as new. Yes or no, a consensus. I'm happy to draw it out or whatever we need to do so that you can visually see it, perhaps. But that is the question. That's what success looks like for the end of this conversation, per the request that we have in terms of having a yes or no about these things, and maybe only one other at this point at the end of this conversation. So we are talking about initiatives.
So what does what does it look like to split workforce development out from hire? Because that doesn't make any logical sense in the world. Literally, you're saying get rid of hire and call it something else?
I'm not saying anything. We're just saying. No, hold on. I'm not saying anything. I'm facilitating the conversation. There were council members over here, and I can't call anybody directly because I can't remember who it was, but there was a request or a recommendation that workforce development be pulled out as a separate initiative from Higher Charlotte or a separate body of work or something to that effect. So,
your economic development chair. Ask him what that means.
well, I don't think he said it, so we should ask the person who said it.
I'm saying that I hope that we won't do that. And then, as I indicated earlier, there's a committee meeting coming up where a number of the issues that were addressed here today, that we're going to vote to allocate over $16 million to a lot of the things that people said they wanted to see happen. So we're doing exactly what you want to do.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, microphone. Testing 1, 2, 3. So I was that group that really advocating for looking at developing workforce development from Higher Charlotte. And so I put my sticker up there because I think some of us got a different philosophy, what we're trying to create from workforce development. I used the Chatty report. Tark, you brought up how we can tie everything together. I think that's a great roadmap. Could it be successful? I hope so. But there need to be a concentrated effort. You heard all of us around the table talk about workforce development in a sense of who we need to be targeted toward getting skills and putting people to work.
So is it...
But that is almost entirely what hire is. That's why I'm struggling. Like, I agree with you.
All right, so I would like to speak on that.
Hold on one second. Councilman Waddington, hold on a second, please. Hold on a second, please. Hold on a second, please.
This is actually, we're not working very well together. I don't know, it's like a back and forth and not a conversation where people are being heard because everybody's talking at the same time. So we have to figure out And actually, I guess we're at the end of the day and everybody's pretty tired. I wonder if this is a conversation that we should start off with tomorrow instead of trying to do this and give some people some time to think about what they were really presenting and how it will work. I think that you can do that, but I really do. Oh, shoot. Sorry, Amanda. Sorry, Billy. I think the first thing is this something that you've heard different points of view? So is it worth taking a few moments overnight to think about what it means? You've heard from the ED chair and you've heard from Mr. Mitchell. So how do we address this so that we can get through this? I'm just not sure it's going to work tonight.
And I do believe even around those points, for the things that you have passion about, be sure that we're able to speak specifically about what the differences are and what the key points are. So specifically, certainly we know that workforce development is under hire, Charlotte. You have a perspective about what's missing from that. And so the question is about, your feedback is about the gaps. And I think that's a conversation that might be helpful.
And that's
to talk
exactly
about the
what I'm
gaps.
trying to speak to as we prepare for tomorrow, so that it's clear, at least because I support separating workforce development from hire Charlotte, because there is a component that is about creating capacity in terms of new jobs that is very business-led, and there is a component about how do we put people in those jobs. So there's from the business-centric standpoint and there's the individual-centric standpoint. And I think those are two different focus areas. I think that we've got plenty of, in some industries, plenty of jobs with nobody to fill them. On the other end, we've got plenty of people walking around with certifications who didn't get jobs because that curriculum didn't match. I think it's two different ends of that same thing. And that is what I think is the gap at this point.
Very good. Thank you. So I think there's agreement that we would table this conversation and begin with it in the morning. I'll ask for, first of all, thank you all for your patience and your attention today. I think you, thank you. We've gotten some work done today and had some really meaningful conversations, so thank you. I'll ask for, we had meaningful conversations, so thank you. I'll ask for closing remarks from the manager and then also the mayor, if there are any.
Well, we've had a day, and we've had some tough conversations, and I want to say thank you to the staff and to the community leaders that are here, to the media, all of you for hanging in there with us. We are doing big things, and so, therefore we need to have these kind of conversations about the how and the when. And we're going to continue this tomorrow. And if we can all be here on, what time do we start? 9:30 tomorrow. And we will have a working lunch and a closed session tomorrow as well. So plan on afternoon time. Thank you, everyone. All right. Manager?
Logistics.
Manager?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.